Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this special City Council meeting, our City Council priority setting session to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, here.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, may I read the Statement of Behavioral Standards?
Yes, please, Nora.
The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that the use of gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. And for those who may be joining us this afternoon as registered lobbyists and you're speaking in that capacity, you are required to identify yourself as such and disclose the clients or organizations that you represent at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings per the City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon and welcome everyone for today's meeting. The city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you are seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So we can move now on to the council agenda. So our first item is the consent calendar. We have one item which allows us to continue to meet remotely until things change. So do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Mayor Jane, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Is there any questions, comments, or discussion from the City Council, the staff, or any member of the public on this item? Assistant City Manager.
Mayor, I just want to comment that we are monitoring today's county supervisors meeting where they are taking up some of the new state guidelines that have been put into place at the state level. We understand that the county may take different actions from the state. And so as we get that information, we'll be sure to get it to the City Council and how it impacts Santa Clara.
Thank you very much. Okay. Assistant City Clerk, do you see, I don't see any member of the public wanting to speak on this. Do you see?
I do not see any hands at this time.
No comments, e-comment?
No comments.
Okay.
On this. Oh, just a moment. I see something under consent. This is from Betsy Migas. I expect this item to pass and I support it. I hope that the need for all remote meetings will one day cease, and I hope that when it does, the city will continue to invite public participation through remote channels. Remote participation makes public meetings more accessible to everyone. It saves transportation time and allows the public to listen while attending to work or personal commitments. End of comment. And that's it.
All right, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, of course. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. So next, we're going to start our priority setting session. So welcome, everyone. It's a little bit different this year. Again, we're not in person, we're remote, but we have quite a lot of things to discuss today. A lot's happened in the last year. We have to look forward to what is going to happen to the city in the next year. And I know we've gotten a lot of public input already. I expect more today. So I look forward to participating in this and having an open discussion about our challenges and opportunities. So I'm going to turn this over to our city manager, Deanna Santana, to kick this off for us.
Sure,
Deanna.
if we could have the cover slide of the PowerPoint, please. So I just want to acknowledge that today we meet for our annual 2022 priority setting session. The session builds on our council's past efforts and specifically focuses on areas of governance, our fiscal stability, as well as outlook, the state of the organization, and allows for council to talk about priorities and strategies going forward. I want to say early on that this is not a business as usual meeting. I think you've had a chance to look at the report and you know that we are entering our third year of working under COVID uncertainty, where we've had personal, workplace, as well as service delivery impacts, and it certainly has impacted our general fund. We are entering our 6th month without a permanent city attorney, and there is a significant impact to the entire organization for the lack of adequate legal support. This is nothing that our current staff have done or created. It is just the reality of what happens when we have significant vacancies and departures. There is a window of opportunity, so I want to share some good news that we can course correct through meeting today and our priority setting process and reaching agreement on a critical path for our critical priorities. We all know that the organization is not the same that it was in February 2021, when the council first met formally through an annual setting session, and with the hope that the vaccines would allow for us to restore some sense of normalcy, as well as reignite our local economy and the economy around us. In some senses, that did not happen. We had some bits and starts here and there, and overall, we end the year coming to you with our fiscal outlook that I would say is categorized as fragile. If we look at the next 9 months, we have from February through November, there is an opportunity here to collectively lead towards favorable ballot measures and budget balancing outcomes that stabilize the organization and maximize preserving services. If we miss this opportunity over the next 9 months, then we will continue down our business as usual strategy. Then we guarantee an organization that will continue to go down a path with less services and an even shakier fiscal uncertainty. The good news is we have been here before and we can do this again. If you look back in 2017, 2018, when the council held its priority setting session, we faced a $116 million deficit, and we had lower reserves, I believe, at about $40 million. Within 2 years of council discipline and suspension of many services and nice to have activities, we were able to get our reserves up to unprecedented levels. Frankly, it is those reserves and that work over 2 years that has allowed for us to get by without having to take deeper cuts in services. Most importantly, we were able to get our structural deficit down to 3.3 million before COVID. That was incredible work. It took a council, it took a city staff, and the community aligned to, we're focused on the deficit and we're focused on the critical priority of making sure it's stable. So I mentioned how we did it. I mentioned what we did, and I'm here to say that we can do it again. And so I want to walk through where we are as an organization, just to set the table so that as you look through the different presentations that you hear today and think through your comments, how we can do this again. The underlying factors have changed slightly, but this is a team that knows what to do and how to do it. First, where are we? We're focused on governance. We've had focused discussions on meeting efficiency and collegiality that I would say are working for this organization with respect to the meeting decorum, not the meeting decorum, the meeting management that this council has put in place. I would say we have some decorum issues to improve. We are not aligned to our city charter regarding council appointees. This has caused a significant workload, impaired function, and a burden on the organization for complex legal service needs. We'll get into that later. Our 10-year financial forecast shows that our projected deficit is up 2 million from 17.6 million. And in terms of our CIP, we have $5 million in our general fund CIP reserve, with $500 million in our general fund 5-year CIP need, with $1 billion needed in the long term. Our workload is high, our capacity has been lowered and is significantly lowered, and our reduced staffing has resulted in staff feeling overwhelmed with the work. We do, though, have significant accomplishments. You can only look at our mid-year report and our annual report to look at how much we have accomplished with the overlay of COVID, as well as the overlay of sustaining a non-charter aligned organization. We know that the next 18 months are significant. It's February through November, where we will look at the ballot measures, look at all of the work related to the ballot measures to take us through June and November. And depending on what we learn in November from voter outcome, we will either be balancing the budget with stable revenue, or we will be looking at reductions to stabilize the realities of our current fiscal condition. So I'm going to pass off the agenda that we've designed to get through these tough issues to Sean, but first I just want to introduce Sean. Sean should be a familiar face. And thank you, Sean, before I get started on introducing you, for your continuity and sticking with us. The session will be facilitated by Dr. Sean Spano, who has led the city over the past years through the annual process and is familiar with the city as well as the council's work. Dr. Spano has over 25 years of experience working with city government and public organizations. He is a specialist in designing and facilitating public forums, meetings, training workshops, and offsite retreats with elected officials, as well as executive staff, mid-managers, commissions, and boards and residents. He also facilitated the council session in February and August 2021 and is familiar with our previous discussions. Before I hand it off to Sean, I just want to do a call out or a shout out for Maria, Nadine, Ken, Nora, our clerk staff, as well as our other department staff who put together this presentation, as well as all of the supporting work behind it to get us before the council today. I do also want to mention, or well, I'll let Sean go, that at 5 o'clock we have a hard stop for our ballot measure strategy, and Sean can go into more detail. So Sean, I'll hand it over to you.
Very good. Thank you, City Manager Santana. Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure being with you again. As Deanna just mentioned, this will be my 7th priority session with Santa Clara City Council, and that includes going back to last February, 2021. And then as you recall, we did the August 2021 check-in, and we'll bring you up to speed and up to date on the priorities and recommendations that you had for staff going back to last February as well as August. So here's our agenda for today. In just a moment, we're going to turn it over to your Finance Director, Ken Lee, and Ken will walk you through the budget update and the 10-year financial forecast. After Ken presents, we'll open it up for council questions and comments, and then we'll move forward on accomplishments, and City Manager Santana will be reporting on the accomplishments as well as the state of the organization. Also involved with agenda item number 3, we'll do a quick update on the 2021 priorities, the ones that you indicated last February as well as last August. We will then move into a check-in on council governance. And as you recall, we've had several sessions where we've done check-ins on council norms, ethics, values, and just reflecting back to the statement that was just read at the very beginning of the meeting on your ethics and values and behavioral standards. We'll touch on those and add a couple new items to the list. And then we will, at the close of the meeting, or one of the last agenda items will be the 2022 council priority strategies. And so there's been several items that have been referred to this session from past council meetings, as well as items that were referred to this session from last August. And then we'll also take up on some other referred items that are on the agenda today based on your 030 policy. And as we move through that, item number 5, the goal here is to work with council to be very focused and disciplined on what those priorities will be for 2022, given capacity, given budget, given the focus, as we'll hear in a little bit, on the potential revenue strategies, ballot measure revenue strategies. And as Deanna mentioned, depending on where we are on the agenda, we will have a hard stop at 5 and on our agenda. And we have Catherine Liu from the Lou Edwards Group, and she will be, with her team, will be presenting on poll results on potential ballot measures. And we'll have an opportunity, obviously, for council to have questions and comments after that. Sprinkled into all of this are public presentations, and we're going to move to public presentations in just a moment. There are 4 public presentation segments. We'll have one just in a moment at the very beginning. We'll have one at the end of the session, and then there are 2 in the middle of the session as well. So with that said, then we are ready to turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, for any public comments from your residents and community members that want to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Spano, and welcome back again. 7th year. Wow, that's pretty amazing. So you know us pretty well. So we're very, very glad to have you. So this is the first opportunity for a public presentation, public presentations. So help me, Assistant City Clerk. Do we have any public present? Okay, first I have Mary. Go ahead, Mary. Under public.
Hi, Mayor Gilmore
There
and
you go.
council.
Yes.
My question is, what is a hard stop at 4? Does that mean that or at 5, does that mean that you'll end this session?
I'll just answer that now. No, that means whatever we're doing, we will stop, take that one item, and then after that item, we'll resume and come back to where we were. So that
Thank you
doesn't,
very
no,
much.
yes. So that's just a clarification.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other members of the public would like to speak? Now's the time.
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Do
I have an e-comment here.
Okay, go ahead, please.
E-comment from Susan Hinton. It reads, if of interest, having worked for years for both private and public entities regarding the Mission Square Research Working Trends Report, the private sector provides better income. The public sector provides saner work hours. Either sector can provide job satisfaction with a supportive office environment. That is, work is recognized and pay is reasonable. The hierarchy is cordial and respectful, and political infighting is minimized. Otherwise, people want to go, and when feasible, they will. End of comment.
Is that our only public?
That is in our e-comment. I am looking over here at the, I'm sorry, just bear with me real quickly here. Okay, I have 3 public comment emails. The first is from Alexis Tan. Climate change is becoming an increasingly worrisome problem. Over the past few years, everyone in our city has experienced some form of climate-related effects. Due to this, SVYCA hopes you prioritize climate-related actions and the implementation of the Santa Clara cap in the upcoming year. Thank you for your time. End of comment. Next one is from Tom Freitas. Good afternoon, council members, Honorable Mayor Gilmore. I am Jerry Petronini, the spokesperson for the Santa Clara Lawn Bowls Club. You know that the Santa Clara Lawn Bowls Club has been waiting some 20 years for a promised clubhouse. Yes, we have been using a construction trailer all this time, but it was never an acceptable clubhouse. How could it be at 11 feet wide and 60 feet long, no kitchen, no bathroom, and no equipment space, and not a very good space for meetings or socializing? The clubhouse we would like is 20 by 48 feet, and it has a kitchen and bathroom, plus an open space for membership meetings and storage for our game equipment. In 2018, we could have bought it for $109,000. Now it's estimated at $175,000. Time is against us. This council has approved $175,000 to purchase a clubhouse, and we have $50,000 to add to that. Without a decent clubhouse, we're only half a club, and this also reflects on the ability to attract more Santa Clara members. The social part of being a club is diminished. We're asking you now to make us whole. We need this council to move ahead before the cost or the funds are no longer available. The Santa Clara Lawn Bowl Club thanks you for your consideration. Thank you. End of comment. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay, all right. We have Betsy. Go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you. Betsy Magus. I'm a member of the City and County Bicycle and Pedestrian Committees, speaking for myself. I'd like to highlight the Vision Zero policy in the list today, which has been approved but not funded. I hope the council will take the next steps with it. As a reminder, Vision Zero is the idea that the only acceptable number of traffic fatalities and major injuries is zero, and the commitment to build our streets in ways that encourage safety for all road users, so errors that do occur do less harm. I hope you will soon dedicate some money to this effort, but whether the money and the written policy come now or later, I would like to urge the council and the staff to proceed with Vision Zero as a goal and a priority. Please support safety enhancements such as traffic calming, crosswalk improvements, and yes, bike lanes. Please continue to implement our bicycle and pedestrian plans and the safety considerations they already reflect. Much of the funding already comes from grants and regional funding. Safer, slower streets also promote climate-friendly active transportation and transit use, and they make for better neighborhoods and quality of life. The written policy, when it comes, also protects people, but only by focusing and prioritizing the actions we take to build safer and friendlier streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it City Clerk, is it Christian? Do they have their, they keep popping up. Is that, it's a phone? Is that a phone? No. Do they want to speak? I can't tell. Christian? Oh, there.
There
Okay.
we go.
They're unmuted. Christian, would you like to speak?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. I'm sorry if I didn't call on you earlier. I couldn't tell.
No, sorry. I actually don't have any questions. My hand is not raised, so I'm not sure what's popping up on your
I
end.
got a raised microphone, so that's why I called. So just checking. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Alex, go ahead, Alex.
Hey, good afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Pleasure to be back here with you. I remember being in person at the library a couple years ago, and if only we could do that again someday soon, hopefully. Well, we're continuing at Catalyze SV to think a lot about community engagement, and part of our plans in 2020, our priority is to continue to work with your staff and you as a council on your community engagement and community benefits policy. We thank Andrew and Rena for continuing to work on this issue. We had one of the best meetings I think we've ever had with city staff, with about 6 or 7 of Andrew's staff in the planning department about community engagement, brainstorming ideas back and forth. And kudos to Andrew and Rena for bringing so many staff to have that conversation with us. We just want to see those priorities and that body of work continue to advance. And if I missed it in the matrix, I searched for it and couldn't find it. And so I don't know if that's because it was a 2020 priority or what, but definitely want to see if we can continue City Manager Santana to have that on your list of priorities as something you're tracking. So feel free to correct me via email or today, so I'd find that in the matrix and see that. But I understand it's coming forward hopefully in the third quarter of this calendar year. So hopefully we can move that forward. And we, as always, look forward to anything we can do for city staff to facilitate conversations about community engagement or provide input directly to you as city staff working on that. So appreciate it. Good luck with the priority setting session. And I hope today is a super collaborative and productive conversation for y'all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Alex. I don't see anyone else. Let me just double check here. Yes, I don't see any others. So Dr. Spano, if you'd like to continue on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are now ready to move to the budget update and 10-year financial forecast. And I'll turn it over to Ken Lee, your Director of Finance, and he'll walk you through the slides in the presentation. Ken?
Thank you, Dr. Spano. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. I appreciate the opportunity again to talk about our financial update and provide some context around the budget as part of this priority setting session. So thank you. By way of agenda, I have several slides here just to talk about the economic outlook. As City Manager Santana mentioned, COVID-19 and the variants have continued to impact our financial outlook. And so I'll talk about it from a national level, bring it closer to home, and review the changes to our 10-year general fund forecast. We are underway with our capital budget development, so I'll provide an update on that. Talk about changes around budget principles and our strategy to balance the budget over the next several years, and then the calendar and next steps related to the budget. Next slide. So just for an overview, a lot of times I'm asked, what is a forecast? Why do we forecast over a 10-year horizon? How does anyone have a crystal ball? And what I like to say to that is a 10-year forecast or a financial update is a strategic planning tool. So as you hear and consider priorities and needs of the community today, this provides a strategic planning tool to provide the financial outlook and foundation for looking at those priorities. You'll hear me repeat several things throughout my presentation. You'll hear me talk about our structural imbalance to our budget. And so as a financial strategic planning tool, this allows us to evaluate our current resources and our expenditures. We have a list of known risk factors and vulnerabilities that are not factored into the forecast. I'll talk about that and what might impact the forecast if those come to fruition. It allows us to understand trade-offs moving forward with limited resources and abundance of needs, what that means if any of the priorities were to be funded and what trade-offs might be necessary. We have a very detailed, big picture approach to balancing our budget. And so we'll talk about our mitigation efforts, including our positioning and use of one-time reserves. So from an economic outlook on the next slide, at a national level, we partner with our UCLA forecasting consultant to evaluate a lot of the metrics around our economy. The economy continues to be strong as a part of the rebound from COVID-19 as the pandemic is a large driver to our economy of the last few years. And so from a labor market perspective, we saw large drops in employment, a sharp rise in unemployment, and since then we've recovered remarkably as a nation. Continue to face issues with regards to the supply chain. And so you hear about inflation and the Federal Reserve's attempt to temper inflation through interest rates. And so as you look at the chart on the right here, this reflects at a national level, our GDP or gross domestic product. It's anticipated to reach pre-pandemic levels by the third quarter of this year. Very good news. But again, there's some capacity loss as reflected on between the line and that colored line there as a result of COVID-19, as well as the Omicron variant. Next slide. As we come closer to home, I know there's a lot of colors here. I want to point out a couple of things on these charts related to the state level data. These are charts from our Employment Development Department. And employment is an important indicator for our local economy. As people are employed, they have the funds to spend and produce and generate revenues for our economy. On the right side here, the upper right chart in red, you'll notice that the impact of COVID-19 over the last year and a half has been uneven. It's impacted our education, leisure, hospitality, service industries harder. If you look on the left part of that chart, construction remains strong, as well as some of the technology and federal government sectors. On the bottom right chart here, it shows the recovery. It shows that as a result of reopening, some of those sectors that were hit hardest, leisure and hospitality, education, have recovered from a jobs perspective. But if you look at the numbers on the left hand there, about 1/3 to 1/2 of some of those jobs have been recovered. So still not back to the capacity we were at pre-COVID. And then as we get closer to home, the chart on the left, chart 3, Silicon Valley continues to be a strong performer economically. We've outperformed other areas of the state. We outperformed at the national level. So this area, this region in the midst of Santa Clara is one of the highlights and leading growth for our country. Next slide. As we get closer to home from an employment standpoint, we continue to face higher unemployment than pre-COVID, but we've recovered, currently sitting at about 4.2% there in the upper right-hand chart. Our real estate market has continued to experience significant growth, as shown in the bottom right here, with our housing price median price close to $1.5 million. A lot of that is driven by the ultra low interest rates. And so that's fueled some of the real estate growth and not expected to continue. Our UCLA forecast expects that to taper off toward the end of this year as interest rates start to rise back up. And then the last bullet here, development activity continues to remain strong. However, it can change quickly with regards to access of funding and increased interest rates. Next slide. So I wanted to drill in a little bit closer to some of the numbers and our 10-year financial forecast. And again, this is a planning tool, and I wanted to set the context here that I know a lot of the discussion that I've presented to the council is around our general fund and the services that are funded through that we're all accustomed to. But the general fund represents only 20% of our city budget. Close to $1 billion of operations. Almost half of that is around our utility enterprises, including SVP, water, sewer, solid waste, and recycled water. So with regards to that general fund, though, I've also presented the chart on the right, which shows when you look at our structural deficit and the dollars that are available to balance that, 1/3 of the pie is non-discretionary. This includes costs such as our CalPERS bill, insurance, debt, some of the fixed costs for our operations. And then the remaining 70% here is roughly split half and half between public safety departments as well as all other departments. I do want to note that, when I last presented this chart, it was 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. With the recent rebalancing actions, some of the numbers have tweaked with the council's focus on high priority services around public safety. That number now represents 38% of the general fund budget, with all remaining discretionary budgets for other departments at 32%. This is down 16% roughly from the last iteration of this chart. So a lot of the rebalancing efforts have gone to non-public safety departments. While there were reductions in public safety, the increase here of 2% shows that the incremental increases of costs have outpaced those reductions. And then just the last bullet here, noting on non-discretionary, the decrease there is just a reflection of the building fee program, which we set aside in a separate fund in the last budget. So want to provide this just contextual information with regards to how our budget is divvied up. Next slide. With regards to the forecast, we did have staff work with departments to review hundreds of expenditure and revenue items, line items that were updated as part of this forecast update. Post-COVID, we continue to assume that economic recovery will continue with longer impacts to our hotel tax or transient occupancy tax. We did receive updated CalPERS expenditure numbers, and the forecast reflects the methodology for payments by CalPERS. Revenues and expenses, as I mentioned earlier, we've gone by a very detailed line item by line item review. Labor agreements have been adjusted for council approved agreements and authorization. On the right, I do want to point out and be clear that the forecast also does not include many factors. That includes additional contributions to reserves, our BSR or pension trust fund, one-time funding sources or expenditures. Oftentimes those are included and rolled over as part of the adopted budget. And then the cost to meet deferred infrastructure needs. I'll talk about that later in the presentation. As Deanna mentioned, a significant need in the general fund of close to $500 million over the next 5 years. So those dollars, those needs have been funded on a one-time basis in the past, and we'll need to continue to look for sources to fund those needs. Next slide. As far as known risk, this listing here is very similar to what I presented last year. What's different is COVID-19 variants between Delta and Omicron. We have seen a slower reopening in some sectors of the economy. We'll continue to monitor that as COVID develops and changes. The economic slowdown or recession, we've recovered since then, but inflation has been a strong theme in the economy of late, and so we'll have to monitor the impacts of rising interest rates and tempered inflation. State and federal changes at the legislative area. So we've seen both property tax and sales tax legislation come through during different times of the year, and so we continue to monitor both legal challenges and changes at the legislative level. Labor costs, to the extent contracts are above our budget assumptions, CalPERS changes if the investment returns don't meet the assumptions. I mentioned capital infrastructure to the extent those needs continue to grow, as well as development projects. Those are the risks that we have identified. Some of them over time have come to fruition, and we'll continue to monitor these areas as we look ahead with our forecast. Next slide. So I wanted to remind the council of the forecasted deficit in the general fund. This is as of June 2021. And you may recall we did bring forward, and the council did approve, a 2-year budget that was solved with the use of reserves, including stimulus dollars, one-time dollars, as well as the phase-in of some of the expenditure reductions. And so as a result of that 2-year budget balancing effort, a projected deficit of $17.6 million when you combine the first 2 years of this forecast period was forecasted that needed to be solved with ongoing solutions starting in fiscal year 23-24. And so with that first year there, that's the second year of the adopted 2-year budget that was adopted to be solved with one-time reserves. In the next slide, I wanted to show the update this January. So over the last several weeks, we've been busy updating our forecast. That has grown from $17.6 million to $19.6 million as represented here, starting in 23-24. So as City Manager Santana mentioned, we do have several months of opportunity here with regards to planning and our potential ballot measures to set the foundation to help resolve this deficit. And so I'll talk in detail about a multi-pronged approach to solve this, but it will require a combination of potentially additional expenditure reductions, additional revenues, and then the limited use of reserves. Next slide. And then over a timeline involving COVID, I did want to show here that pre-COVID, we were looking at a $13 million forecasted deficit in January 2020. That was up slightly because of known risks from $3.3 million. And through the April and January forecast with the different variants, Delta variants, that grew to 42 million. The council took action to rebalance that budget with the phase 1 in April and the adopted budget in June. That brought us to the $17.6 million. And then with our revision today, looking at $19.6 million projected shortfall ongoing starting in 23-24. A lot of those that change, the $2 million change here is reflective of adjusted revenues for many different revenue categories as well as expenditures. Next slide. So what's changed from the prior forecast? You'll see on the revenue side here, down $0.6 million in 22-23, less than 1% of the budget. So our revenue projections are very close and in line with our prior forecast. Some of the tweaks here around the related development programming and when those lease payments are expected, that's partially offset by potentially new lease revenue around the Commerce and Peddlers Plaza properties in downtown. Sales tax down 0.8 million. Here, I'll talk about that in detail by sector. Continue to see some slow sectors around transportation, retail, as well as our restaurants, and I'll talk about that. On the positive side, higher estimates are included in the forecast for our contribution and mood. These are based on electric sales from SVP. Property tax, a tweak there, up about 300,000, as well as interest income. On the expense side, on an overall basis, we're up about $1.1 million next year. Again, less than 1% of the budget from a change. Salaries down almost 2 million, reflecting concessions from several bargaining groups that were achieved since the last forecast. Retirement costs up 0.9, almost $1 million there, benefits down slightly. And then as we evaluate some of the department submittals, tweaks to non-personnel costs here, mainly around our public safety equipment, both radios as well as body-worn cameras. And then a big increase here on insurance. We've met with our insurance brokers, roughly facing a 20 to 35% increase in the insurance market. This is a national trend. This isn't specific to us. And so unfortunately, that's caused our expenses to go up. Next slide. So from a revenue standpoint, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper in terms of our general fund revenues totaling, at least in our forecast year, $241 million. About 61% of that revenue are in our top 3 revenue categories: property tax, sales tax, or hotel or transient occupancy tax. It's important to note here that 30%, so the sales tax and TOT, which I've talked a lot about, are economically sensitive. So 1/3 of our general fund revenues are driven by revenues that go up and down drastically based on the economy. And so our forecast reflects some of the recovery here from COVID, but continues to be impacted from a hotel perspective. Next slide. From a line item to line item standpoint, I wanted to here identify the trends for our top revenues: property tax, sales tax, TOT, rent, and interest. And just to show for the 2 full fiscal years prior to COVID here, how those revenues had grown going into COVID, so partial year in fiscal year 2021 and our budget for 21-22, you see the significant impact from our transient occupancy tax going from 22.5 to just shy of $3 million last year. We are looking for those revenue categories to grow, TOT going up to $12.5 million next year. So that's almost a 4-fold increase, a 400% increase from last year. But when you look at just these 4 revenue categories, we're down almost $20 million from pre-COVID when we look at the 22-23 fiscal year. So that capacity that I was talking about as far as what was lost through the pandemic has caused an imbalance to our revenues against our expenditures. Next slide. When you look at the TOT trend and hotel tax, again, we have recovered somewhat this year. We're down, I believe the last numbers were about 70% down. That's improved from being down 88% last year. Occupancies have opened up. Some of the hotels that were closed have reopened. And so hopefully these revenues will continue to improve. The forecast does reflect the 2% increase that was approved by the voters and enacted by the City Council in January. We'll continue to evaluate how that increase has affected our revenues. And so you can see pre-COVID that blue or black line there against our forecast, that reflects the capacity or the imbalance that we're now looking at in our budget. Next slide. From a sales tax standpoint, the city of Santa Clara receives about $1 of every $9 of sales tax collected. Most of this goes to support state and county transportation programs. So you can see here on a $100 purchase, we get roughly $1 of sales tax collected. Next slide. From a trend standpoint, you'll see that we've been trending up. There's a flattening of the sales tax collections due to COVID in the 1920 year, 2021. Business to business sales tax makes up over 40%. So we are heavily reliant on our business industry and the sales that are derived from that. It is economically sensitive, and while we have seen increases from internet sales tax, that has not been sufficient to offset some of the declines in some of the other sectors. Next slide. So from a regional standpoint, compared to the county, Santa Clara on this line from our sales tax consultant shows that we continue to lag our county from a recovery standpoint. So the light blue line there shows our city, the orange line there, the county, and then statewide has really improved from a sales tax perspective. So again, I think the reflection here is related to some of the businesses that continue to be impacted due to COVID, but we'll the trend here for our city and the county in an upward trajectory. So some good news. Next slide. So from a category to category perspective, this slide shows an inflation adjusted trending for the last 3 years or so. And it really highlights the impact of COVID in the last 2 columns here, 2020 third quarter and 2021 third quarter. You can see here in the brownish color on top, the retail sales tax portion or category. If you look at a baseline dollar, $47 on a baseline level from 2017. From a COVID impact, we're seeing roughly $32 equivalent at inflation adjusted from 3 years ago. And then you can see food products and transportation with some of the supply issues around car sales also impacted negatively over the last 5 years. Business to business, and then county pools, the bottom category, which reflects our internet net sales tax that has grown roughly $67 from a base level to 75, but not enough to outpace the declines in some of our other sectors. Next slide. From a property tax standpoint, this is one of the highlights with regards to our revenues. We continue to see strong growth with our property tax. We are facing slower growth. So this year, I believe the number achieved this past year was a 4.8% growth. Our forecast period is forecasting about a 5 to 5.5% growth over that time. And a reminder that Prop 13, some of the cap there is on property taxes 2% a year. So this additional growth is due to resale of property as well as development growth here. That's needed to hit these numbers over each year of the forecast. Next slide. By way of background for property tax, we receive about $10.19 for every $100 collected in property tax. Most of the property tax revenue is collected by the county and used to support schools, and as well as the County of Santa Clara, the Office of Education. And so the pie chart there as far as where those property tax dollars go. Next slide. From a industry standpoint and mix of residential, commercial, you see on this graph, residential makes up the bulk of our tax dollars. Almost half of it come from residential. The remaining comes from commercial, industrial, as well as unsecured property, some of the tenant improvements in office space, for example, driving some of those dollars. Next slide. On the expense side, shifting gears here a little bit from revenues to expenses, I do want to focus here that, as you know, our organization is a service a driven organization. Our dollars are focused on salaries and benefits in the general fund here, reflecting 77% of our forecasted dollars. Now that number will decrease as part of the adopted budget when the final numbers are brought forward. But from a forecast standpoint, over 3/4 of our budget is allocated to salaries and benefits, very similar to some of the other cities that we looked at from a forecast standpoint. Next slide. Our largest costs with regards to rising costs relate to CalPERS pension costs. And several years ago, CalPERS did adopt a change in their policies to their amortization schedule. So they closed that amortization, which resulted in an increased cost to fund the unfunded liability over time. And so you'll see here that the forecasted increase from year 1 to year 10 of the forecast is roughly $18 million, from $56 million to almost $73 million over a 10-year period. Our current unfunded liability stands around $640 million, funded about 65-66% is from a funding ratio, primarily due to retirees here. And so the one thing I do want to mention that as part of CalPERS policies, I know that there's been some news with regards to their retirement performance. I know in the last year, they exceeded 20% in their investment returns. They did use those returns to buy down their investment return assumptions. So they have a risk mitigation strategy that was approved and was enacted as part of the returns last year. So we continue to see the rising costs, even though some of the returns are doing well at the CalPERS level. We'll continue to monitor these, but a significant trend here as we look ahead. Next slide. So I wanted to shift gears here to our capital budget. We are on a two-year budget cycle. So the council approved a two-year operating budget in July. And this coming May, the council will look at proposals from all our departments with regards to our capital budget on a two-year basis. With regards to what departments have already submitted this last fall, over $1 billion in capital needs citywide. You can see here that significant dollars are included and funded in our utilities to ensure that our residents receive a reliable and quality utility services. It includes developer-funded projects as well as many transportation projects funded through both grants as well as gas tax dollars that trickle down from the state. And then with regards to those programs that are supported by our general fund, unfortunately, the significant funding gap that's been known and discussed over the last 3 to 4 years as we've evaluated different options around bonds and parcel taxes. But we'll continue to report the need and look towards strategies as far as how to fund some of that gap. Next slide. In the general fund, over a 5-year basis here, shows submittals from departments, almost $500 million, $472 million. A large part in our community facilities. These are our public facing facilities, such as our parks and our library facilities, playgrounds and fields and trails, representing the second largest category here, over $100 million in need or so. Administrative facilities, also a large need. These are primarily our fire stations, Station 5, as well as other stations. And then some projects with regards to City Hall infrastructure included there. Transportation, a significant need. We do not have sufficient funding to maintain our PCI, our street quality index. And so the dollars here reflected to show what's needed around our transportation infrastructure to keep our streets in good condition as well as safe. And then other needs unfunded around our convention center, storm and flood protection as well, and technology, rounding out the dollars here. So a large need. We do have $5 million in the general fund. A very modest amount to go towards some of these needs. So we'll continue to strategize and dialogue with you on funding that gap. Next slide. When you look at a longer term horizon in the general fund, what's not included in the forecast, several studies that have been conducted by departments over the years. So in the parks area, the Kitchell report identified significant needs in our park grounds and building needs or pools. Storm Master Plan identified over $300 million in projects, including almost 70 million in high priority projects. I mentioned the transportation infrastructure, our streets or sidewalks or bike lanes and trails, public buildings, when at some point a discussion for potentially a new city hall to the tune of $300 million, as well as that last bullet is a really important one as we continue to grow and develop, adding capacity to keep pace with that growth. So overall, close to $1 billion of identified capital needs that aren't part of our forecast. Next slide. So this next section I wanted to talk about and focus over several slides on balancing our budget. What will it take to balance our budget over the next year and a half? And some real opportunities, as City Manager Santana mentioned, around the ballots. So this year will be critical with regards to looking forward and potentially generating new revenues through the ballots and securing our existing revenue streams. We will be looking at budget balancing proposals toward the end of this calendar year as we walk into the 2-year operating budget that would be starting up late this calendar year, early next year. We do know with our deficit, both revenue and expenditure solutions will be needed. We do not have the resources available to solve our expenditures or fund our expenditures without changes to our revenues and expenses. And then, so the timeline here before the council, we will bring forward municipal fee adoption. These are changes to our cost recovery fees. We're looking at a study session in early April for adoption in late April. We will be releasing our 2-year capital budget late in April 29th is our target date for some city council review and dialogue around that budget. There is a June election with various timelines that we'll cover in the ballot measure section of this presentation. Budget adoption for June, going into the November election, and then development of the 2-year operating budget later this calendar year for approval next year. So a lot of work ahead of us, and very important work from a fiscal perspective, and will be before you several times as shown here in this calendar. Next slide. So with regards to our COVID-19 deficits, I won't go through all of the items here, but we did address the deficit with rebalancing efforts, stimulus dollars, one-time reserves, which are limited as those have dwindled, and I'll talk about elimination and freezing of vacant positions. It's important to note that with the existing vacancies, that's roughly equivalent to about $7.1 million. So not enough to solve the deficit just with the vacancies alone. We've had some labor concessions. We've had a successful TOT ballot, and we continue to have some tightening of our expenses around travel, training, and contracts. Next slide. As far as balancing the budget, we'll continue to assume the use of reserves to address the second year of the adopted budget that was approved in July. That involved the additional use of our land sale reserve to address the deficit, as well as maintain the budget stabilization reserve at 15%. This is down from the prior council policy level of 25%. And it's important to note 15% is a little bit less than 2 months worth of our operations. So a modest amount to speak, and what I would consider a minimal amount to have. And then looking ahead, combination of strategies that will be needed. We'll be looking at expenditure reductions, revenue generating actions, and then using reserves. Next slide. I wanted to remind, so I talked about this slide earlier in the presentation. So with regards to the $19.6 million deficit on the expense side, we're really limited here to the blue pie chart here shown, other departments and public safety. With a council priority on public safety, if we were to look at solving that deficit with the remaining $84 million on the chart to the right, it would equate to roughly 23% of non-public safety costs, or roughly 1 in 4 dollars in our department. So not an insignificant amount. So it shows the magnitude of the shortfall that we face. Next slide. So on a lot of numbers on this slide, I wanted to kind of talk through the rows here over a 5-year period. This is one of any number of potential solutions, but from presenting a potential budget balancing scenario over the next 5 years to get us to a point where we're balanced and starting to restore services. We would need roughly $12 million of ongoing revenue or expenditure reduction, so represented in that 3rd and 4th row there. So we've reflected here as $5 million of expenses, potentially $7 million in revenue. And then the use of reserves in the bottom 2 rows here, our budget stabilization reserve, taking it to 15%, and then our land sale reserve. And then even with the use of those reserves, that's insufficient to balance the budget on a one-time basis. So about $3.6 million of one-time dollars would be needed to balance the budget over this 5-year time horizon. And it's important to note this assumption here is based on council's approved services today. So to the extent that there are decisions made to fund either different priorities or other needs, we will need to look at other sources, either existing services or existing needs to fund that. So from a trade-off standpoint, this budget balancing scenario assumes our current services is funded today. So we do have a strategy and we do have time to work through it, an opportunity ahead to start addressing some of the budget challenge reflected here. Next slide.
And that's a really important point that you just made. I just want to make sure that the council has an understanding of what Ken just stated. Should we explain it in different terms or provide an example of how the budget balancing scenario would look?
I can provide an example.
Yeah, it's probably the most important point on this chart that should be taken away as we look at competing priorities and other resource needs or funding needs.
Thank you, Deanna. So on this slide and the next slide, it's important to know that we have used, from a strategy standpoint, significant dollars, one-time dollars in our reserves. So the budget stabilization reserve or land sale reserve, to the point where we have, we would empty out our land sale reserve. So in order to fund additional priorities, for example, I believe the dollar amount listed in the RTC was anywhere from $2 to $4 million of needs. And that would mean needing to defund or cut expenses or generate new revenues. For example, library hours, public safety, other non-public safety departments. Those services currently being provided by departments today in order to fund some of those other needs. So when I was talking earlier about trade-offs with regards to the forecast, that's an important just concept and understanding in light of the discussion that's going to be happening later on in this presentation.
So I'll also add that we assumed that the current service levels for operations, the day-to-day operations, was the priority, given that they've been reduced, and that from there everything else would compete with respect to new priorities or new initiatives, and that the only way to fund them going forward is by reducing service levels to invest in initiatives. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Deanna. Next slide. So this is the reserves that are familiar, that I've presented in the past: our budget stabilization reserve, our capital projects reserve, our land sale reserve, and our pension trust reserve. And so with the budget balancing scenario on the previous slide, what this does is it would maintain a modest 15% in our budget stabilization reserve, drain our capital projects reserve or land sale reserve. And then the next source here would be our pension trust fund, for which we face significant unfunded liabilities. And so our strategy of using reserves to address the deficit is limited. And so it is important, as we look ahead to the opportunities, to really look at revenues that will help stabilize our fiscal condition, as well as potential revenue reductions in the future. So as I mentioned earlier, the work in the next 6 to 12 months is very important from a financial standpoint in terms of setting our budget on a solid foundation. Next slide. This slide summarizes our budget strategy with regards to our deficit. We need new revenues and expenses, $12 million ongoing, at least in the scenario that I provided. We need additional one-time savings or dollars in order to balance the budget. This uses the entire land sale reserve. It maintains the goal of a 15% budget stabilization reserve. Our forecast already assumes growth and recovery from COVID-19, as reflected in some of the revenue slides. It empties out. We have no money for infrastructure in the general fund. And then the restoration of services would begin at year 5 at the earliest. And so while this news is not one that's easy to deliver, we have a strategy, and the work plan that's ahead for all of us will be critical to set our fiscal foundation. Next slide. As far as new revenue sources, I talked about looking at our municipal fees. So that will come forward later this fiscal year. We will talk about in more detail a potential business license tax and infrastructure bond separately in our ballot measure discussion. And then just for purposes of seeding future considerations, this isn't on any immediate work plan, but other potential sources where we are behind other cities, utility users tax, documentary transfer tax, and potentially some of the impact fees for development. Next slide. So from a fee study standpoint, just for background, our fees are reviewed by the council each year. We do have a budget principle to achieve 100% cost recovery where appropriate or where possible. We do have a fee study underway, and so we'll bring forward recommendations around our parks and recreation fees as well as other fees. Many of our city fees remain below cost recovery, either by policy or by study, with the need to update it every so often. In terms of subsidy, the focus, the priority here by the council with regards to fees has been around our seniors, our youth, as well as planning fees. Next slide. Utility user tax, so potentially if we were looking at water, gas, or telephone, potential revenue source here of $4 to $6 million. Documentary transfer tax, this is a tax that's applied at the transaction of real estate. And so if we look at some other cities, and if we went up to some other cities, that would generate in potentially in $7 million for us annually. Again, these are just hypothetical if we were to benchmark with other cities. And then impact fees. So I did present last year a consultant study that looked at other cities and capacity around our impact fees for public protection libraries, public art, as well as general government fees. And so that's something we could look at as far as new revenue. So these are options on the longer term horizon beyond what's on our plate today. Next slide. So before you, as every year, I bring forward changes to our budget principles. These are guidelines and the framework for which we would bring forward a proposed budget in May. These are approved each year by the City Council as part of this priority setting session. So we have that recommendation at the end of this session. The one change I want to highlight here is just a reiteration of the budget stabilization reserve at 15% and the use of the land sale reserve to address any shortfall. Other than that, the other 15 principles remain the same. Next slide. So what are our next steps? Where do we go from here? The budget calendar, we have today's session. We also have a stadium budget that will be before the Stadium Authority Board in mid-March. And then with regards to the budget, we'll have the fee schedule, the proposed budget, as well as 3 check-ins on study sessions for the 2-year capital budget. Next slide. And then from a policy standpoint, looking at the upcoming 2-year budget with limited resources to fund capital needs, consideration by the City Council around an infrastructure bond that would require significant community engagement and strategy. Our operating budget, this is the 2nd year of already approved 2-year budget. We would use reserves to balance that. And then going into the next 2-year budget later this calendar year and early next year, we will need to look at expenditure reductions, new revenues as part of that conversation. So a lot of work ahead, and With that, on the next slide, I'm happy to take any questions from the City Council. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to present a fiscal update as part of this session.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Very comprehensive and thorough. And let me just reiterate one of the things that Ken said on slide 48, and you have that in your packet, are the budget principles. And at the end of the session today, we'll ask you to make a formal adoption of those principles. There's several other recommendations that we'll be asking council to approve at the end of the session today. And I'll highlight those as we proceed through the meeting today, through the session today. Okay, we are ready for council questions, Q&A, as well as comments. And I see Vice Mayor Jane's hand up. So get us started, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ken. I had a couple of questions. If you could go back to, I think, slide 41, possibly. I guess my question is, the land sale reserve, that's from land that we've sold in the past. What if an opportunity comes that there's a parcel available for sale and the city wants to buy it for a parkland or for a city facility? Where would that money come from? And the other thing is the BSR and the land sale reserve kind of interchangeable? I mean, we're using the land sale reserve to stabilize our general fund. Are there any restrictions? What I'm saying is that if a parcel becomes available, can we buy that from the budget stabilization reserve, or do we have to buy it from the land sale reserve? I'm not really understanding the use of that land sale reserve, which is now going to go to zero.
Sure, and thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. And Dr. Spano, let me know if we're doing the Q&A as we go, or if I should take all the questions at once. But I can answer that.
Let's take all the questions at once, given our time.
All right, then I have another question. I know inflation is really high right now. And how are you accounting for high inflation going forward? And then I know there was a slide saying that it did not include, so if I look at this slide, there isn't any plan to restore these reserves. I wanted to understand, when do we expect these reserves to be restored? And I know that BSR, we're trying to get to 25%, but is there a target for the land sale reserve or any of the other reserves that we have?
Very good.
And then finally, you have a very conservative forecast here. What if the economy just takes off and starts booming? And let's say TOT comes back, really strong, or sales tax comes back really strong. Where would that money go?
Excellent, very good. Okay, we're jotting down the questions here. Council Member Shahal, and then Council Member Watanabe.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ken, for the details. Tough to digest in such a short time. But I have a couple of questions on slide 25. We are lagging in the sale tax from the state and the county. I know you gave briefly. What are the reasons? Did we deep dive into it? Why Santa Clara is lagging in the sale tax collection? That's my question, basically. And also on slide 26, there is a question about business to business tax. Okay, I have a question on this one. Also, we have a reduction in business to business tax figures, basically. So I need, why is that? What are the reasons for that, basically? If we can find out the reasons on that. And budget balancing, I know you mentioned a couple of options like municipal utility user tax, documentation, transfer fee, impact fee. We did, I know it will be coming up later, but we did not include business license tax basically on that, on that slide basically. So that was my, because that can be another source, good source of revenue for the city. Those are my questions for the time being. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you for that. And Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Dr. Spano, and nice to see you, and thank you for joining us today. I have a question, Director Lee, regarding what you've put forth, but looking at the budget, and I appreciate all that you've done to bring this to us today, but I haven't heard any discussion, and maybe it'll come forward later on, as to how possibly the infrastructure bill that was just passed in Washington, how that could potentially impact us in a positive way, or how we can use those monies when we find out how much we may be eligible for. But if that can help us as we move forward with the budget. And then I have concerns about the business to business tax as well, and as we're looking at the business to business sales tax is the backbone of the community. How would a business tax potentially impact that relationship? And let me see. And then the municipal fee schedule. When we look at that, I was wondering if it could potentially help us in terms of the license and permits revenues being down. If we altered that municipal fee schedule, could that help us in that area? And also if we had more staff. So that is all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Hardy and then Councilmember Park.
Thank you. Yes, I want to obviously look at, and I know we will at 5 o'clock somewhat, but there were 4 different places we talked about increasing our revenue or getting some funding. And that was the bond, the general obligation bond, the utility tax, DTT, and impact. And I'm hoping what we will go over the realities of those, and especially my concern of it being regressive and harming those who are barely making it in our community. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Park, and then Councilmember Becker.
Yes, thank you. I have kind of an opposite question from Vice Mayor Jane, which is, what if the economy does not take off as projected in the UCLA study? I mean, we assume growth and recovery from COVID-19. I think that's in our plan. I also had a question, are we accounting for inflation, other revenue sources? But the 10-year general fund forecast graphs, the TOT and sales tax, seem to show lowered offsets or even lower slopes for fit lines, except for property tax, which is pretty linear. And I think that's a little bit guided by Prop 13. But property taxes can't possibly make up for the deficits created by the lowered forecast in other areas, especially when a lot of the people that are paying the property taxes are the ones affected from the reductions elsewhere. Like, how would this affect our economic outlook on slide 9, right? It seems like the UCLA forecast, which may average out across a larger demographic, would likely follow the sales tax curves, or worse, look more like our TOT curves. And I don't know what we've done to account for that. I'm also concerned that when I look at the budget balancing strategy impacts in slide 43, that we'll have no money for general fund funded infrastructure projects. I've always in Santa Clara, we've always had a lot of projects that are approved but not funded. But we have projects like revitalizing our downtown and maintenance of our International Swim Center coming up. And it seems that would be, affect us for years, and critical years at that. I'm also looking, it says restoration of services would begin in year 5 at the earliest. And I have a lot of concerns there. How are we looking to fund these projects when we're going to use all our money just to balance the budget? I'm also concerned at our increasing budget spent on, public safety. We understand the value of public safety, but it's up. Used to be, it's up, it looks like 6% from what it used to be, 5% from what it used to be. And when we look at the general fund expenditures forecasted by type, we show that 77% of that, a little bit more than 77%, are on salaries and benefits. And how are we looking to kind of maintain or control those costs? Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. So my questions are major. Councilmember Watanabe, I kind of already hit on that, which was about the infrastructure bill that, if we were going to be able to get some of those funds. At the same time, my questions are regarding, are we able to get major infrastructure covered if we did some kind of bill during this year's elections, either in June or in November, preferably November? Would we be able to capitalize off of that? At the same time, the cannabis delivery that's been, I see it's often being delivered here into the city of Santa Clara. Is it being utilized? Are we receiving the tax money from that? And if so, how much are we getting off of it? Because I do see that it continues to go to the city of San Jose unless it's split up evenly throughout the cities. If you can explain that, that would be great. And then the last part is, oh no, I already asked that question, which about the major infrastructure. So I don't want to reiterate what Councilmember Watanabe said. So thank you.
Very good, excellent. Okay, and Councilmember Park, are we good? Just see your hand up. Perfect, thank you. So Ken, if you need some help, I took some notes, so let's get started.
I think I have it all, but let me know if I missed anyone in terms of their questions. So appreciate all the questions. In response to Vice Mayor Jane on the land sale reserve and the budget stabilization reserve, the land sale reserve was set aside by council policy using proceeds from prior sales to be used for future purchases of parcels. It is restricted only by policy, so the council by vote could use either land sale or budget stabilization reserve interchangeably with regards to any kind of potential legal restrictions. If there were a parcel that were to come up for purchase, those would be our only two sources if the parcel was going to be used for general fund type purposes. Now, if the parcel were, for example, to be used for a future park, then there are other park impact fees that could be used to purchase land for that purpose. For example, the Reading Grant sports facility was using impact fees to repay the land sale reserve that was used to buy that parcel. So, but by policy, the land sale reserve is restricted and it's interchangeable with the budget stabilization reserve. A couple questions came up regarding inflation. It's something that is of concern and something we are monitoring. When we talk to a lot of our economists and our investment experts or investment advisors, there are some that believe inflation is transitory. That means it's temporary because of the supply chain issues causing the increase in the cost of goods and the cost of construction. So there are some that believe inflation is a temporary rise. There are others that are more concerned. And so recently the Federal Reserve announced that they would start to temper their bond buying and raise interest rates. And what that would do is that would put pressure on some of the growth that's been generated through that's caused inflation from a impact to our economy. So they are trying to address that. In this forecast, we do have some assumptions around inflation for our expenses. So there's a general inflationary factor, roughly 2% on our goods and services that's assumed in the forecast. That is a modest amount. So to the extent we do experience higher inflation that impacts our contracts as well as our goods and our services, that would have a negative impact to our forecasts. And that's one of the risk factors that I've identified on this slide, that slide 15 here. So, but we do have a modest assumption here on inflation, but to the extent it's long-term and higher, then that's not included in the forecast. Any plans to restore reserves? I would love to be in a position to have funds to put back into reserves until we're in a position where we have revenues that are either a windfall at the end of the year through expenditure savings, or revenues that have come in higher than what we've expected. Then that would be the opportunity as part of the year-end action of any fiscal year to put back to reserves. But given our budget challenges, it is a concern. And right now, I don't have a resource or a source to restore into reserves without balancing the budget first. And then what if the economy booms? I would be the first one to come back to the council and say I was wrong and the economy did a lot better and you have extra dollars to allocate. But we do interact with a lot of the experts, UCLA forecasts. We have over 50 years of revenue projections and budgeting in our budget division that, and we are talking with respective consultants on sales tax, property tax regularly. So, you know, we do have the best information to date. Now it's only good as of today. And so if there were economic boom beyond what's assumed here in the forecast, then we would bring that back in the form of either extra dollars or a reduced deficit in the future. Councilmember Chahal asked about slide 25 and why is Santa Clara lagging the state and county? And this is entirely due to the makeup of our sales tax. And so on, as I mentioned, business to business is our largest category of sales tax. And so the fact that 40% of Santa Clara's sales tax comes from business to business is why we've lagged here. A lot of the recovery from COVID has been in the areas of retail sales, some of the restaurants where they've dipped because they were shut and come back. We've seen the benefit of that, but from a business to business standpoint, COVID-19 continues to impact just for those businesses that sell products to other businesses. What that is a reflection of lower spending from businesses. And so that's the impact of our mix. On this slide here, the drop in business to business, you can see the first 3 years there, roughly flat, even adjusting for inflation. And then it drops for the last two bar charts there. And that's entirely due to COVID. So COVID was in third quarter 2020, which is this second to the right, and third quarter 2021, COVID was in full effect. And so as a result of lower spending from businesses, that's the drop there. And then on my slides regarding revenues, I did talk a little bit about UUT, documentary transfer tax, and impact fees. The reason I didn't go into detail around the infrastructure bond and business license tax, because we have a separate session on our ballot measures that will go into further detail on these two items. The employee business tax was a prior council referral and priority. And so we have a lot more detail in that section of the presentation. So that's the reason why I left that out, at least of this section. Councilmember Watanabe mentioned the infrastructure bill in Washington. To the extent we get dollars coming our way, that would be extremely beneficial We are working closely with our lobbyists to determine what that is. From what I've seen and what I've heard of the dollars that come down, a lot of it is around the areas of bridges, infrastructure, railroads, treatment plants, and sewer type of infrastructure, less so on some of the gaps where we're seeing in our general fund funded infrastructure, our parks, our pools, our fire stations. To the extent we get dollars, that would help us, but we'll continue to work with our lobbyists, but we haven't heard anything definitive in terms of dollars that could be used for our needs here. But definitely if that trickles down, would be helpful. With regards to business to business sales tax and the business tax. And so I want to distinguish the two different types of taxes. So on slide 25, when I'm talking about business to business tax as a category in the sales tax, that's based on transactions, 26, I'm sorry, Maria. Those are based on transactions when a business sells, for example, networking equipment to another business in the region. That would be sales tax that's paid for by the buyer on those goods, and then the 1% would come to us as a city. With regards to the employee business tax, if that were to change, those are business taxes that are applied to businesses annually, once a year. Currently, $15 an employee, capped at $500. To the extent that changes, that would be a direct expense for businesses. And so depending on what potentially could move forward, that would add to their cost. But it's a different tax from the sales tax that I talked about here on the business to business. As far as the fee schedule, the adjustments we typically bring forward annually to the council are for those fees that are 100% cost recovery. They're cost of living adjustments just to keep pace and with the cost. To the extent we increase fees in areas where we are below cost recovery. So for example, we are in the process of a council directed study on parks and recreation. To the extent we're able to kind of tweak and improve the cost recovery there, that would help us from a fee perspective, fee revenue perspective. With regards to adding staffing, I know that especially in the development area, a lot of the activity remains high with regards to development. So to the extent those fees are adjusted, for example, we've added some staff in the last budget in the building development area. We would typically balance that with either existing fee reserves if they exist, or we would bring forward changes to the fees to maintain the cost recovery of those fees. So adjusting the fees will help and do help, but again, the level of subsidy is determined by policy by the council. To the extent that changes, that could improve the revenue. Then I share the concern Councilmember Hardy raised around our infrastructure bond and the needs, and the business tax. I think both of those items will be talked about, as I mentioned, later in this presentation. But we do need to look for new sources of revenue to fill the gap on our infrastructure, as well as potential new sources of revenue for solving our deficit. So that discussion will be important. Councilmember Park asked, what if the economy does not take off and it's worse than what we've forecasted here? That would result in our deficit growing. We do have growth in our forecast. We do have a recovery of some of our taxes. Councilmember Park, you did correctly point out that the slopes of the hotel tax and sales tax is not as great as the property tax. So we've benefited as a city from development, and that's reflected in our property tax. And I would share in the sentiment that property tax growth alone is insufficient to to grow us out of the deficit. And so looking for new revenues will be important. With regards to inflation, I think I answered that. So we do have inflation that's assumed both on the revenue and expense side. We assume the cost of goods grows, and that's reflected in the sales tax. On the expense side, we have a 2% that's modest on the expense side. And so to the extent inflation's high, we'll have to adjust our forecast, adjust our budget, and it would impact our deficit. Councilmember Park talked about infrastructure on slide 43. I said, I think in one of the bullets that there would be no more dollars for general fund infrastructure. The issue of unfunded infrastructure is not a new issue. It's one that was raised even if I look at the presentations 4 or 5 years ago. Unfortunately, historically, we've funded capital projects on a pay-as-you-go basis. And so in times like these where we have been impacted by COVID and our deficit, and we've used some of the reserves that's limited the amount of extra dollars that have previously would have gone to capital infrastructure. And so in the time of solving our deficit, which is the highest fiscal priority, then some of the infrastructure gaps and unfunded needs will remain. So that I share in that concern, and we need to find a funding source for that.
I just want to say that the CIP model of funding is set by policy. Other cities have different models of how they fund their CIP needs, but the city of Santa Clara has been in long practice on a pay-as-you-go strategy, which if revenue continues and the economy continues to do well, it's a way of getting through. But with our infrastructure needs, we do need to start looking at a plan B.
I do want to, Councilmember Park pointed out some of the percentages around salaries and benefits and public safety and how do we fund some of the needs in our budget. And I do want to comment that we did look at some of the comparables around our salaries and benefits. And, you know, at 77% for a forecast standpoint, it's in line. I think we looked at San Jose as well as Milpitas and Palo Alto, and we'll share some of those numbers with the council. With regards to public safety, yes, that percentage of the pie did grow. On Maria, the slide that you had up there, it did grow up to 38% here in the bottom right, and that's reflective of the council priority of public safety as the highest service need. And so when we looked at cuts or reductions in non-public safety departments, this is the result of that. This shows that all other departments, there are 84 million that dropped from roughly 100 million, and so when you look at the just raw numbers as a percentage of the pie, it's reflective of the council priorities based on prior action. Councilmember Becker, you asked about cannabis delivery, and so I will talk about that. So cannabis delivery, there's a couple key things to note with regards to sales tax, and this is not just cannabis, this is any sales tax. So if a business establishes themselves in a city as a point of sale, so for example, in San Jose, many of those dispensaries will establish San Jose as the point of where all sales are collected and then distributed regardless of what city they get delivered to. San Jose would receive that tax because that business established itself as a point of sales. Now, if there are businesses, whether it's cannabis or other businesses, for example, that primarily conduct businesses online, those dollars then are distributed through the state to the county pool, and then allocated to every city. And so to the extent either cannabis is sold from an online business and distributed via the internet tax, whether it's cannabis or other goods, those sales tax dollars would come to us as part of the county tax. And so I don't have specific information. I can ask our sales tax consultant how much of that tax we do receive as a result of cannabis, but I don't have that specific information. I think I got it all, but if I missed something, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I think you covered everything. I do see a couple of hands up, and let's make this quick so we can move this along. Let's go to Councilmember Becker and then Sujata.
Thank you. So quick questions. Regarding the infrastructure, either we get some money, as Councilmember Watanabe was talking about, from the government, or we get money, or we end up doing our own ballot measure. Can we end up doing both? That's my first question. And then the second question is, when was the last major infrastructure bond that Santa Clara had that may be as massive as the one we need now?
So the answer is yes and yes to the first two questions. We could receive infrastructure dollars based on eligible projects, and the council can entertain an infrastructure bond. You'll hear the polling results as well as some feedback later today at 5 o'clock and understand where we're at. I would have to work with Ken on doing some research about the last infrastructure bond. I'm imagining it's long ago because I haven't seen any recent reference to bond dollars if it has even happened at all.
I would just add from what I know, at least in the last 30 years, we have not brought forward a bond to the voters. The improvements around Central Park Library and the main police station, those were funded through lease revenue bonds, which are not ballot driven. Those are debt financed internally with city revenues. And so if we were to fund infrastructure through that avenue, a lease revenue bond, we would have to identify an ongoing funding source to pay for that. So it gets you to the same place where we need a funding source, either through the ballot with an infrastructure bond or a lease revenue bond internally. So that's my understanding of how we funded some of the infrastructure in the past.
Let's go to Sujata, and then I do see Councilmember Park and Councilmember Shahal's hands up, and if we could make that really brief and maybe even take the questions offline if that's appropriate as well. But let's go to Sujata and then Councilmember Park and Shahal.
That's fine, Mr. Spano. I can answer via email offline.
Are you sure?
That's fine. It was just additional information regarding the cannabis tax.
Very good. Thank you for that. Councilmember Park.
Yes, Director Lee, thank you very much. You told us kind of the general thinking around inflation, but I guess my question is, what is our thinking for the city? I mean, it doesn't seem that in our 50 years of previous experience and the data that we've tracked a global pandemic or effects like COVID-19. So I have some concerns in spending down our reserves as we did last year. You say that our general fund forecasts are in line with the council priorities, but that's kind of a chicken and egg. That's a little bit of a chicken and egg, which is, do you have any guidance on where we should align our spending? Meaning we can always look for new revenue sources. That's always a good way to increase revenues. But because of the uncertainty in the growth and projected recovery, where should we be looking to reduce? I mean, I'm kind of looking for some guidance here, but I'm kind of hearing general, this is how we look at inflation, this is how we look at growth, this is how we look at recovery, this is how we look at sales tax, but I guess I'm looking for a little bit more guidance from finance. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the
Manager
question.
Santana.
I could answer some of those comments and add a little bit more than what Ken added.
Please.
All right, so as you know, I sit on the board of directors for Mission Square, which is a financial services corporation for deferred compensation for public sector. So we have insights to what financial strategists are thinking through, as well as investors. From an economic standpoint, what the Federal Reserve, as Ken mentioned, they're looking at about 4 interest hikes in the next year. And of course, that's tempered based on decisions and information at hand. And so people begin to behave differently when they know that 4 potentially are on the horizon. In terms of inflation, inflation is likely projected to continue to increase over this year until after the election. It is very clear, and I'm speaking informally in terms of on politics, but it is very clear that there is large political gain with keeping inflation in the ethos, if you will, of a current economic environment. It works for one party over the other, and so there's great interest in keeping that moving, going, part of the front and center issue until after we understand the election results. You will see that a lot playing out for different counties, state, as well as, and mainly national offices. So in terms of tea leaves or crystal ball, it has become clear that will be a theme of the economy in terms of its recovery and job production that electeds like you all are measured against in terms of how do you address and account for inflation. The other thing is the items that you spoke to are at play all at once. You will, and as Ken mentioned on the budget balancing, you will see that we have to reduce some ongoing services. We have to use some one-time dollars until we're able to stabilize the budget after any revenue ballot measures that the council wants to introduce, as well as look for impact fees that are higher rates of cost recovery, if that's a direction the council wants to go in, as well as new revenue opportunities that, one, just stabilize our general fund, as we spoke to the SVP utility matter, as well as that introduce some new revenue potentially to not add new services, but just maintain the current service levels, which if the council is interested in a business license tax, that would be the outcome. So all of these are at play at once as we continue to do the crystal ball speculating of what's going to happen over the next year with respect to the larger economy.
Very good. Councilmember Shahal.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. Quick one, I would offline, maybe I would like to see what are our other options for CIP budget, like CIP revenue. So how we manage CIP basically. Off the line, we can get it. My other question was more pertaining to the sales tax, which Director Ken Lee mentioned that if the dispensary or business in San Jose is delivering cannabis to Santa Clara, they're not giving Santa Clara their share. I want some clarification on that because as far as point of sale versus the sale of, like Amazon, when they do it, they charge you Santa Clara tax if they're delivering in Santa Clara. So I would like to have that clarification and a really good ruling on that we should be getting our fair share if they are delivering something in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Very good. And that'll be our last question. Ken, you want to answer that? And Sujata, if you had your response earlier addresses that, please don't hesitate to jump in.
I was just going to say, Sean, for purposes of time, Councilmember Shahal's question, we will put a write-up on different CIP models in the proposed CIP budget so that you see the different models that other cities use in the context of what our CIP looks like, as well as the reserve. So we'll do that offline, but fold it into the budget process.
Very good. Excellent. And anything on the cannabis delivery tax? Ken or Sujata?
I would just add, and with regards to our sales tax, I mean, point of sale is right now what our state defines as who gets the sales tax. This has been debated. There's legislation out there that's looking to change to point of delivery for sales tax. And so based on our current structure, point of sale. So when you're delivering to another jurisdiction, but the point of sale is in San Jose, they still get it. That's just our current structure. Now, as different legislation gets brought forward to the state, that debates it. It's hard to see how that would impact Santa Clara, because there are winners and losers if we were to move from a point of sale based sales tax to a point of delivery based sales tax. Because obviously, you know, a lot of residents, a lot of businesses here purchase and get goods delivered, but we also have a lot of businesses based where their point of sale is here. So that's something I will talk to our sales tax consultant. I'll bring back more information as part of the budget, so that it's clear in terms of how that sales tax is generated via point of sale and delivery and internet sales as well.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Madam Mayor, we are ready to move on to our next public presentation, our next public comment segment.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to public comment. Does the public have any comments on this item of the proposed budget update? All right, I have one hand, and that would be Mary. Go ahead, Mary.
The only comment I make, and it may come out of ignorance, but I want to know, what is the feasibility of selling like 10 or like 5 or 6 acres of the Civic Center property that is not currently being used, where you can get $10 to $15 million per acre, depending on how high you wanted to build apartments there. Why couldn't we sell an acre or 6 acres of land there to help with the deficit? I mean, that would clear the deficit.
Okay, is that it, Mary?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle, go ahead, Michelle. You're muted. There you go.
Hi, this is Michelle Healy with Santa Clara Unified School District. And I just wanted to ask that in your budget considerations that you do consider additional infrastructure improvements throughout the district and throughout your city. The parks need lots of help, as well as the youth activity center and the swimming pools and the teen center. So I would like to just say that the school district has been passing bonds for infrastructure, and it would be great if the city facilities could also be up to par with what our city and community deserves. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this, the budget update? I see none. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any public comment on the budget update?
I do have a public comment here. I believe it could fall under this. There's not a subject on this, but here it goes.
Okay, go ahead.
The Library Board of Trustees has discussed the upcoming city priority session. We want to offer the following input. The city of Santa Clara has a heavily used library system that is a source of pride for our residents. Our population continues to grow through development. Along with that, so will our need for library services. In 2019, the Board of Library Trustees prepared a study showing that planned development would increase our city's population by over 53,000 residents over the next 10 years. We must consider the impacts on our library system as part of the planning process. A modern city library such as we have in Santa Clara provides many services beyond just physical and electronic books to residents. Our libraries provide literacy and educational resources and programs for all ages. The library also provides a much needed third place for the community, a place outside the home and work where people can relax, meet new people, and engage with other members of the community. Library facilities offer community rooms and provide opportunities for civic events and engagement. Our existing Santa Clara library facilities provide anchors for the neighborhood and to parks in which they are built. To date, we have not typically included the impacts to our library system within our development review process. It's critical that we plan for the future. We additionally request library services needs to be included as part of all future planning processes. Finally, we request the city work on a library strategic plan to perform further analysis on the future and current library needs of the city as a whole. End of comment, and that was submitted by Stephen Ricoso.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Steve, for submitting that. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
Their microphone off. This is Lee Broffman. I am a Board of Library Trustee member. Our libraries are the largest free public access structures in the city. Central Library will be 20 years old in 2014, and the north side could double its space and still be pushed for accommodating everybody that lives in and around the north side, like San Jose and Sunnyvale. In 2019, as Mr. Ricoso mentioned, we did a study, a plan of taking planned projects that were on the books and calculating how many people would be coming into our city in the next 10 years, and it was about 50,000. The Board of Library Trustees has discussed the city priority planning sessions, and we know this is for 2022, but we want you to keep in mind the future as well. We see that libraries as a source of continuous learning and a safe, inclusive space to gather and learn as well as for books. We want you to keep in mind the need for investment by the city in its libraries and its need to expand to keep up with the community's growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Do we have any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to hand it back to you, Dr. Spano.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. So we are going to go to slide 108 next, Maria, and that will help us tee up the conversation on the revenue strategies that we know have a time certain at 5 o'clock. So Deanna's.
Mr. Spano, can I ask you, we're going to stop at 5 minutes to 5 just to give everyone a comfort break, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very good. So we'll tee this up for 20 minutes or so and then take a break, and then we'll come back for the Lou Edwards group presentation at 5 o'clock. We are on the same page, Mayor Gilmore. Okay, Deanna, it's all yours.
So I just want to start, I had used the metaphor a couple of times over the past years, if we can go to the next slide, that if you think of our organization like a house, the foundation is our governance and how we communicate and transact on legislative matters that are related to our local government. The next is our operations and staffing. And obviously we are a service-oriented organization, and the quality of services begins with our staffing as well as our operations. Next is our balanced budget. I say from a balanced budget, all things flow, and from fiscal stability, everything is possible. And so we're focused a lot today on these three issues, because if you look at each, if you look at the right-hand side, the operations and staffing balancing the budget, we're both fragile. And when you look at a large citywide assessment, we say that because as we keep thinking through council priorities for 2021, you'll see that some of those are still unfunded. We haven't been able to get to all of them, and others are still underway. It's important for us to think, are the 2021 priorities that we are going to report out later as part of service accomplishments, are those still timely and relevant when we look at what our critical path and critical priorities are with respect to ballot measures and our staffing and the workload? You will hear me say, as well as throughout the remainder of the presentations, it is important that we restore some level of our legal support services and get to an appointed city attorney. And there's a lot of write-up, and we'll spend some time in terms of the impacts of just 5 months and going into our 6th month where we're at. It's important that we solve for our current deficit and revenue ballot measures and build capacity for that, so that we can focus on all of the different community work, information, education, and further stabilize our organization. It's also important for us to build in capacity for COVID impacts and uncertainty. If you look at just January 2022 alone, that was our highest case for COVID cases over the last 2 years. And so it definitely caused for us to have to pivot many different ways, as well as look at alternative service delivery models that allowed for us to keep some things just going and other services available to the public. Maintaining day-to-day operations, if we would have done the accomplishments and state of the organization, you'll hear later in this presentation that we're fragile also. We have a shallow bench when you think of us as a team. When one's down, other people step in. And I think that really showed in January just how shallow we were, as well as safety for staff workload, safety and wellness is becoming more and more front and center as we are continuing with the different issues that continue to either weaken our operations and staffing as well as our fiscal condition. That said, if we just move up a little, we see that we have 50 plus additional referrals, as well as Council Policy 030s that have been submitted. You've already heard today that each of those, for funding purposes or consideration, they will compete with the operations and the reserves that we have already included in the strategy that is for Council to consider. So let's move to the next slide. So as I said earlier, we're on a critical path with critical priorities. We have from February to November to strategize on the June ballot measure as well as on the November ballot measure and do all of the work that comes with those measures. And it is a handful in volume, and we can speak to that. From November, once we understand the sentiment of the voters, if our ballot measures are approved, then we will be stabilizing services as well as mitigating risk to the general fund and transfers, as well as potentially bringing in revenue that allows for us to further sustain current levels of operations and services. If we do not have success, then we've already explained that we'll have to look at the 19.6 million in a different light. I say this as we also concurrently have to work on our governance with a permanent city attorney. We have major complex legal service needs, which we'll talk through later, and we are in desperate need of just appointed city attorney. It certainly has impacted the organization. It will allow for us to catch up. It will allow for us to improve our ability to recruit for vacant positions, because people will then know which city attorney they're working for. Our budget and ballot measures, I've stated already, this has to be our main priority. And we have to look at this as a way of stabilizing our general fund, as more importantly, our operations and services. That means that key staff assisting with ballot measures, we need time to research, we need time to comply with the laws and all the different filings, as well as work on information and education campaigns and engagement with the community for the November ballot. In terms of workforce, we need discipline around COVID impacts. I think January was a very revealing month for us. We need time and capacity to continue with current directives that are underway, and an understanding and acknowledgement that our capacity is finite. And therefore, we have to look at our priorities as also having some limit. We have right sizing the workload for our organizational capacity. And other slides, you'll see me stating that while we reduced the general funded staffing by about 26% last year, it's moved a little, but it is around 26%. We did not reduce services or other workload items by the same comparable amount. That is having a large impact on us in terms of how we absorb the growing workload as we look at the lesser staff, as well as the add-ons of COVID uncertainty and how it impacts our service delivery, as well as the impact of absence of a city attorney. We also want to talk about with the council as we go through the services and state of the organization is reducing the dependence on assumed overtime by staff for completion of council priorities. We are an organization inherently built for services and operations. There isn't a line of staff assigned within organizations such as administrative officer or our a bench of management analysts that are ready to take on new work and that have capacity to continue with a cycle of introducing new work. A lot of that was eliminated last year, and it's very revealing where last year Robin, Kendra, and Genevieve would support committees and would support us with these types of presentations. And today it's the core team in putting this together was myself, Nadine, and Maria. And so we are looking at how we can absorb more and double down on people. That is having a big stress within our organization, and that new initiatives come with the assignment of taking on more work on an overtime basis, on a weekend basis, or after hours. Next slide. So let's keep going. So in terms of potential ballot measures, when Catherine joins us, she'll walk us through the survey results, but based on different requirements for special elections and general elections, what we're showing is, as in terms of what seems to be relatively baked in, is the district elections, which is by the CVRA settlement agreement, for which the council has already approved the ballot language. That is going on in the June ballot. There is room for one more, and like if there's a desire for more than two, then we'll want to talk with our strategists in terms of what is the voter tolerance when presented with more than two decisions to make, either with respect to revenue or how to find the right balance of items. For November, based on general election, we are assuming that the council has interest in the utilities fund charter amendment for stabilizing general fund transfers and mitigating risk, as well as a business license tax, which you'll hear the survey results for later at 5. There are other potential measures that are not included in the potential ballot measure strategy, and that's the infrastructure bond. You'll hear some survey results, and based on your assessment, there's opportunity under number 2, but likely not. There is the elected police chief, the elected city clerk, as well as there's campaign reform that the council once spoke of, as well as there's a resident initiative that the council received on council salaries. And it was a rather lengthy ballot initiative in terms of benefits and different components in terms of elected status with respect to salary and benefits. Next slide. So Ken, I'm going to pass it over to you, and then we'll finish up, and then we'll receive Catherine after a break.
Thank you, City Manager Santana. And so the next few slides, I think it's important to put into context what our existing business tax is, as the Lou Edwards group will go through some of the polling and results and outreach results. And so currently Santa Clara's business tax was last updated 30 years ago, 3 decades ago. Current business tax ranges from $15 for businesses with 1 employee to $500 per employee. So it's capped at $500 regardless of number of employees. And you'll hear some feedback from our focus groups around that. There currently is no cost escalator. So the taxes that you see here on this slide were the same taxes in 1992. And so because of cost of living and inflation, we've the power of the dollars that we receive has diminished. And currently, we collect just shy of $1 million, about $900,000 a year. Next slide. The city has approximately 8,500 businesses with active licenses. About 3/4 of those businesses are subject to the employee-based business license tax. So roughly equates to 137,000 employees. And so just to put this in context, the number of employees tied to those licenses is slightly higher than our current city population. So as a result of business activity, arguably the population doubles during the day as when those businesses are open. The remaining 2,400 businesses, or 25%, are exempt or pay an alternate based fee. And so one thing that's important to note, if we go down the road of a modernization, some of the businesses that have this alternative fee, for example, taxi cabs, the industry has changed since 30 years ago. And so updating the fee and making it more streamlined, more efficient, aligned to the employee-based model is something that we would look ahead to as part of that update or modernization. Next slide. Some of the recent business license taxes that have been successful in cities around the state, some of them locally, closer to home, Mountain View, San Jose, San Francisco have had successful measures, but just wanted to put, at least in the last two general elections, 2018 and 2020, some of the successful business tax measures that have been brought forward by different cities. Next slide. With regards to some of the comparables around us, we are, at least on a revenue standpoint, comparable to some of the smaller cities, Cupertino, Gilroy, Los Altos, as a percentage of the general fund, something our financial consultant reviewed as part of his analysis. We are an outlier, so 0.4% of our general fund comes in through the business tax, and then the annual rate there varies by city, with our $15 to $500 noted here. On the bottom, I do want to point out Palo Alto, which is also a comparable city, currently doesn't have a business tax, but is also exploring an initiative on their own. Next slide. Shifting to our infrastructure bonds, potentially a general obligation based, I've presented at least 2 or 3 times over the last 3 years on this type of tax, as well as potentially a parcel tax. It's used for long-term capital project financing. It requires a supermajority vote. You get the revenue up front to spend on projects, and then that bond is repaid through ad valorem or property tax. Most are structured as based on assessed value, but there are different types of structures that you could potentially set up for a bond. But this is just one of a handful of potential new revenue sources for capital. As City Manager Santana will bring back some of the comparables, how other cities fund capital, and they differ by city. So we can bring that forward next time. So next slide. As far as geo bonds, these are recent measures, at least over the last 5 years. Some very sizable ones: San Francisco, San Jose, our neighbors focused on public safety, affordable housing, homelessness, transportation, some of the high priorities in those cities. So just to give a sampling of some of the measures passed in other cities. And again, this does not include some of the measures that are brought forward through school districts that have a different threshold for passing for the school districts. Next slide. And with that, I'll turn it back to City Manager Santana.
Thank you, Ken. So the council approved on December 14th our consultant request for strategizing for our ballot measures, as well as community engagement and research. Since that time, we've been very busy bringing to you these schedules, as well as the understanding the voter sentiment to be before you today. In terms of, I just want to go through some timelines so that the council has an understanding. We're all on the same page with respect to what the next couple of months look like. We've already started with community surveying and research and community engagement. If there is action today by the council, we have the February 22nd, where we will be bringing back to the council calling for the June 2022 election, as well as if there are ballot measures that are approved beyond the CVRA, then the deadline to submit is by March 11th, giving us the February 22nd meeting, as well as the March 8th meeting. Shortly thereafter, you can see the short turnaround time is 4 days with respect to submitting arguments. And this is where you can submit both pro and con arguments for an initiative, as well as by the March 22nd, impartial analysis is due. That's generally done by the city's attorney's office, as well as rebuttals to the pros and cons that have been submitted. So this will move very quickly. And then from there, we continue to work with the ROV with respect to maps, addresses, district boundaries, the pamphlets, and things of that sort. In terms of the November election, the deadline for submitting any ballots to be placed on an agenda, on a ballot, is August 12th, and that's right in the middle of the recess or right before the recess ends. So we will be looking at coming before the council by July 12th, and that then allows for arguments to be presented by August 16th, as well as rebuttals and impartial analysis by August 23rd. If we're not successful in getting action on it on July 12th, then certainly what we'll do is carve out time for an extra meeting as we have done in the past. I want to also mention that in terms of before August 12th or July 12th, when council will be taking action, it's important for us to complete a significant amount of community engagement if the council wants to proceed with a business license tax. Through the survey information and the information that you hear from Catherine, we know that we have not been able to engage with the community and our business community to understand what's the right balance of the voter tolerance with respect to approving a business license tax. That said, that work would need to be done way before July 12th in order to bring the outcome of the engagement process to the council and present something by July 12th that we feel, along with our ballot strategists, would receive a positive outcome. So there's between the months of May, June, July, that's when a bulk of our work would need to be completed on that measure. So that's the next part would be to introduce Catherine. So I think, Mayor, we're right on time. We have 5 minutes extra, and we can join back at 5 if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to take our break now. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Jane, you have your hand up. Is this Vice Mayor Jane?
I just wanted to respond to what City Manager had said. You know, the hiring of the interim city attorney and a permanent city attorney have been on closed session agendas. And, you know, without breaking confidentiality, can you say whether the city is actively moving forward on those items? Just whether we're moving forward or we're stalled? I don't know if you can say any of that. And then in terms of the business tax, I spoke to a Palo Alto council member, and this person said that we should be looking at the San Francisco and East Palo Alto business taxes as a model. And what I've seen from reports is that the business tax in Palo Alto seems to be polling pretty well. So just wanted to see if we had any comments on that. Thank you.
Now, city manager, I don't know if you're comfortable, but you're not involved with the city attorney recruitment. So if
I want, well, first, let me answer the second question last. Is the information that we received today is statistically significant. And so it does speak to the voter sentiment based on a certain amount of calls successfully completed. And so we are bringing forward, there is a margin of error like any survey. So we will discuss all of that as Catherine comes. In terms of the city attorney, I have stated before that I don't have any involvement nor any knowledge with respect to the city attorney recruitment. And that's part of what has created an issue in that we as a city staff have been going through this blindly without a schedule or without any key milestones of what the council has with respect. We see things on closed session, so there are some indicators, but a 5-month duration. And as you know, Mountain View was looking at a city attorney when ours had departed, and they've already made it through their final interviews. And so we are lagging generally. No one anticipated, nor has anyone talked with us as an administration or as the city attorney's office staff about how long, what's the plan in terms of filling this. And so we're bringing to you as a council a conversation about how it's impacting the organization and as a component for the council to consider of how we feel impaired absent a city attorney.
Thank you. We're going to be taking our break now, and it's let's see, 4:54. If we could come back around 5 o'clock. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we are getting ready to move into our discussion of voter research. And Nora, if you could move Emily Goodman in as a panelist, she'll be joining Catherine. And if I'm looking at our attendee sheet, we don't have Catherine here quite yet.
Catherine is here.
Oh, she is
She's
here.
in the
Awesome.
panelist already.
Excellent, very good. Okay, so we are now moving into voter research. If we could go to the next slide, please, Maria. We are going to hear from Catherine Liu from the Lou Edwards Group. She'll be joined by Emily Goodman from EMC Research to talk about the public opinion poll that's been conducted on the potential ballot measures. There's also a little piece in there on a focus group, and I have the pleasure of presenting that piece. And so now I'll turn it over to Catherine Liu. And Catherine, the floor is yours.
I just want to introduce Catherine before she starts. And Catherine, you can bring up your slides and work with Maria on that. So Catherine Liu is presenting the results from our polling conducted over the last 2 weeks. We have compiled a highly successful team with demonstrated success in the city of Santa Clara, who are proven leaders in revenue ballot measures, having enacted a combined total of nearly $80 billion of revenue measures with 95% success rate. Catherine is a nationally recognized award-winning lead consultant who has successfully enacted billions in ballot measures for the city of Santa Clara, and hundreds of other local governments since 1997. Catherine is known as one of California's toughest and most successful communications and campaign consultants. Under her leadership and with an incredible organizational team, the Lou Edwards Group has enjoyed 25 years of success, passing over $41 billion in California finance measures, repairing K-12 classrooms, expanding college facilities, protecting funding for local city services, and improving libraries, parks, and infrastructure. EMC Research is an opinion research partner who have been involved in thousands of public opinion studies successfully for the city of Santa Clara and scores of agencies since 1989. We all know Sean Spano, so thank you. And he will introduce his section through his nonprofit community outreach work that he does. And then we have Matrix Consulting is a known specialist in providing ballot support. Recent business tax specific engagements include Palo Alto and South San Francisco. So this team reflects the diversity of our city as well as impartial consensus building management style and focused on enthusiastic and committed dedication to our city needs. All of that said, I like to say that this team is really the go-to people when you're looking for how to assess ballot measures. That's my easy way of always telling people publicly who this team is that we've put together. So Catherine, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. And I think that my colleague, Emily Kirby Goodman, is ready to start screen sharing. First of all, on behalf of the consulting team, and thank you, City Manager, for that warm introduction. We are absolutely thrilled, and it is our privilege to have the City of Santa Clara's confidence and support as we work together to build and support the council's fiscal sustainability vision. This is a responsibility that we take very seriously. And if we could move to the project objectives, for those of you who haven't worked with us before, let's go on to the next slide, please. First of all, even though we've been on the ground, so to speak, with the city of Santa Clara since 2018, we come to each and every project with a new set of eyes and a fresh lens based on what's happening in the city at any given time. And of course, the unique dynamics of the external environment. So the first thing that we did was we spent some time with city staff and we looked at some resources, looked at some of the past city council meetings to understand the city's current fiscal sustainability vision. Obviously, as part of our best practices on your behalf, a community survey was recently conducted by EMC Research to assist the city council with goal setting, long-term budget, and service delivery planning. In so doing, it was our objective to gather statistically reliable, independent, and impartial information on your constituents' priorities and views, including the viability of potential revenue ballot measures. I want to inform you that we take so seriously our responsibility to the city and the city council to spend your taxpayer dollar wisely, that a very important objective of the survey is also to make sure it has shelf life and good use beyond simply assessing the ballot measures, which is also an important component. We believe strongly, as we have found in the past with the city of Santa Clara, that multidisciplinary engagement across a variety of communications and engagement platforms is not only ideal, but something that your public craves and is eager to have. So as part of, so the community survey part is what is known as quantitative research. And then we have qualitative input and engagement through the stakeholder and community focus groups that Dr. Spano leads, and other communications approaches that my colleague Jennifer Longley will be describing shortly. Along the way, it is, of course, vitally important to us that you, the City Council, continue to be kept informed on our project status as we continue engaging the community robustly prior to council action on any potential measures. And I should say, I should maybe tease out this final point. One might ask, well, isn't it true that we already have a good idea of what it is that we want to do? I would respectfully suggest that the council and city staff have a good conceptual vision of what you want to do. And the best visions embrace community and stakeholder input, which is our goal, so that that input is effectively represented in any ballot measure proposal that you ultimately set forward to your voting public. That is the Santa Clara way. That is how we've been able to be successful for you in the past, in that it is not simply City Hall or the government imposing its views on your community. We really view the way we prepare the city for these measures as two-way dialogue and being as inclusive as possible. Going on to the next slide. Okay, so the big news for the evening, very shortly, Emily Kirby-Goodman will review the actual data from the first community survey that we have conducted and completed to give the City Council and the listening public a preview of what she will be discussing. We are happy to announce that a no tax increase utility charter affirmation measure is viable in November 2022, should it be in the City Council's wise judgment to proceed. Regrettably, consistent with previous surveys that we've conducted for the city, an infrastructure bond does fall short of the 2/3 requirement threshold needed for passage. However, we don't want the city and City Council to be discouraged. We would in fact respectfully suggest that one possible thing that the city might consider in the future is getting an earlier start on engaging the community on those infrastructure issues. A business license tax modernization is also potentially viable, provided that there is stakeholder consensus and public education on the city's proposal. I think that we all in this room agree that during these uncertain COVID times where we have not only been grappling with health effects and implications, but financial implications as well, your public and your community is understandably concerned about how we best maintain and support our businesses. And so our read on these results is that everyone wants to better understand the need for such a modernization, and most importantly, how businesses benefit from such a proposal. We will round out our presentation by having Dr. Spano give you an update on the stakeholder engagement sessions that he has already begun. And before we say goodbye for this evening, Jennifer Longley will close things out by talking about calendar and next steps. Emily, I believe the floor is yours.
Thank you, Catherine, and nice to be with you all this evening. I'll start with a brief overview of the methodology that was used in conducting the community voter survey. We used a multimodal methodology, meaning that we contacted voters in a variety of ways, including live telephone calls for those who still have landlines. We included mobile phones. We have email and text invitations as well for those who chose to participate online. We have a total of 600 interviews. So as we look through the data, we are referencing a margin of error threshold a number of times. That's about plus or minus 4 percentage points. The 600 respondents in the poll are a representative sample of likely November 2022 voters in the city of Santa Clara. We offered the survey in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese.
Thank you, Emily. I just want to add, for the listening public and the City Council, thank you for continuing to identify such a robust sample size in the city of Santa Clara. A gentle reminder for those who may not be used to familiar with these types of studies. Frequently, when someone like Emily polls statewide in the state of California, it's often the sample size of just 800 voters. So to get 600 interviews completed in a culturally competent manner in the city of Santa Clara is tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you. So to start, would like to provide an overview of some of the ratings that were asked and given of poll respondents as it relates to the city and the job that it's doing. We see very high marks for the job that the city's electric utility, Silicon Valley Power, is doing overall, including 86% of respondents who had a positive rating of the electric utility, including 39% who had an excellent rating. We see positive marks as well for the job that the city is doing, keeping residents informed. 61% of likely voters perceive that the job that the city is doing, keeping residents informed, is positive. Likewise, the job that the city government is doing overall, 60% of voters rate the government positively overall. We see some softer numbers, meaning we're looking at the total negative compared to positive on the job that the city is doing, focusing on the priorities that matter most to residents, and the job that the city of Santa Clara is doing using tax dollars responsibly. We see more mixed attitudes here with regard to kind of the perception of management of money and priority focus.
Of course, these trends are trends that we've seen in other communities as well during these uncertain COVID times. These numbers are both reaffirming of the city's good work and also not surprising in terms of some of the shifts and attitudes during this drawn out pandemic.
We see that a solid majority of voters continue to perceive a need for additional funding for the city. Specifically, 16% of voters today say that the city has a great need for additional funding. Another 44% say that the city has at least some need for additional funding. This is very consistent with perceptions that we saw back in 2018 in pre-COVID times. So we still see a strong majority of voters perceiving additional funding needed for the city. We asked a series of attitudinal questions around taxes, specifically as we evaluated the viability of a BLT measure, which we'll show you in more detail going forward. But when we asked voters, do you think that the city of Santa Clara should tax businesses more, less, or are the current level of taxes on businesses about right? We see 56% of voters say that the current level of taxes on businesses is about right, and then kind of equal numbers saying that the city should be taxing businesses more and less. When we asked what we call a forced choice question about business attitudes, where one end of the spectrum is Santa Clara should tax businesses more so that they pay their fair share, versus Santa Clara should be proactive in keeping businesses and jobs in the city, we see by a pretty significant margin a strong preference that Santa Clara should be proactive in keeping businesses and jobs in the city, 76% to 21%. So looking again at some attitudes, not necessarily kind of the forced choice way, but in a different kind of question where we say, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? I am concerned about local businesses closing or leaving Santa Clara. 81% of voters show that they are concerned about local businesses closing or leaving Santa Clara. In other words, they agree with that statement, including 51% who strongly agree about that concern. Taxing businesses in Santa Clara would affect me personally. We see 57% of the electorate saying that they agree with that, and 42% saying that they disagree. So more people in the city agree than disagree that taxing businesses would affect them personally. Moving into what we call kind of the initial vote question. So we asked voters in the course of the poll multiple times how they would vote on potential measures, and we'll show you how that progresses as we share additional information. So this initial uninformed ask on the utility charter measure, we see 63% of voters would support a measure today, 32% would vote no. And the gray box that you see here on the far left is the exact wording that was shared with poll respondents. So we have the full language here as it would potentially appear on the ballot to get an unbiased and clean read on the potential viability of this utility charter measure. You can see the little green dash indicates the threshold. And so if you think back to when I introduced the methodology, we're looking at a margin of error of about plus or minus 4 percentage points. So looking at 63% of voters who would support the utility charter measure today, taking into consideration that margin of error, we feel that that is comfortably above the majority or the 50+1 threshold required for passage. So the BLT measure, the business license tax, we see total support today is 54% yes, 43% no. Again, you can see in the gray box on the left, the exact wording that was provided to voters when we introduced the measure. We thought this was helpful to show you kind of the past research that we have done for the city and kind of what happened in the end, just to indicate that in past research that we have conducted for you all, we have seen it be a pretty good indicator of what would ultimately happen on election day, taking into consideration additional information and outreach with the community. So back in 2020, ahead of the hotel tax that was placed on the ballot, we saw support at 70% yes. Ultimately, after voter communication, we saw that on election day, it outperformed the polling by a little bit and ended up with 74% support.
Yes, as the City Council is aware, the community of Santa Clara has a wonderful tradition of community engagement and a pride in keeping informed. Therefore, it would be a respectful recommendation that the city continue its past best practices of communicating robustly with your public on your regularly scheduled municipal election, including items to be considered such as these types of measures. And in the past, our best practices have included working very closely with your city attorney's office to ensure that such communications are impartial and permissible for the city to issue. Thank you.
We provided a list of potential components, projects, priorities, and things that could be included in one or more of the potential measures that we asked about. So we've got a few slides of these, so we'll go through them one by one, but we see that when it comes to kind of the top voter priorities, what they're thinking about, outcomes and things that could be funded or prioritized with additional funding, we see that maintaining rapid 911 response times is a very high priority for voters, including 92% of voters who say that that is at least somewhat important. So the scale was 1 to 7. 7 meant extremely important priority. And so what we're showing you here is 5, 6s, and 7, so at least somewhat important, and all the way to the dark blue is very important. Kind of the third one down, reduce property crimes and auto burglaries. We see very high intensity on that priority as well. 59% rated that a 7 or extremely important. And then drawing your attention to the bottom bar where we see kind of the third highest intensity. So those who rate a 7 on addressing homelessness, 52% of voters are prioritizing, extremely prioritizing addressing homelessness. The other items on this slide are also very important to voters: keeping public streets and facilities healthy, safe, and clean, repairing streets and fixing potholes, attracting and retaining local businesses. We see the intensity, meaning the number of folks who are rating these items as a 7, drop off a little bit, with the exception of supporting COVID-19 public health measures and independent oversight and audits of all funds. But we see some of these other items are still very important to voters, but not as many people are rating them as a 7 or as extremely important, but still definitely priorities for voters, including disaster and emergency preparedness, youth and senior recreation programming, parks and open space. Lastly, we see that traffic congestion, bike and pedestrian safety, expanding access to public buildings for persons with disabilities are important. Some of the other items that have less importance include upgrading Central Park with the new swim center, gym, and sports field. 40% of voters are still saying that that's important to them, but when you take into consideration kind of all of the items together relative to each other, we see those emergency preparedness, 911 response times, clean streets, homelessness, things like that really rising to the top. We also provided some additional information, reasons that you might consider supporting the measures. We see that the local priorities, essentially saying that these measures will allow the city to maintain critical services to address community need, is very convincing to voters as a reason to support the measures. 80% of voters found that information to be a compelling reason to support the measures. Talking about the measures and the tough fiscal protections that are in place is also very appealing to voters. 80% convincing, including 34% who say that's a very convincing piece of information. We asked a specific message or information piece around the charter measure specifically. So talking about it's not imposing or increasing taxes, that it's simply allowing the city to continue paying for the services that you provide through a routine budget practice already approved by voters. We see that that piece of information is also very compelling to voters. A couple other slides here. We see quality of life, talking about, Santa Clara is a great place to live, and this will help kind of invest in that great quality of life for residents around the city. We see 75% find that to be convincing. Talking about open space in this COVID world where we all need to and enjoy being outside. We see that voters find that to be a compelling piece of information. And then we had a specific BLT information nugget here, just that the the BLT hasn't been updated for a very long time, since 1992. When we share that information, we see voters also find that to be a convincing reason to support the measures. A couple of the other information items that didn't have as high of ratings here, both in terms of their overall convincingness, but also in the intensity, dropped off a fair amount. Talking about the local economy, and then just kind of the preventing cuts, kind of understanding more of how the cuts have happened over the course of COVID, we see that this didn't resonate as strongly. So after additional information, we see support for the utility charter measure increase pretty significantly. We see total support after additional information is at 71% total yes, 26% no. After additional information, we also see support increase for the BLT measure to 64% total yes and 34% no. Looking at the infrastructure bond measure, you can see as previously stated, the gray box is exactly what the poll respondents saw in the survey. We see that support for a potential infrastructure bond is below the 2/3 threshold needed for passage. We did look at a subset of likely June voters, which included about 460 poll respondents, so a robust sample size on its own to evaluate the potential for June. And we see that support is really no different with the subset of the June electorate as it is with the broader November electorate. We'll also say, as Catherine referenced at the top of this presentation, we have polled in the past for the city on the infrastructure bond, and we see pretty consistent numbers for the potential bond. But of course, looking ahead to presidential election years where we see turnout is different and usually bigger, that doesn't necessarily cut it out for future planning purposes. So to share a couple of data conclusions, and then we'll continue on here, we see that voters continue to view the city and the job that you're doing positively and perceive a need for additional funding. We see that the utility charter measure appears viable. Additional information helps to bolster support. A BLT measure would require stakeholder consensus and strong public education to be viable. And lastly, the infrastructure bond falls short of 2/3, looking at both the likely June electorate and the November electorate as well. And I'll pass it over to Dr. Spano for his take on the focus group results.
Very good. Thank you, Emily. Mayor and Council, I'm wearing two hats today as your session facilitator and also as your one of your community engagement specialists around the potential business license tax as well as the other revenue measures. So with the help of staff, including Ken Lee, who joined us for the two focus groups, last Thursday we conducted two focus groups with 7 randomly selected members of the business community. Lots of invitations went out, a couple hundred invitations went out randomly pulled from your list of business owners, and didn't get a real large response, obviously only 7 people, but what we did get was 7 very engaged people who gave wonderful, very solid input. So there is no way that we can generalize anything from the focus groups to the larger population, which Emily does with her research, but what we can do is dig down a little bit deeper into people's reasoning and people's emotions, feelings, and thinking about the potential business license tax that we focused in on. So the 2 questions we asked: what's important to you and your company or organization, and what are your thoughts on how the business tax should be structured? Finance Director Lee kicked off the focus group with a presentation similar to what you heard earlier around the business license tax, and then we opened it up for conversation. Next slide, please. So in response to the question, what's important to you, some key values surfaced and really did have consensus across the 7 focus group participants. And at the very top of the list was fair and equitable for all. It was really important to them that a business license tax be fair to small business as well as large businesses and people who are transit visiting, as well as people who are here, that is residents as well as business owners, and also across the entire spectrum in terms of pass-through costs and making sure that people who don't own businesses are not adversely affected. So it was really that fairness question was really critical. And you can see from Emily's polling that polled very well as a value. Also simple and easy to administer. And that was interesting because it was clearly simple and easy to administer from the business side of the ledger, not making this onerous in terms of paperwork and bureaucracy. But one focus group member said it should be easy for staff to administer as well. And then the third value was it accounts for new work trends, virtual and in-person. And noting that the last time the tax was adopted was 1992 and how much has changed. You heard Ken mention earlier about some of the businesses who are under an alternative tax like taxi cabs, and that's such a changing industry with rideshare. So wanting it to be literally modernized. And then thoughts on structuring the business tax. It was pretty clear across the 7 focus group participants that a tiered employee headcount was preferred. They did not, it was very strong that the current $500 cap on employees is not seen as fair, and that less so, but gross receipt was not seen as fair and square footage not seen as fair, but also difficult to define. So that takes us through the focus group results, and we are ready to engage as we'll go to the next slide on next steps. We're ready to engage additional Santa Clara community members and other focus groups, as well as other forums after council makes its decision and provides a little bit more direction. But I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Longley to walk us through and wrap up this presentation.
Mayor and City Manager, I see that perhaps I'm sorry, the format is we can't see everyone. I see that a member of the City Council may have their hand up.
We're going to finish the presentations and then go to questions, Catherine.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Sean. So just to wrap up our next steps, we are going to continue this business stakeholder focus group. We want to incorporate their perspectives and feedback into the modernization planning. And again, want to continue doing that outreach, and kudos to the team here and the City Council for ensuring that their perspectives are robustly considered. But we don't want to stop there. We want to continue reaching out to opinion leaders and business leaders throughout the community, and utilizing comprehensive engagement to the community at large. So we want to talk to everyday people where they live, work, pray, and play. We are suggesting that the public give us additional input on their priorities, needs, and services in a branded 2022 Santa Clara conversation. And we absolutely want to maximize this into your city budget planning and communications opportunities. We recognize this budget as a statement of your values. We want the community's input to be reflected there. We'll utilize multidisciplinary communications modules as we have in the past in previous collaborations, including our website and online information, social media, but also reaching out directly to where people are via direct mail, and presentations where government goes to the community itself to engage and inform the public. Lastly, providing the input that we received today and throughout your community over the next few months, we suggest that we will be going back out with a tracking survey and reporting back to council on what your community continues to say. So with that, I will hand this over to Catherine. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
Please go on, yes.
Right, so what does that mean? So starting now through May, we want to continue the focus groups that we are doing, launch opinion leaders outreach to sort of the grass tops and city leaders within your community, speakers bureaus to organizations throughout your city, and then as folks are saying here, we're in a new world with COVID. Many people are online. And so we wish to provide engagement opportunities there as well. So interactive engagement physically and also digitally, and be able to message to maximize that messaging within our budget, issuing out direct mail to where folks are at, and then again, reaching out digitally to where people are via paid. We are suggesting, again, we do another tracking survey with a firmer idea of what the council wishes to do in June. We will come back and report to you, and if viable to proceed, we will need to develop a ballot measure or ballot measures in July for adoption, I believe, mid-month. And then August, it must be submitted to the ROV. We will not stop communicating at that time, shift solely to information as is legally permissible, and continue to outreach your community with information on what any measures may be on the ballot, as well as any voting changes. I know this seems as though we have been voting via mail for quite some time, but with the recent action of the state legislature codifying and slightly altering all mail ballot for California, there is still a need for outreach in this arena. And so we will have quite a bit of information there as well. Again, continuing to launch our outreach through September and October, and then in November, after the community finishes voting, we thank the community. And with that, I will turn this back over to Catherine Liu.
Yes, let us do stop screen sharing so we can see more faces, and we will defer to Madam Mayor for facilitating.
Dr. Spano.
Oh, yes, Dr. Spano.
I'll go ahead and do this. So Vice Mayor Jane, your hand is up, and we'll start with you, and then we'll give everybody a chance to go through one cycle of questions and comments. And before you get started, Vice Mayor, I do want to remind Council that one of the recommendations at the end of the session today is to approve decisions to move forward with potential ballot measures. So we'll be coming back for asking for a formal adoption for that at the end of the session today. Vice Mayor Jane, questions and comments from you.
Yeah, my understanding is that there are about 8,500 businesses in the city, and you sent out letters for this focus group. Of course, it was the first one to a couple hundred people, and you got only 7. And that is by no means statistically significant. And but I would like to know, without revealing any names, what was the breakdown of those 7 representatives? Were they mostly large businesses or small businesses? Because there's a very different outcome you would get based on the size of the business.
Dr. Spano, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I might, before you respond, I do want to comment by way of commenting on the question. Yes, do remember that our goal is to deploy in a multidisciplinary manner. And so the statistical validity, the quantifiable data is in the form of the community survey that was conducted with 600 respondents. By its very nature, the focus groups is considered qualitative. And in our experience, anywhere from 6 to 20 makes a good group of folks to get good feedback from. Dr. Spano?
So we had a mixture of Vice Mayor. There were 2 participants who represented large business, and then the others were small business, including one individual worker, entrepreneur, a tech entrepreneur who was his own sole business person, and he worked out of his home. So we went from that to 2 that represented large businesses.
Okay, and then my second question is that, of course, the voters who will decide on this are the entire population of the city of Santa Clara, including people that don't own businesses, they don't run businesses, but they enjoy the services in the city of Santa Clara. So how do you outreach to them?
We started, and we called these exploratory focus groups, the first 2, because we don't really have any specific direction from council yet. And so this was we made it very clear, this was an early focus group to get a very broad sense. Once council gives direction, then we'll be able to target our focus groups a little bit more specifically, and we will continue to reach out to the business community, but as part of our engagement plan is also to engage community at large groups and organizations that are not business owners. So we want to canvass as not a representative sample, but a sample that reflects the diversity of Santa Clara.
Thank you.
Yes, if I might, in the past, and hence is the multidisciplinary toolkit that Ms. Jennifer Longley was describing, we do have to do all potential vehicles of communications well. So obviously the stakeholder and qualitative focus groups that Dr. Spano is leading, we do envision another statistically valid community survey. In between, we will be issuing written communications with interactive formats, posting interactive formats online, embedding updates and information into routine city newsletters and information, doing the online speakers bureau or in person. So there's a whole program that we are very excited to jump into as a next step.
Great. Other council member Shahal.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. Thank you, Catherine, Emily, and Jennifer for the presentation and your valuable data collection and presentation of the data. I appreciate that. And I have been a proponent of business license tax revision since I got day one on the council, to be very frank. And since then, couple of cities, more than few cities have gone for it and successfully done it. And you are very right that the initial results you mentioned are positive, but if we can educate the residents, and that's a very key point, like education of the residents who is being impacted, because right now every business is thinking I will be impacted in a very bad way. Every small business is being impacted, and the tiered employee approach, or we can talk about other approaches, they work very well. Like I compiled some data I sent to the city. If you want, I can share that. Like top 11 companies in the city of Santa Clara, their market cap as of today, I compiled that data today, was, where is it? $1.445 trillion. I'm saying that $1.445 trillion, top 11 companies. And their growth since January 21, during this COVID, is 43%. Last year in January, their market cap was $1 trillion. And that's the data I compiled. And in January 2020, when I started this thing, their market cap was $673 billion. So if we target these top companies, that is a very good sell. Like I'm not trying to say our target focus is, no, the small business will not be impacted. Like think of it, NVIDIA with a market cap of $717 billion is paying $500 as a business tax to the city of Santa Clara, just $500. So that education to the residents, to the voters makes sense. And then I compiled the data which showed like how much revenue these top 11 companies have, basically. Their revenue is $160 billion in 2020 or 2021. There were few companies I didn't get the data for 2021. So their revenue was $167 billion. Earnings, total net profit, net earnings is $20 billion. And I hypothetically, even just these 10, 11 companies, if we have to go with a business license tax of $10 million, just like Mountain View is collecting $6 million, hypothetically, if we collect just $10 billion, you know, as per their revenue, the percentage of revenue they will be giving us 0.0059%, very minuscule percentage of the revenue they will be giving us to sustain or improve the quality of life of our residents, to sustain the impacts, mitigate the impacts of transportation, housing needs. You know, the reason our housing prices are going so high is because of the influx of employees on these companies who are very highly paid, and all members of the society is being impacted for that. And when I go to earnings, percentage of earnings for $10 million only from these 11 companies is 0.0495%. So you are very right. Unless we project and sell this idea in a better way, I think we will be able to make sure this measure passes. And I'm very confident about it, but the modalities of how we design it, like anybody having less than, I'm just giving an example, anybody having less than 200 employees will either stay with the same, that's it. It can be anybody having more than 500 employees, will between 500 and 1,000 will pay this much, and more than 1,000 will pay that much. And that way, all these companies who have done tremendously well, even during this COVID time, will be happy to pay. And none of this, a $617 billion company will not leave Santa Clara for, even if they have to pay $1 million. Let me be very frank. They will not leave. The notion that these businesses will leave Santa Clara is false and unfounded. So those are my take, and I really appreciate all your work and your suggestion that we need to educate our voters and our businesses who will be taxed and what amount will be taxed on that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Shahal. And let's go ahead and follow the protocol that we started with the last round of questions by hearing all the questions first, and then we'll provide the answers. So we're going to jot down those questions as they come, and then when Council has asked all the questions, then we'll provide the answers. So I have Councilmember Hardy, and then Councilmember Becker, and then Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you so much. I'm not surprised that the general obligation bond did not poll well. I just even talking to my neighbors, I knew their thoughts on it. I'm very pleased that the utility charter affirmation polled so well and people understood that. And I'm happy to see that the business license tax polled well, and especially as we help our voters to understand. I like the idea of fairness. I like that you put in there that it had been 30 years since it was updated. I do think we need to be really clear what a virtual and in-person employee is, and be very clear about that, and to both our business community and to our voters. And just running, I think it was 133,000 employees you were saying, if I remember the number right. If you just made it so simple that it was $50 a year, that's $6.6 million. Even making it $25 a year for employees per employee, that's 3.3 million. I mean, that makes a big difference to the city. And as the one entrepreneur, that the gentleman that came in, and he was the only one, I can see that that would not be considered a burden in that way. The one question I have is, I was a little surprised that we had at one time, and I was trying to remember the name of it, recording filing fee, I think is what we looked at. But it was when real estate changes hands. And I did not see that in the mix of a possibility, because we are talking about, it looks like what we want to do in November seems like a good idea, but we have this option in June. I like not doing more than 2 things, but the recording filing fee, if I'm remembering the term right, I'm just concerned and question why that wasn't part of the mix. Thank you.
Very good. So we've noted that question and we'll come back to that. We're on to Councilmember Becker and then Watanabe.
Thank you. So I want to know about how we can close, maybe in the infrastructure wise. I want to see the numbers again. If we could bring it up later on, we don't have to bring it up immediately, but what it would take to close that gap and put some kind of infrastructure bill on the November ballot, as well as maybe even doing in 2024 too, because splitting this up, you know, we had a resident tonight, Lee, that she's on the library board, and she brought up about planning in the future. And I hear a lot of this from my residents too, about planning the future. And, you know, I'm responsible, I'm going to be inheriting this future. And so we need to really kind of start thinking more long-term strategy, long-term effects. And it's sometimes the medicine that we don't want to take. So I'm wondering if we had proper, if you can answer that, if we had proper voter education to basically explain these things that need to be done. I mean, I was with the firefighters recently, Anthony Pasquale, and they showed me the issues inside of their facilities. And these are things that are pressing. And if I think our residents and voters heard these things, they would be very concerned about that. And I think those numbers might change. So what would it take to pass that boundary? And if we would have enough time, if we did something for November, to, I guess, pass that hurdle? Because I, like I said, you know, we're planning the future, and, you know, I'm, to be honest, my generation will inherit the future, and we really don't want to inherit a future where there's facilities that wasn't fixed for the last 100 years. And we want to start doing that as soon as possible, but we want to know if we can do that strategically in 2 time frames, which is, can we do it in 22? And can we do it also in 24 as ways of getting things going? Because I did ask city manager and staff earlier, and they're going to do the research, and I'll let them do that. But it was about finding out when was the last major infrastructure bond here in the city of Santa Clara, because if you look at all the facilities, a lot of them are still from when Santa Clara was actually suburbanized. So that is something I think that's really important. And I want to know if that is a possibility. We can get something like that going through voter research and actually voter outreach.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. I listening to the presentation earlier, it sounds like based on the polling for the GEO bond, that even though there was information or asked about the fire stations and the aging fire stations, that the public that you spoke to, still it was pretty low. I think it was 61%, if it was in the 60s, which is I get it's surprising to me, because over the Christmas holiday, the mayor and I actually visited all of the stations, and so we actually saw like stations 5, 7, and I forget which was the other one, maybe 3. So we definitely have some aging fire stations. And so if there's a way that we could, you know, put together and educate the residents, you know, for a 2024 GEO bond, that definitely makes sense, because based on, again, what I saw, what the mayor saw, there's definitely a need for upgrades. And if it's something that's not going to pass right now, then we should definitely not spend the money trying to get it to pass. But I do have a question regarding the rollout of the plan and getting this to the ballot. Do we have a budget in place already, or has how will that be determined? And I would gather that the city will definitely be paying for it. So that's really all I have, but thank you for the presentation.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you for that. And Councilmember Park.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a lot of concerns as well, which is I would really like a way to fund a lot of the initiatives that we have in the city, as well as make up for some of the deficits that we have. And I, against spending all of our reserves. I don't mind spending some of the reserves, but if we can find other ways to generate money, that would be good. Again, as a data person, I would like to know a little bit more about how the questions were asked. I mean, as a resident, when I'm simply told that taxes would go up and businesses would have to pay more, that generally causes concern. And I see how you frame the questions to elicit different responses based on public safety, based on maintenance. But were residents told what other cities paid and what other cities did and how much they received from business license taxes? I mean, I'm looking at Sunnyvale, and Sunnyvale is a much smaller city than Santa Clara, but they make a lot more money in business taxes. And I'm looking at the business. I just did a business search in Sunnyvale, and they've got some major businesses, but I feel like the businesses in Santa Clara they're no slouches either. And I just would like to get something comparable to some of our neighbors. Were residents told the ranges of payments each type and size of company would pay? I mean, that in itself is a big, we'd have to decide. That's a career right there, making up a system for how different businesses would pay their taxes. And you also said that 6 to 20 respondents made a good sample size when it came to talking to businesses. Why did you settle with 7? I mean, do you have opinions on how the validity of the surveys change with each additional business or respondent? What's the difference in the trust score between, let's say, 6 and 10, and then 7 and 20? I'm just curious why, when the range is from 6 to 20, you didn't pick something closer to 12. Thank you.
Mayor Gilmore, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you, Dr. Spano. First of all, I want to thank the Lou Edwards Group for their professional presentation. You've always done excellent work for the city of Santa Clara, and your findings are very eye-opening for those of us who have been here for a while to see the change that has happened over the last few years in the sentiment of our community. So I appreciate getting this information. I'm pleased to hear that we have at least some very initial good news on the utility tax, because that's something that's going to be very critical to us. And I think even with good outreach, education, and engagement, we can even bolster those numbers. I see with a business tax, it's going to be, I still think we need to continue to study that issue before we make a decision on that, because that's very important. I would appreciate, Councilmember Chahal, if you would share your data with the council and the public as to what you just talked about. I wasn't able to write it down, so hopefully you will share that with us. Is that, I'm hoping I see you saying.
Yes, I can share it right now. Actually, I sent it to Nora.
Right now, just if you could share it with us, that would be great. Maybe give it to the city manager. She can send it out and we can make that public. I'd like to see that. There's questions I have, like if you're looking at an employee tax, whether it's just full-time employees, part-time employees, how do you do that? How do you determine who is going to be taxed and for what? My concern is the businesses in our community. They're the bread and butter of our community. They're the ones that supply us with our revenues. And I think we have to be very careful. It's a fragile environment. We're still in a pandemic, coming out of a pandemic. And we don't want to, worry about cutting off revenue sources that have been so good to us and have made our city what they've made our city. They're so important to us. So I'd like to get more information and continue to study the issue on that. In terms of the infrastructure bond, we were actually getting ready a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, to put that on the ballot. We had the same challenges, we had some numbers, but we knew that there was going to have to be a huge education process with our community to tell our residents why we wanted them to pay more on their property taxes and what we were going to use the money for. We had to lay out, we were ready to lay out specifically how we were going to use that money, because we were looking at, parks and swim center and community centers and fire stations and library libraries, we really were supposed to lay it out. I don't think we have time to do it now. We're only going to have one shot at that. And I think to answer Councilmember Becker's questions, I remember asking that before. I don't think the city has ever done an infrastructure, an election for a bond at all, ever. So I think that we're going to get one shot. And when we do, we have to do it right, but we can't put infrastructure, business tax, utility tax, reconveyance fees tax, real estate taxes. We have to be very careful, and it's important to look at this data, to look at the information, to look at the feedback from our community, to find out what's important to them and to engage them. That is the most important part before we put anything on the ballot. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Not seeing any other hands raised. We can turn to Emily and Catherine and Jennifer and myself to answer the questions. Councilmember Hardy's question about recording file fee for real estate transfer and transactions. Do we have a response to that?
Yes. Do remember that it is of vital importance that any results that we professionally stand behind in presenting to the council need to be, most importantly, unbiased, independent, and most importantly, not diluted. So the truth of the matter is that it's really only possible to fully vet two mechanisms well. And when we begin adding too many into one instrument, the respondents themselves suffer from fatigue and tax fatigue from answering the questions, which could bias or skew the results. So I do want to make very clear to the council that as your consultants, none of us have any favorites in the room with regard to the measures or a certain agenda to advance. We simply want to provide the most helpful information possible. And in working with staff, the priorities for testing were identified. I will say that our organization has extensive experience with, they're commonly known as real property transfer taxes or document fees. And I don't know if this is the case in your city. For the other cities for which we have successfully enacted these measures, it typically does require a charter amendment measure that is on at the same time or preceding the real property transfer tax. But if this is something that the council is interested in, we would be glad to provide additional information to city staff so that information can get to the council. Happy to take a look at it and assess when directed to do so.
Very good. And we had a couple questions about the infrastructure bond and need to have education, and is the hurdle possible to get over for November, or is it better to regroup and educate for 2024?
Yes, and please forgive me, team. I will be responding to many of these questions directly. This is a point where everyone is supposed to say, oh, you look remarkably well preserved. But with a 30-year career and over 800 such projects under my belt, I'm very confident and comfortable in my ability to respond to council feedback. All of your questions are excellent. Having been in a position of having many clients contact us, some of whom literally had been trying for more than a decade to pass infrastructure bonds, it is heartbreaking, vying, and challenging to us as to how these measures are addressed. Of course, this is always in the wise judgment of the council. But as a direct question was asked, I will respectfully respond in kind. It is our unfortunate professional judgment that proceeding with a 2/3 requirement infrastructure bond this year will likely not be a viable option for the city, because the unfortunate reality is that the spread is too significant. It is not close. And so there are a couple of things that I would respectfully suggest. This being said, I do see a very clear potential path to a viable measure. And it goes something like this: working backwards from the November 2024 election. Why that one? It will be a high turnout presidential election with more age and philosophical diversity at the ballot. In our experience, that voter diversity, those higher turnout elections, do favor or are a more conducive and viable environment to a 2/3 requirement proposal. Secondly, and we are not saying this because we need the work, but just to say what it would take in our professional judgment, getting ready for a measure of this nature where you're starting at 57% is an 18 to 22 month process. And so that's why we're very deliberate in gently suggesting that if the council were interested in this mechanism, a team like ours or a team of your choosing would need to be on the ground beginning in January of 2023 with a lean in, protracted 18 to 22 month preparation process. And obviously, with all great respect, because we've been with you, we've been able to do a laser focus for a few months when we come in to be the city, but it's not the same as doing full bore deployment for a protracted amount of time. Finally, and most importantly, I would respectfully suggest, and there are other factors that need to be considered in this. I would not necessarily be wedded to a traditional infrastructure bond as the only bond mechanism to achieve those needs. In other jurisdictions, we have successfully used a different mechanism to achieve these infrastructure needs, and that is simply a 2/3 requirement sales tax mechanism against which the proceeds are bonded for infrastructure. It would still have the same vote threshold, but would be of a form that is perhaps more palatable to the local voters. Of course, there are other factors such as, is any increment still remaining even in the county that would allow the city to go in that direction, etc. How would the community feel about it? These are all things that we would have to evaluate. I'm simply suggesting in my comments that starting January 2023 with an open mind and a fresh slate as to how we get these very critical needs addressed may be helpful to the city.
Very good. Thank you, Catherine. There was a question from Councilmember Park about asking about how businesses in other cities are taxed. And Catherine, if I'm understanding correctly, that might fall under the category of voter fatigue and having to limit the number of questions. Is that a fair response?
Thank you, Dr. Spano. Excellent question from the council member. And as it is, the process of this project is very important to us. We want each and every member of the council to feel confidence in the integrity of our testing techniques. Yes, the number of questions is limited, but most importantly, we did feel a responsibility towards the investment of the city's hard-earned taxpayer dollar in this project. As such, as the project lead, having tested the comparisons of what neighbors are charging in multiple instances and seeing that at the bottom of what voters are interested in those other communities, I did make the professional decision to try to focus the city's investment on testing questions in areas I thought would yield more helpful outcomes. That being said, our job is to make sure that you, the mayor and council, are highly confident in our process. So we're happy to take some of these suggestions and figure out whether they should be tested to everyone's satisfaction. I will tie a bow around this answer by saying we do find that voters are less concerned about what the Joneses are paying and more concerned about fairness, equity, transparency, updating something that's old like their house. And so we did find those findings very helpful in your case.
Very good. And as I understand that there was a question from Councilmember Park about the focus group size, and we would have accommodated more people had they volunteered to give us an hour and a half of their time. We got 7 people to agree, and staff was great at sending out reminders, but we would have accommodated 10, 15, 20. We would have scaled up if we had the interest. Councilmember Watanabe asked, this will be a question for Deanna and staff, is there budget in place for the rollout that Catherine and Jennifer articulated?
I'm assuming you're meaning the rollout for the current.
For the voter, yes, the next steps in the
for June and November.
Yes.
Certainly, we had enough to get started. If we need more, we'll be back to council. But generally, we do have within either non-departmental or city clerk dollars for preparing for ballot measures.
Excellent, very good. Okay, I think that covers all the questions that were asked. We were giving everybody one pass, and Vice Mayor Jane, I'll just open it up real quick to you, and then we'll move on to our next agenda item.
Yeah, just a quick question. Why 198 million? How do you set that number, given that we have $500 million of deferred infrastructure?
I can take a stab at that and then I'll ask for Ken to. So, or Catherine, do you want to start in terms of? Okay.
No, I will.
Okay. So this is the 3rd time that we have worked on an effort with respect to an infrastructure measure, and we came back during the first time with poll results for 200 million as well as 400 million. And I think, Catherine, that's when we started with your engagement here on the infrastructure, and 400 million was just a non-starter based on the debt and cost for bonds and things of that sort. So we knew that at 400 million, it was a non-starter for voters. It had much lower numbers. We knew that at 200 million the last time, or 198, whatever it was shown, there was similar numbers as were presented. And so we didn't want to poll for 400 because we assumed that post-COVID, the numbers would not have gotten better. So we stuck with numbers that had been presented before as still not viable, but closer than where the 400 million was.
I would respectfully add to that comment by saying that we actually do take our cues from what a given community's voters are willing to support. And forgive the old-fashioned landline ringing. So we ourselves do not have a preconceived notion of what is possible. In fact, it is important that I share with the council that my smallest bond passed is 6 million. My largest is 7 billion. So obviously there's a huge range successfully. There's a huge range depending on community proposal, what gets covered, the amount of time for planning that allows bonds at
that cross over into the $1 billion to be successful. And so it is a delicate balance between trying to figure out, is there a starter infrastructure bond or measure that we can begin with that is palatable to voters, earn their trust, and then keep going thereafter. This is probably a long-term strategy that is very deliberate.
Very good. Okay, and I see, let's
Dr.
see.
Spano, we have public members, so I'd like to go to the public if we can.
Let's do that.
Okay, that's part of our next procedure. Okay, I'm going to go ask any member of the public if they'd like to speak on this issue. The first one we have is Kirk. Go ahead, Kirk.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thanks for calling me on for this. It's very interesting to see how you're going through this. I'm sorry I didn't attend your earlier sessions. I've tried to attend all of your priority sessions for the last, I don't know, almost decade or so, and they're really fascinating. One of the things I would ask, and I didn't hear this in the language, is to have a sunset clause, which kind of forces a review of whatever ordinance or laws that you're thinking of putting in place. Maybe it's the tax that you're talking about for the users, for the businesses, just so there is a way to kind of force the governance body to review the effectiveness and have the city management display, here was our goal. Here, was it effective? Did it achieve the goals that we identified? And then either reaffirm it and renew it for another 2 years, or say, you know what, we thought it was a good idea. We thought it was going to generate $3.3 million or 6 point whatever million dollars, and it actually, we lost 3 companies and we now get like $5,000. Or it was wildly successful, or maybe it gets readjusted. So that's really what I wanted to say. And I just wanted to point out, I heard Councilmember Park say Sunnyvale is smaller than Santa Clara. Actually, Sunnyvale's population is 152,000 effective, 2019 numbers, and Santa Clara is 127,000. So Sunnyvale is about, I don't know, rough numbers, what's that, about 15% larger, 18%, something like that. Maybe, or 20%. So just to put things in perspective, and I do have a Sunnyvale business, and their taxes are, even on small business, are a lot more than Santa Clara. I really appreciate the fact that Santa Clara has a lower bar to entry for small businesses like mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Christian, go ahead, Christian. You're muted.
Yep.
There you go.
Hello, Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Christian Plekia. I am the chair of the Chamber of Commerce. Most of us in the business community agree that the business license tax needs to be updated, and we are glad to know that you will base this on equity and fairness. However, I would also like to caution the City Council to not be too aggressive with these updates. I would also like to remind the Council that our current deficit is largely due to the pandemic and the lack of TOT revenues. Furthermore, Santa Clara is primed to receive a multitude of new tax revenues in the coming years. When you consider projects such as the related project, Patrick Henry, plus Kylie, and upgrades to Great America, the Convention Center, the downtown, and El Camino, we are going to be receiving new sales taxes, new property taxes, new community benefits, and most importantly, new jobs. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's about how quickly these companies can pivot in our area and move out, especially when you consider Oracle and Tesla headquarters moving out of Silicon Valley. Therefore, it's our recommendation that in the business community and within the Chamber of Commerce, that there is a need for an update, that it's not too aggressive. And in particular, we like the range for the business license tax, a range of employees. We highly recommend to avoid taxing individual employees. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Christian. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Now's the time. Okay, Assistant City Clerk, do you have any comments, e-comments on this part of the agenda?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Spano, I'm going to go back to you.
Mayor Gilmore, I think we are ready for our dinner break. Oh, I do see.
There's a hand.
Yes, I do see Councilmember Shahal's hand up. And so if we could make quick questions here before we break for dinner. Councilmember Shahal.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. My only request was in the interest of transparency and public information, I would like if the staff can present my 2 slides and they can just present it so that if anybody wants to see it, they can look at them at a later time at their will. At least everybody in the public will have those slides. While I think, and Councilman Becker is asking for some question, I will request the staff to pull those 2 slides for public. That's it.
Very good. Thank you for that. Duly noted. And Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, real quick, just curious about some data, or if you know any of the research of back in 2010 when they actually voted for the stadium, and that was $300 and some million. And I mean, it's a $1.2 billion project. So I'm just kind of curious, as in infrastructure, as Councilmember Jane was saying, we have a lot of things that need to be fixed. So I was just curious if that's something that was ever thought of too, in research of the stadium too.
Was that a question for the consulting team? I'm afraid that preceded our involvement with the city.
Yeah, that would be a staff question. If anybody from staff remembers back to 2010 or was here in 2010 when that was passed.
We would have to go back and do look at some research and documents and the ballot measure material to see what, and so that's not anything that I think we have ready to move on, but we'll have to come back with information.
I'll just say I was not on the council at the time, but there was not a ballot measure for 300 million back on the stadium. So I don't know what, Councilmember Becker, I don't know what you're referring to, but there was no $300 million ballot measure.
Sorry, I was just referring to Measure J and I was reading some numbers on it, but my apologies.
I think it was 30 something million for moving the, it wasn't 300, I think it was 30, but anyways, I just wanted to say that I wasn't on the council, but I was involved with Measure J and it didn't include any of that kind of money. Thank you.
Okay. Very good.
So we can make these available as post-agenda material as submitted by Councilmember Shahal.
Got it.
For the public, as he mentioned.
Very good.
Okay, Dr. Spano, we're time for our dinner break.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So right now it's 6:24. Let's come back at 5 minutes to 7.
Very good. See you all then.
5 minutes to 7. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Catherine,
Bye-bye.
Emily, and Jennifer.
Thank you.
here are the next steps that in terms of the voter research and the ballot measures. We'll work through the first item there on the settlement agreement. There's council direction, which is what staff will be looking for this evening on any additional measure to place on the June ballot. And then staff preparing council resolutions for if there is a decision to go forward with a June ballot measure, staff will need to prepare that. And that would happen at your March 8th council meeting. And then direction to continue the community engagement regarding what we heard this evening on the utilities charter amendment, as well as the business license tax as part of the November election cycle. So we'll come back to you with these questions at the end of the session and look for council to make a decision. Deanna, is there anything else to add to this next step slide?
No, you covered it well, Sean.
Okay, we're ready to move forward then. And we're on to our next agenda item topic, which is accomplishments and the state of the organization. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Santana. And then as part of this presentation, we'll do a quick update on your current 2021 council priorities, and that'll be folded into this piece here. Deanna?
Sure. So if we can go, thank you, Maria. So I would just wanted to acknowledge that we have put out, a mid-year summary of accomplishments report, as well as the year end that we put out in December, and there's a front cover of it. It's important to acknowledge that we are a large, complex organization with many lines of service for a city of our size. I think at one point I shared with the council that financially and from an asset management standpoint, it's about $5 billion. And so that's unusual for a city of our size. I want to share that also over the last year, Santa Clara was named in the top 25 as a place to live by niche. And I think it really exemplifies the way that we have been designated with both our service delivery as well as the quality of it and how it's been recognized. I say this because the report demonstrates that we are a high functioning team that is award-winning and has pivoted to respond to our community's needs during COVID while advancing many council priorities. We do, as I mentioned earlier, have reduced staffing that significantly impacts our capacity, and we want to talk with the council about that today as we continue to go through looking at the ballot measure as a key priority, which is going to take up a significant part of our capacity, and still the recovery that we need within the organization following the COVID impacts, as well as I mentioned, sustaining services with the vacancy of a city attorney. Next slide. So I can, for sake of time, I could go through these, but I'm just going to acknowledge that the packet, it's available online. It provided a lot of our COVID programs, as well as the operational accomplishments that we made under each of the council priorities. We can go to the next slide, and I won't go through them in detail. They're available, and I want us to focus on moving forward. But I did want to acknowledge that, of course, as I had in a Silicon Valley Business Journal presentation, I went through that we are ranked tops, and when we were compared in multiple departments, and I ended the conversation with our service awards and recognitions are so voluminous that even our sewer system got an award, which just goes to show that the quality of our services is distinguished. It's a result of our leadership, our management, as well as our high public service quality. I do want to express, though, through some of the data that we'll present later in this present part of the presentation, we do have a concern that there is cracks in our ability to provide response as the community has been used to over the years. And that's a function of both reduction in capacity as well as just managing the workload. So let's go to the next slide. The next slide, I think, is more awards and recognition. So Sean, you're going to take the presentation over 2021 accomplishments, correct? If not, I can go on. You go ahead.
So yes, I will. So these are your council pillars, the same council pillars that you've been working with for the last few years. And then underneath these council pillars are your 2021 priorities. And as you recall from last February, the priority session last February, as well as the check-in last August, What you have is the priorities organized in these categories. Top urgent, there's one item there. You have 3 important items and then 16 that are in progress. They're ongoing. And there'll be 3 additional items that'll be considered here for 2022. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these. These are priorities from the last fiscal year. And in your packet, you have the council priorities matrix that has a lot more detail. So this is more of a reminder and really a check-in about your 2021 priorities. And you'll see that they're all in process and in play. So there's no council decision needed here. Next slide, please. So there was the one top urgent priority, and that was COVID-19 recovery. And that started last February and then was validated again in August. And so as you can see, and as you know, and even from the prior presentations this evening from Deanna and Ken, the city continues to provide services and resources with workforce capacity, the fiscal outlook, and emphasizing COVID-19 vaccinations, expanded hours, and assuming things go well, recovery and reentry into City Hall. We're on to the next one. There were 3 items that fell within the important category. All of them are in progress. Levi Stadium curfew and violations fee, which is in play, and you voted in November 16 to direct the city manager to provide exemptions, and that continues to be consistent with the stadium permit. There's the modernization of the business employee tax. We've talked quite a bit about that this evening, and you'll make a decision about whether to go forward with that for the November ballot. And then affordable housing opportunities. Staff continues to do work there on that particular item, recognizing the importance of that as a council priority. And then there are several other items that are ongoing, that are already in progress. Homelessness, and we heard earlier, one of the in the public comment was the Adopt Vision Zero policy. Was another priority that is ongoing. And you'll see whether or not that priority is funded, fully funded, or partially funded.
So Sean, can I just step in? We highlighted these and the estimated cost, particularly because we wanted to connect them to Ken's comment when we looked at the potential ballot measure, the potential budget balancing strategy, when we paused and said the most important point is that any use of reserves for any of the estimated costs that is included here for unfunded items would be at the expense of operations and day-to-day services. So that's just how we connected the two, by highlighting the cost as well as calling out that they would draw from the same source.
Very good, thank you. There's item 7 of facilitating the economic recovery and the transportation quiet zone. If there's any, again, there are more details in the matrix that you have in your packet. The transportation demand management study, no cost yet determined for that, and there are no allocated funds. And the station area plan, which is partially funded, but you can see the total cost estimate there of $1 to $1.5 million, with 400,000 approved. Elections and redistricting is another ongoing item. We know that you've added money to your public safety services, as Ken had mentioned earlier, and the downtown task force precise plan is also ongoing, and you can see the estimated cost there for the economic analysis and conceptual land use analysis is $400,000, which is not funded. And we continue on with the 2021 priorities, the pilot program for e-bikes and scooters, procurement reform recommendations. You have a policy discussion on data centers. I know that staff is meeting with a data center working group. I believe it's later on this month. economic support from large businesses. And I know Councilmember Shahal has championed that, and expand council member district communication options. And you'll see that there's some staff work that has provided newsletters, as you well know, and we can actually show those to you in just a moment. And continue with the ongoing in progress, the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which is not resourced, and council member conflict of interest. And that continues to be an ongoing priority as well. Staff continues to work on that. Okay, that takes us through the 2021 priorities. And given that you have critical, important, and ongoing, and all of those items are ongoing, there's not a decision to be made here outside of what Deanna just mentioned. Those that are not funded have a estimated cost, and to continue on with those means that there'll be trade-offs that'll have to be made.
And I just, before I get started on the state of the organization, I want to add 2 items that that are out there on a different path, or one is on a different path. There's the El Camino Real land use item, and that's where the council has set the policy and council direction. That will need consideration of another $1 million, and that will be at play with all the other items that you just saw before you. In addition to that, there is one initiative that has been carried, and that's the Wi-Fi internet support, higher levels of service. An initial study would, we scope that out, that would be about $500,000. So those are 2 additional items that have come up by the council. They're on different paths, but I just wanted to add, when we talk about the $3.5 to $4 million, that's what it encompasses for the 2021 items. So I've already talked about some of this. Because we are out of sequence, it will sound a little repetitive, but I'll just go through some of the issues surrounding the state of the organization. We've already talked about COVID and how it impairs our full functionality, both at the workplace, our staffing levels, as well as how we deliver services. COVID has revealed how shallow our bench is for sustaining services, and you saw a lot of that through communications from me when we were doing contingency plans for services, closing different services down, or just not able to provide services due to different staffing scenarios that we needed to address. I did talk about the attorney vacancy. I think here what's important that I had mentioned earlier, that we feel like we're somewhat blind in terms of where we're at or where the council's at. I think for purposes of transparency in the community and the administration, a timeline or a schedule so that we know that there is an end to the extra burden and the extra stressor in the workplace, I think that would really help us with respect to how we're feeling about the impacts and the impairments that we are having, which is providing day-to-day services. I want to talk a little bit about recruitment and retention, because we've talked about issues of vacancy and departures and just the challenges that we have. Mission Square has a research institute, and they are a public sector for the nation entity that provides input and research on the public sector. And what's key to these findings is they very much reinforce what we had shared earlier in other presentations, as well as what we just talked about as we casually talk about where we're at with our resources. The first is, we know that 4.5 million Americans quit their jobs in November, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's part of the Great Resignation. And the study and the research, which is included in your packet, also did focus on public sector. We know that our nation and our region is experiencing a labor shortage, both in public sector as well as private sector. And we also know that we have in the Silicon Valley a competitive labor market for public sector and growing trends of this added challenge. I was speaking to a local city manager who said we're on a thin blade with respect to our staffing levels. And then she went into talking with me about other city staff that were planning on leaving, and we shared in terms of where we were at as well. We have some known workplace conditions that add to retention. But it's those same known workplace conditions that add to our ability to the challenges to retain that make it hard for us to recruit as well. And we'll go into those a little bit more in former other slides. Next slide. So mentioned this, I think this was on the other slide, so it's a little redundant, but what's needed is we need a strategy. We have very limited capacity. I think the charts that we show will help underscore that, as well as we have a huge mission of right pathing our fiscal condition, and added on that all of the different focus that's required for the business license tax. We also have the challenge this time is where we asked council in 2018 to practice some discipline on unneeded initiatives that could be delayed until we right path the organization fiscally and from a workforce. All of the tools that we used 4 years ago we've gotten financial credit for, as well as we had a higher staffing level. For example, if we're saying let's suspend council committees because we don't have the staff, we need that capacity, that same capacity to work on our budget. What's different now is the staff that support council committees are no longer with the city. So we have to clear other capacity and so it would be very difficult to try to add on council committees when those staff are gone. And then on top of that, still clear capacity to address business license tax and all the work that comes with it. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, when I started, this was supposed to be the second part of the presentation. We had $116 million deficit, 47 million in the BSR. We'd already had a lot of deferred, delayed council priorities. I think that shows through the CIP as we made, we provided a scale of how much has been backlogged. We had high risk within the organization given our antiquated administrative processes, but what we did have was a council mandate to reform and practice discipline. And through that effort, we were able to reduce our deficit to as low as 3.3. Our reserves were replenished to unprecedented levels, which is what we're using today. We had made strategic investments in technology systems. We were disciplined about workload, we created capacity, and we were able to obtain fiscal health and address our policy priorities. We were also able to address administrative improvements, and through that effort, we built trust and we earned it as well. Next slide. So I want to go through some of the trends of what's happening within the nation. Basically, public sector employees are considering leaving their jobs. About 52% of state and local workers are considering leaving their jobs voluntarily due to COVID, or any of either wanting to change their job, retire, or just leave the public sector entirely. We know that through this study, working during COVID-19 pandemic has made them employees consider changing their jobs. That's 36%. Retiring at 33%, or 28% just leaving the workforce entirely. Next slide. So why are employees leaving is the question. The national study found that employees are considering changing jobs because 52% wanted a higher salary or a better benefits package. 47% felt burned out from stress of job during pandemic. 36% needed better work-life balance. In terms of considering retiring and or leaving the workplace entirely, 42% felt burnt out from the stress of the job, 37% want time to do things that bring them joy, and 26% felt tension having faced working with the public. And in parentheses, it says students or students' parents. Causing increase in people leaving the job voluntarily is 58% is added stress due to the pandemic, 52% concern about safety due to COVID, and 47% are rethinking what they want to do. Key to that, though, is the bottom statistic of what the national study found, and that's that 8 in 10 say the increase in number of people leaving voluntarily has put a strain on their workload. And so that's what I wanted to focus on, because when you look at the right-hand side, it very much mirrors what we have been saying and reporting out over the duration of COVID and pretty much before that time. Pre-COVID, we were floating with 11 to 14% vacancy rate. We now are at about a 17% vacancy rate. We know that recruiting and retaining is hard because of the high cost of living, council dynamics and treatment of staff, workload stress, the lack of work-life balance. Those three, the middle three, are council dynamics, workload stress, and lack of work-life balance, are the main things that when we do exit interviews are what we're hearing from employees that are choosing to depart the city. And then that people know that the organization and complexity is tough. I want to share a story with the council about the three middle items that just really show it's a good case study for this organization. We were able that we all know that we've had some challenges within the Public Records Act and the clerk's office and the city manager's office filling a key position. We were able to recruit a person who came to the organization and worked 1 week and gave her resignation by the end of the 5 days, citing that it's just too much workload based on her previous position with the city of San Jose. We then had another employee that after several months in finding someone, we had another employee who attended one council meeting and after the council meeting gave her resignation for the following month. We then went out and we recruited again. So now we're on a third candidate and we offered the position, we were hoping to close out the offer and the person watched a council meeting and withdrew her candidacy. And so then we decided to just leave the classification open until filled. And what we learned is that no qualified candidates were really interested in the position. And so I'm told by staff that we just took it off for now because it just had been up for so long and it became embarrassing for the organization to have such an open, unfilled position given the history and the likeliness of public sector employees knowing the history of that position. So let's go to the next slide. So these are more trends. You can see that when trends for considering job changes, it increases based on either the Delta variant and Omicron really raised the feeling for public sector employees of leaving their positions up to 36%, which is the highest it has been over the last 2 years. What's important is 6 in 10 say the organization has experienced an increase in the number of people leaving their jobs voluntarily since the start of the pandemic. So next slide. So in terms of where we are, I used a chart the last time that had a bunch of numbers on it, but I'm going to use pictures this time, is if you think of our growing workload as just a cloud that can continue to expand and expand, it's important to match that with we have a finite set of capacity. If we look at employees that come to work and plan for a 40-hour work week, I showed pre-COVID that we had at that time 1,151.5 full-time employees, which gave us about 3 million capacity hours, as well as 927 as-needed employees, which gave us another 290. So we're well over 3 million capacity hours to plan for and to program services. It's important to acknowledge with those services, we also sustain 24/7 services. And we have known at that time, based on council's own policy pillar, that there was a general consensus that we were below staffing levels when compared to other cities. Let's go to the next slide. So I want to show that the workload has continued. I think you can look at the number of priorities from 2021 at 23, the regular ongoing operations, as well as the number of 030s. The workload has continued to grow and our data supports that as a finding. However, what we also know is our capacity has been reduced. We have the 26% staff reduction by eliminating 500 as-needed employees, as well as we have lost capacity hours by eliminating our full-time FTEs, which is now 965 coming from 1152 to round up. Those are real impacts, and it has brought our numbers down. It's about 1.1 plus million capacity hours from the organization. And so when we're saying that our capacity is finite and yet our workload is growing, we're just trying to squeeze more in to a lesser amount. The problem with that is people are human, and it has its limits with respect to sustainability and whether that's the right model for how we are managing this organization. I say that because our workload continues to grow where we're at now, and we know that, let's go to the next slide, Maria. So our workload continues to grow. The indicators suggest that it's growing, both by way of council workload as well as external requests for service and other regional expectations of work for us. And we've already carved out, as we mentioned, the 17% vacancy rate, even if we just look at the general fund positions as a way to help us with that 19.6, we still have $12 million left to go. With balancing, because the value of the vacancies is only $7 million. So we now have far less capacity, and we know that we have to make some decisions on the capacity side of how we reduce our resources, but we also are calling for the decisions of workload need to be equally as reduced, because it's just not sustainable with where we're at. And there is concern that any addition of new initiatives are on the assumption that it's just more evening hours, it's more 50 to 80 hour work weeks, it's more weekend work. And when we look at the fatigue level and the reasons why people are leaving, those are reinforced by our data as well as what's happening at a national trend. Next slide. So I just wanted to remind the council that we depicted it by picture form, but this is what it looked like the last time, and how we calculated the average hours of staff per year, as well as what the findings were, to show that there is a material significant decline of capacity hours, and it is indeed finite. Next slide. So some examples of what's happened. I've shared with the council that we've had January was probably the worst month that we could have had by way of services, and that when we looked at calendar year last year at January, we were at about 148 breakouts. Here in January for 2022, we had 260. Each of those requires tracking, making sure that we look at exposures, making sure that we determine how we alter service delivery, as well as clean the workspace and do all of the precautions to return to service and get the employee well or tested. Departments are experiencing a higher demand for service delays, and it's just hard to keep up with the growing requests that we receive. Employee burnout and inability to respond to council priorities or take time off already exist. That's employees not being able to take off not only leads to fatigue, it leads to stress, it leads to perhaps physical ailments. But on top of that, it also builds up vacation balances, which create a financial risk for the organization, to the extent that the balances keep increasing and we can't get employees to burn it off. And that's a unfunded liability for an organization. Cities risk, I've talked with the council about this. We also run the risk of being in violation with employee laws regarding mandated workplaces. I've mentioned casually that people sometimes bypass their breaks or lunch just to keep moving or keep pace. There's the inability to flex schedules. I can share that on Mondays and Tuesdays, a lot of staff have already worked about 20 to 30 hours, and it's just impossible to flex them on a Thursday or a Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, because we have the next packet, the next meeting, the next assignment. And so that is already a working condition that imposes risk to our organization that we have to address. For some bargaining units, 40 to 60 plus hours a week is the norm. And we just think that's a bad model in terms of sustaining, especially when we're overlaying the COVID demands as well as other work organizational impairments. Next slide. So while our staffing levels have shrunk, workload from the council is growing, workload from outside is growing. We have state and federal laws, orders, and mandates. We have a lot of regional work with public agencies such as Valley Water, SFPUC, county, and the VTA. On-demand services by residents and businesses and developers is also increasing. And of course, our Public Records Act is increasing double digits over last year's double digits. And development and service requests are also increasing. I'd like to just share this has reached a limit when I talk with staff. It's not sustainable to float work or on assumptions that people will continue to assume overtime, whether it's paid or unpaid, management staff or hourly staff. It is clearly an indicator of our organization working in a manner that's just out of sync with respect to its true capacity. So growing workload, here's the results of PRAs. I shared with you the story of our inability to recruit. You'll see from year to year, it's up 55% from January to January. You'll see for sub requests, meaning that one paper submitted could have 15 requests that each have to be handled under the law as separate PRAs. That is now, in January, it was 25,618. Last January, when we reported, it was 17,381. We have far less people, which means that we have to push out to the organization. And we've tried outsourcing some PRAs, but we haven't really seen the gain in staff capacity. And it's due to having to manage the consultants. We still have to work with departments to pull the records and go through the records. And then oftentimes we have to meet with the outside third party to work through and either understand the context of the information and or work with them on redacting. Boards, commissions, committees, and task forces or ad hoc bodies have also increased. The council has added new bodies for which we just have no staff to support. And I've mentioned some folks by name who traditionally have supported council committees. They're gone, and we don't have the staff of where we would find to provide that level of support. Staff departures and reduced ability to recruit is of known working condition. And I have to say council dynamics, people are saying, where I was asked this question, I think it was at last year's session, whether that was an impact or maybe the check-in. I believe just based on the exit interviews that people are making decisions to leave on how they feel the staff is being treated, as well as just feeling fatigued with the overall council dynamics. Next slide. We have growing workload from outside of council direction. We have a statewide climate issue. We have lots of work on our drought and water conservation efforts, as well as water and sewer have significant large capital projects to implement. Unprecedented development and permits. We have staff processed a record-breaking plan check and permit fees of 15.5 million in revenue. That's an all-time high. So even during COVID, we are exceeding other results from previous years. And in contrast, we have a 31% vacancy rate, and we've tried to fill positions. We've gone out many times, and some we've been able to fill, while others are just hard to fill because of the demand for other public agencies to fill. We have put in place third-party consultants to help us with this work, and that's definitely been some relief for us. We issued 7,814. That's a 30% year-to-year increase in building permits compared to 6,005 the year before. And so that also has been a significant increase in capacity taker. In terms of ongoing planning projects, we have a total of 84 ongoing projects that collectively propose 20,000 units and 21.8 million square feet of non-residential development. It's important because all of those development projects require multi-department city staff at every stage from entitlement to construction and require large capacity for the items to be completed. I want to share traffic studies also because we often get casual inquiries around, can we do something at this corner or that? Our requests for traffic studies are up 20%. We generally have about 400 traffic study requests per year, and we are seeing an increase even during COVID when traffic has been notably reduced. Next slide. Now, I can remember we launched My Santa Clara as a way to help our community communicate with us more easily with respect to community concerns, inquiries, or just report items that they would like to have the city addressed. There has been a 39% increase in use since 1920 when we Gaurav and I and a couple of other staff team members, we said, let's relaunch it and see where we go with this. Over the last 7 months, we've had a 40% increase with respect to service demands, and those are generally fall within areas of illegal dumping, graffiti, code enforcement, sidewalk repair, tree maintenance, and potholes. It's important to note that while these requests for service have increased by 48%, the resource and staffing has not increased. So it means that staff is absorbing as their daily work these requests as the departments, which is why I said I am concerned about the quality of our service, the delays, and our ability to maintain that level of service. Next slide. We also have a lot of active and potential workload that requires our capacity. I know that our long-term water security and regional work that we have to complete is at play right now. And it's important for us to stay on top of that and make sure that we're able to sustain our long-term water needs. Related development, phase 1 is Q1, and we've been working very closely with the developer. Downtown implementation, BART to Santa Clara, North San Jose, development support. We have some of the largest global computer chip businesses here in Santa Clara, and they've reached out to us for some of their development needs to expand and meet the needs of the global crisis. We have an ADA settlement agreement that we just started with package 1, which is under a tight time frame of 3 years to implement a large number of public works projects, which we'll have to oversee, as well as San Jose and Santa Clara have many capital projects at our wastewater treatment plant. And then I mentioned the ballot measures based on any action that you take. So let's shift on as we enter our 6 months of the city attorney vacancy and just go through some of the workload issues. It's not all, it's just to provide a flavor, if you will, of what's happening with our attorney's office and the stress that it adds to the organization. I want to start with the green box first, in that we have a very fragile, complex legal support. Right now, we've lost 6,000 productivity hours from that office over the past year. We also have a consultant report that was commissioned, I would say about 2 years ago, and there was a finding that the city attorney's office should, based on its complexity and volume of work, it should have 8 attorneys full time. We currently have 4. So that means we have a 50%. And so it just draws for reason that, of course, there's going to be a significant impairment when there's a need for 8 and we're squeezing it into 4 people. There's 3 categories that our legal support helps the city and keeps us moving. There's the first in litigation, and it's important to say early on that we are sued more often than we initiate lawsuits. And so we find ourselves when presented with a lawsuit, having to work through those issues and represent the city on its best interests. In this case, these are hard deadlines. And so we have to, when we look at our 4 attorneys, we have to carve out time so that we can meet the hard deadlines for transacting over lawsuits. Important to that is that it has required, in some cases, I just got some deadlines today while we were in the session, that we have to review documents. Non-city attorney staff will review documents and work with our 4 remaining attorneys so that we can meet those hard deadlines. In terms of transactional workload, there's a lot. This is where there is opportunity for delay and where we have seen delay. There's, of course, different initiatives that either the council or the administration wants to put forward that just without being fully staffed, we have to set aside. We produce on average between 70 plus council reports a month. Which means that, and we generally work on about over 200 at once because we're always working a couple agendas ahead of ourselves because we bring complex matters to the council. And so this also takes time, and we have seen delays, and we've had to shift items of when items go to council or what requires more attorney review. Our contracts review, this has been one that has been prioritized by our attorney's office because contracts allow for us to sustain the continuity of services. And so, when we have to pick, we may delay an initiative, we may delay agenda reports or response to an email or response to a service question. We have significant daily legal operational support needs as things come up or as we track what's happening at the state or at the county level. And I want to mention that SVP has about 100, it's actually 80, but it has close to 100 contracts for next year. And that's important as we go through what we're talking about with respect to where we're at. There's also an administrative legal workload feature that the city attorneys has, and that's just basic risk management side by side with our risk manager, as well as HR and the city manager's office. There's personnel matters that come up, whether it's discipline, internal affairs, investigations, things of that sort that have been delayed. We have city code reviews. We have new or amended laws as they impact the city that we need to review and determine how we alter our projects, as well as the modernization of systems that require either contracts or require the city's attorney's participation so that we can make sure that we respond to any needs that they have, as well as COVID compliance and PRAs. So let's go to the next slide. In terms of litigation, I've already made the point that litigation has hard deadlines. We have to carve our schedule around to meet those deadlines. I want to say that over the last 5 months, the two folks most largely impacted are, of course, myself and the finance director. But in turn, what that means is we're delegating our work out more, which then also has a domino effect on staff that have to sit and absorb the work that we're having to push into the organization. A staff member said it well when we reached the end of December, and that this is an impossible task based on what we're holding up with 4 attorneys, as well as with the impacts that it has on our services. Next slide. In terms of transactional workload, as I mentioned, we have a lot of complex legal requests for services. It impacts services and adds workplace stress for not being able to get timely responses. We know that our attorney's office is short-staffed. They are super employed, so this is not a criticism of them. But frankly, where there should be 6 or where there was 6 or should be 8, we find ourselves with 4. We do step as much as we can in terms of PRAs and HR support. We've pretty much have gone to outside HR support for legal support and personnel matters, as well as we are banking on some of our past practices with PRAs and work with the city attorney's office when really needed on the more complex attorney's office reviews. We have, as I mentioned, the agenda reports are taking longer. In some cases, they are delayed, and we're waiting for capacity for reports that we have completed in draft form for the attorney's office to review, and then we can bring them to council. And we have a lot of voluminous weekly transactional legal reviews, and they're just taking longer. I know that I've talked with counsel on some cases where an email may come through, and I'll say, we'll get to that in 2 to 3 weeks, because I'm accommodating for the known capacity and known deadlines, and when capacity may free up for us to be able to respond to issues that come to the council's attention. Next slide. We also have transactional work that sits with council referral process on ethics consultants, confidentiality, and outstanding council committee referrals. We've not been able to touch those items or make progress where they're ready to go to council because of the other priorities that we just spoke to. Housing, park development, and park maintenance agreements are 3 to 4 weeks out, and we're just not able to move on those. We have delays in our library MOU, revisions in contracts for our library foundation and friends. Finance and procurement contract, we have delays with our procurement contracts, as well as with some of our procurement processes. But more importantly, I mentioned 80 pending procurements for SVP. We recently had the departure of our purchasing manager who moved to the East Coast. One of those, what am I doing with my life type things? Let's change. And then we also had our city attorney who was assigned to SVP leave. And so we need to work on a plan B to stabilize these 80 procurement processes that we have planned for 2022. We do anticipate that there will be ballot measures, and those also have significant legal support. We do anticipate that there will be elections, and we do have to provide support to the elected city clerk as well as the clerk's office with the campaign and election needs. Next slide. I mentioned that CMO and HR are increasingly using outside legal support to get our work done on terms of legal interpretation on employment laws, review of policies, civil service rules, EEOC responses, and workforce legal needs. We have delayed decisions on Prop 218 regulations with respect to water, sewer, and recycled rates. Existing capacity does not allow for CAO to participate in the development of our legal case management system. That's a modernization system that it's just a nice to have, and we have to focus on other items. And the inability to support strategic procurement processes. And this is key because this is an area where we were high risk in the past. And so through our efforts, we have been able to make incredible progress. And we know that the city has complex needs and needs our attorney there with us at every step of the way. We also know that there are delayed reviews for building, planning submittals, and land use reviews. And at times the council gets them themselves and passes them on to us so that we can address those issues. In terms of administrative delays, we have critical police legal matters, document reviews, PRA guidelines, personnel matters, investigations, IAs and discipline, as well as general legal advice for PD. And as we all know, policing in the United States is changing quickly. There's a lot of new laws that require our compliance, and we need our attorney staff to focus with us on how we work on policing legal matters. We are significantly behind, and this is becoming a growing issue on RV cleanups and our towing contracts, as well as issues related to unhoused populations and noise concerns in the city. This is a complex matter, and then we have a towing contract. We have our people that are living on public streets in RVs, and there's nuisances and noise that our residents also complain about. And so we've got to get our legal work and minds together so that we can address issues like this, so that we're sensitive to all of the different interests when we think about this issue. We have city code regarding sidewalk vending. It's still underway. It's a multi-department work. It has not been able to get started due to lack of staff capacity. We have Senate Bill 946, which passed. And it limits our ability to enforce aspects of sidewalk vending. The Santa Clara Police Department is no longer able to enforce, but we haven't been able through a multi-department team to really get into what is it that we have to change by way of protecting the city from complying with SB 946. We also had delays in review of clarification of retention of officer discipline files. We're caught up, but it took a lot of work and extra hours to get caught up so that we could be in compliance with state laws regarding sunshine changes pertaining to public safety personnel files, as well as clarifications for any practices or interpretations in internal affairs. This is not a complete list. This is just kind of painting the picture for the council of how we're falling behind. If you look at the next slide, we know that there are over 200, January, you always get the new bills and the new laws, excuse me, and we go through them. We know that there are over 200 new laws signed. I can share with you that we have not been able to go through them. We prioritize Senate Bill 9 because we could see that one coming, but we have not been able to go through each of these with the appropriate legal support to determine either what changes in our policies need to occur, what changes in our service delivery or practices, or how do we institutionalize these new laws. And so this is urgent. And yet there just does not exist the priority rate, the capacity right now as we continue to focus on other matters. Next slide. With 4 attorneys, as well as reduced staffing on the admin side, these are the current boards and commissions. The red ones are either items that are newly added or that we just do not have staff to provide support to. And so when you just look at a list of up to 31 and you understand that we have 4 attorneys who already have their other department assignments and operational assignments, as well as the items that I just raised, it makes it very difficult to think through how are we going to support these and make sure that any items brought forward are within the law, especially in the 200 context of laws that may have changed that we have not yet been able to sort through. Next slide. So on the green, if we can go back to the first slide, Maria, on the green slide, the way that we have been able, and I'm using words that are common and somewhat informal, but let's go to slide 57. I'm sorry, it's 87. I looked up. It's the one with the fragile, complex legal support. There is no disagreement within our organization or within the city attorney's office that we have a model of a whack-a-mole model for legal services. We're basically dealing with what's burning, what's on fire, what's the hot deadline that we have to work for. And it has been this way for months now. And we don't know the end of when that's going to stop, because we don't know when workload will be contained, and we don't know when we will see more hirings. Now, let me say a little bit about some of the actions that we have taken. In December, the chief assistant city attorney and I took action to, when we realized that this was hitting 5 months, we took action to begin to recruit for 2 city attorneys. The recipients of the number of applications that we have received is in the low single digits. It is likely a result of known workload, known absence of work-life balance, council dynamics, treatment of staff, and the unknown of who they're going to work for. Generally, when you're recruiting executives or management staff, they want to know who they're going to work for. And when we're leaderless, it's very hard to recruit for those positions. And so we think, and because in past, when the positions were filled, we were able, on a recruitment, we were able to get over near 24 applications, and we could go through there and look at applicants and see very good qualified city attorneys. What we're seeing now, and it's also probably due to the labor shortage, is that we have low single digit applicants that we're trying to fill. And so we'll get moving on the process, but it is an indicator of what the impacts are with respect to the city attorney's office and the vacancy that we have. So Sean, we can go back, Maria, to the end slide.
Okay, so council, mayor and council, a lot of information to digest there, and there's some questions we've teed up for you, and then any other questions that you have, or even clarifying questions. What does council see as the top city accomplishment in 2021? You saw the slides with several accomplishments that have been acknowledged. Given the fiscal outlook and the state of the organization, what are the key challenges that keep you up at night? And then as a council, what must you do to address the fiscal situation and workforce wellness? So that's a menu of questions to respond to, and any other questions you have, we'll take those, and we'll start with hearing the questions. We'll hear all the questions, and then we'll turn it over to staff to answer. And I have Vice Mayor Jane up first, and then Council Member Becker.
Yeah, my first question is, there was a report, The Great Resignation. So clearly this issue is not unique to the city of Santa Clara. Also, what I understand is a number of cities in the Bay Area are losing their city attorneys. And what I would like to know is, on these PRAs, there seem to be some serial abusers that file lots of PRAs. And is there any legal recourse to stop serial abusers from filing PRAs? And there was a study 2 years ago that said we needed 8 attorneys, and we didn't hire for those attorneys. We only have 4, and I'm curious as to why. And then on the CVRA lawsuit, I think we paid $1.5 million to an attorney. That to me represents 3,000 hours of attorney time on the CVRA lawsuit. And some cities just outsource their whole legal department. They don't even have a lawyer. So I'm just wondering how that works. I mean, we're a much more complicated city than some of those smaller cities, but it just seems to me that if everything is so critical based on the legal department that nothing can be done, then why didn't we have 8 city attorneys? So in terms of the major accomplishments, of course, it was stopping the bleeding, helping our businesses with COVID response, getting food to people. That was certainly the biggest accomplishment of 2021. And of course, ongoing fiscal things. That is our key thing, is to keep the city fiscally stable. But I have been trying to find any possible way to generate revenue for the city, whether it's renting out parking lots or well, selling some land. Of course, that goes to SVP, but any possible way to keep the money flowing. I'm very eager to get some of these revenue measures done. And but there are a number of things other cities have been able to do. Handle homelessness. Mountain View and Fremont have done remarkable jobs handling their homelessness issues. Santa Clara has done basically nothing on homeless issues. How is it that it took us this long to start catching up to other cities? And what are we going to do? Put these off forever? Because, you know, we have, I don't know, legal challenges. It boggles my mind. Thank you.
Very good. So we're noting the questions here and we'll return to those. We have Councilmember Becker and then Councilmember Shahal.
Thank you. So first, before I get to my question, wow, that was a mouthful. That was pretty heavy of what we're hearing, what we're going through in the city. You know, to me, with that whole mouthful, it's a lot of excuses. You know, as negative that sounds, I appreciate everything that our city employees have done. I appreciate all the work that our city employees do. But, you know, when I hear these quote of not business as usual, you know, what's funny is if you look up the definition of business as usual, it's regular routine despite hardship, nothing unusual. The expression can mean either maintaining the status quo in spite of difficulties or simply maintaining the status quo. Both uses are common. And several times in there, I've heard excuses of blaming city council for the reasons why a lot of these delays are. Again, I appreciate the work that staff does and all the hard work that staff puts out. But again, we cannot sit here and continually make up excuses for the reasons why we can't do something. Again, we are the city of, named the cliche of the center of what's possible, not the center of what's not possible. We have to find ways to overcome this. And, you know, from what I've heard in the past 30, 40 minutes in the last presentation, again, was just excuses for the reasons why we can't do things. So again, it's, you know, the saying of not business as usual, we should be stepping up more. We should be providing the entire service that we've been providing our residents despite services. And I've seen this happen in the past many times when I was young too. So as I said, you know, there's been a lot of missteps along the way. There's been, you know, maybe some mismanagement, and we cannot put all the blame on just one person. And we cannot always just put all the blame on the deficits from the pandemic. This is systematic that's happened. So again, that is just a concern to me that we continue to make up excuses and defer this to a lot of issues that are dealing with city council, especially in the search for a city attorney. I disagree with that. But on the matters of what our council did as an accomplishment, we ended our CVRA lawsuit. We saved our taxpayers' money. We accomplished putting districts into place. And at the same time, we stopped the wasteful spending, I think, that we've been encountering the last few years. At the same time, I think, you know, there's a lot more that we can address in fiscal management. I hear a lot from city employees and concerns, and morale is low. And these are things that we need to help do and take care of our city employees even more. At the same time, I do understand their workload. But going back to council accomplishments this year, again, I think our biggest accomplishment was ending the CVRA lawsuit and moving on from that. Thank you.
Very good. We are on to Councilmember Shahal and then Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. Thank you, City Manager Diana, for the details. I would agree with my colleagues in a sense that I think we are overemphasizing the city attorney's absence for last 6 months. And I also noted that when we had 8 attorney positions for last couple of years, how many did we hire? Like, it's not that one person leaves the org, and if one person leaves the organization and so many problems can be created, that means there is something fundamentally wrong with the organization. We need to make sure this doesn't happen. And whole discussion of this thing, just emphasizing that it's because of the city attorney's absence for 6 months, doesn't gel with me. Like, I understand staff is working, and especially in a circumstances where 52% of the public sector employees, as per the mission report, they're trying to leave. And that report is basically a global report. And when I say global, I'm talking about the within the United States and not talking about the worldwide, basically. So I think we are in the same boat where other cities are. So these are some, we have to look into some other aspects. Just looking at one aspect of it, I know each one of the employees, they're working hard, but we have to look into other aspects, what is going on and what is our scenario versus other comparable cities, basically. As Councilmember Jain mentioned, many cities have lost their city attorneys. They are in either they are hiring new city attorney. Palo Alto is hiring new, and I think Mountain View just got one. I think Fremont is hiring one. And so I think we are in the same boat where other of so many of even Bay Area cities, and we got that information even from the recruiters that there is a lot of vacancies on the city attorney side everywhere, basically. So that's the one. My point is, I have come to know that some of even the small building permit, I noted that we have issued 7,814 building permits. I would like to find out how many of these are sub 500 square feet building permits, because I have heard from many residents that they have just a 350 square feet of additions or something, and they're waiting for more than 6+ months on those. So either we have to make an efficient system, how we can do that thing so that we can improve our efficiencies. And one thing I noted is the residents are complaining, they get a questions, first review, they are asked to submit something. And when they submit that, then they're again asked to submit in the next review, they're asked to submit, oh, on top of that, you have to need to do this thing. So I think we need to look into the efficiencies of the processes also, so that we can, given the circumstances like other cities, we are short in staff. And I think our staff is pretty efficient and pretty good, productive, but we need to make sure our efficiencies are there. And that's the reason I have been asking time and again, our investment into IT should not be reduced. The ITs can improve the efficiencies, and they can, to some extent, compensate for the shortage of staff, basically, if we improve those. So that's one. And PRA is, I think this city has constantly being bombarded with the PRAs, and this is not something which is created right now or within last 2 months, 6 months, or this period. So that load, we have it, that's there. And I want to also ask the question, legal case management system. What is the status of that, and can that improve the efficiencies of the attorney's office, basically? As regard, one other question. You mentioned, city manager, there are 30 board commissions and committees. How many of them require a city attorney's office presence in those meetings, basically? Because I know planning requires, but there's so many other commissions which do not require an attorney presence into those. So I want to find out, and I'm not denying that we have a staff shortage on some of these commissions, like some of the employees have left the job who were managing these things. As regards the top accomplishments, I think despite having like a global staff shortage and having a global, in a way, like fiscal deficits we are facing like other cities, I think we have done reasonably good after we got the federal CARES money, and we are that, and how we balance the budget within the circumstances and how we manage the department. That was a good accomplishment, sort of. And other, like I agree, settlement of CVRA was a good long-standing issue, which should not have been there at the outset, but at least we got everything solved on that front. That's a good one. Helping our small businesses and our people who needed rental help, that's the achievement basically. And fiscal outlook, what are the key challenges keeping at the night? So staff shortage, fiscally going forward, how we deal with the $19.6 or $7 million deficit, how we increase our revenues. Those are some of the issues, because it's all catch-22. If we don't have revenues, we don't have a staff. If we don't have a staff, we don't have a quality of life for our resident. We cannot provide the services. So those are the key issues. And I want to point out, like, I was the one who brought some of these issues in my first year of being on the council, 2019. I will emphasize that we need to get into business license tax. Had we done that, we would have earned $10 million each year for that matter, and we could have been in much better shape where we are today. So that foresight has to be there. And one other thing which I know we'll be touching forward relates to the shuttle program, which we'll be touching base as per the letter from the Senior Advisory Commission. I did bring that thing in 2019 itself, which was shut down. And since then, like, reason I'm talking about this thing is why we are not making a fiscally sound decisions. I was requesting at that time that we should bring that shuttle program, and grants were available. And we not only lost on the quality of life of service for our residents, we lost multiple grants. Like Milpitas got 1.2 million grants recently on that front. They have that program put in place. Cupertino has that program in place. Palo Alto got $2 million grant in place. And when I was brought that, we had a grant which we could have availed right away. So these are the decisions which council as well as staff has to make sure we avail these fiscal opportunities when we are given a chance. So those are my comments on that. Thank you.
Very good. We have Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. First off, I want to say, what do I see as the top accomplishment? The fact that we are still here as an organization and providing wonderful services to our residents. And that speaks volumes to all our staff and the hard work that they do. And I'm truly appreciative. Given the fiscal outlook, what are the key challenges? It's staffing, keeping our wonderful people here. And what keeps me up at night, I will tell you, I have been bothered greatly by the PRA requests. And I have wondered, I know there was a proposed law that went through the legislature that did not pass about limiting that. And Councilmember Jane's comment about, do we have habitual, those who misuse that. And I wondered legally if we can just have a list of who makes those requests and approximately how many hours, and show just with the simple formula what that cost is. Because as a school teacher, I guess I use the public shaming in a way to change behavior. And that was one thought that does keep me up at night. It worries me. And what can the council do and must do over our fiscal situation and workplace and workforce wellness? I think we need to really be careful about what is a critical need, what is important, and what is optional, what would just be nice, and make certain that we put things in the correct category so we do make those good choices. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I hear all the other council members talking as well. I mean, I do have some concerns about this, I guess, blame about the city attorney. I mean, I count 8 full slides and 2 additional references to lack of a attorney office staffing. As Vice Mayor Jane mentioned, we knew about the staffing requirements for almost 4 years, and we have been running at a deficit this entire time. And why is it a problem now? I mean, I feel that we need to look at what the actual problems are without casting aspersions at council members, especially when the former city attorney himself is one of the people generating some of the specious PRA requests. I mean, despite the attorney staff shortages, there are several unresourced commissions and committees meeting while some important council committees are not. And I think that, as Councilmember Chahal noted, we need to find ways to serve the city, not find ways to lay blame for existing conditions and regional issues, even if they are made, worse by COVID and by other situations. Meaning, serving city council is one of the things, and it's changing city council. City council changes every 2 years. And that's something that we need to work with together. I think that our inability to be civil and work with people that we don't necessarily agree with is one of the big problems we have in the city, right? And I feel that we are losing focus on the why and the what. And we're trying to get, like we're talking about curfew and violation fees. And I'm like, that's not what it's about. We're trying to get value from a stadium that the previous administration and people currently on this council brought to the city. As Vice Mayor Jane suggested or stated, he is trying to find ways, we are all trying to find ways to generate monies for the city. And I think that that's what the focus should be. If instead of doing the work to implement solutions, we are trying to find ways to lay blame for why it's not getting done, I feel like that's not where the work needs to be. And maybe I'm talking too much as a scientist and as an engineer, but I really think that that's the mindset that gets that gets accomplishments. It gets the effect, it gets the effort. But when all that effort is being burned into, again, 8 slides of like reasons why this is a bad thing, I'm saying there are lots of bad things. I mean, we're not coming here just to rehash what the bad things are. We're trying to figure out how to get through them despite the bad things, despite the things that are happening everywhere in the region, lots of cities, some worse than ours, how to get this done, right? I mean, I'm kind of proud that we did work through a lot of issues, including, some legal issues. And we're continuing to work legal issues, even without a full-time city attorney. And I'm not saying that we aren't hindered by that, but again, we're trying to get things done. And at some point, we are also hampered at the speed of city staff. Again, there's no blame laid there. It's difficult for everyone. And I think that everyone needs to understand this. There is no one demographic that's bearing the brunt of COVID or bearing the brunt of these changes. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a full-time engineer. I'm a working class person. And I'm here as much as I can. I go to every meeting that I can because I am interested in the workings of this city. And I'm doing this while trying to support a startup company in Silicon Valley, right? With a daughter that just turned 5. And I have to worry about all these COVID things. But again, these aren't things that I want to bring up to you. These are things I'm going to deal with because that's what I do. I get them done. And, if I'm very proud, I'm proud that the city has been able, with all of the challenges that it has, including the staff, with all the shortages and all of the extra work, that we've been able to get this done. I think that Councilmember Hardy said it exactly right, which is, we've accomplished a lot here. And if we focus on what the problems are, and we don't take time to acknowledge, what we've accomplished, it's going to be a really long road. I mean, they say that obstacles are what you see when you take your eyes off the goal. And I think at this point, we really need to focus on what we can do to bring the city out. Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions, comments from council? Just a quick little recap on accomplishments. We heard COVID aid and recovery efforts, the CVR lawsuit, move to districts, and as several of you mentioned, continuing to deliver services and make accomplishments and be successful in spite of the challenges. What's concerns, keeping up at night, challenges, maintaining fiscal stability, the fiscal outlook, staffing, and PRA requests. And several of you mentioned solutions, questions in response to the fiscal outlook and the state of the organization. The revenue measures are very important. IT investments can help, and looking for creative revenue opportunities and taking advantage of what's available. In terms of questions, and there are a couple questions here that we can turn to staff. There are Vice Mayor Jane, as well as Council Member Hardy, asked about the habitual actors who, with the PRA requests, and is there any legal recourse on how to deal with those? And if nothing else, at least tracking for public shaming. Sujata, you want to take that question, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Spano. I noted two questions. Number one, what you just stated, legal recourse relating to requesters under the CPRA who may be, using excessive requests in order to possibly slow down the system or something like that. And then there was a second question relating to the legal case management system and what kinds of efficiencies that system could create for our office. So I'll take the PRA question first. Basically the answer is there is very little legal action the city can take essentially against a PRA requester based upon the volume of requests that they submit only. The sort of qualifying factor is the nature of the communication, whether there is any sort of, overtly harassing behavior or threatening behavior or things of that nature that we could use to get, for example, a restraining order or something like that. In the absence of that type of activity, simply submitting a large volume of requests is generally not going to be sufficient to sustain any kind of, action to stop that person from submitting requests. Now, in terms of how many requests a person submits and how many hours, staff hours are spent, that's all public information. So without using any kind of language about shaming anybody, because that could be an issue. But I just, in terms of what staff time is spent on, if that was tracked, I don't know that it is. It's certainly not in the city attorney's office unless it's a stadium matter for Measure J compliance. If it was tracked, that would be something that would generally be a public record. Likewise, the number of requests submitted by any particular person, because the requests themselves are public record. So that's the answer to the first question. The second question is with regard to the legal case management system. Yes, absolutely. A fully functional legal case management system that is where all the data has been migrated into the system would be a great boon to the city attorney's office. That is, in fact, why we undertook the project. But at this point, in terms of the data migration, we're sort of, each attorney is sort of responsible for doing that. And because we are so busy working on actual legal requests from departments or from mayor and council or city manager's office, we just haven't had the time to fully populate the program with all the data. And that's it. Unfortunately, that's just not something that we can hire a consultant really to do. And even if we were able to find a consultant to do that, the amount of hours it would take working with the consultant would also be a little bit prohibitive at this time. And so that's sort of where we are at with the case management system. It's certainly something that the department wants. And once we're staffed up again, I fully expect that to be something that gets picked up and we move forward with it again. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sujata, and thank you for jumping ahead on the legal case management system. That's, I was going there next, so you're one step ahead of me. Thank you. Mayor Gilmore, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make some comments. I don't really have any questions. I want to say, well, first of all, I think our biggest accomplishment is in 2021 is really staying afloat and doing our best to help our community through the COVID pandemic, do things that we normally wouldn't do that's not in our level of expertise, like passing out food and helping people with rent and other things that we've never really had to do before. And I think that our city has pivoted very well in the last couple of years to try to keep up with the demand for help that our community needs. And our community still needs it. It's not over. And there's still people that are suffering in so many ways, whether it's mental health or lack of housing or, food insecurities or whatever. And so we are still here to help people. And I want that message to get out there that, no matter what situation you're in, we'll do our best to help you if we can. And I'm really proud of our city that we were able to do that in 2021. The challenges that keep me up at night, and I was interested in hearing all the comments about the report, especially about our city attorney's office, because the reality is that the majority of this council fired the city attorney with no cause at the request of the 49ers. And that action in itself has had a ripple effect throughout our organization in the last 6 months. And it was really explained clearly what has happened. We went from 6 attorneys, we're down to 4. We have no city attorney, and I can't tell you when we'll even get an interim city attorney or a full-time city attorney. We're in process. I don't know how long that's going to take. And I do believe that because of that action, it's taken an organization like our city that has already struggled with employees and keeping everyone working at a respectable and acceptable level in our city, and really has caused us, a lot of grief, as you can see, which was clearly outlined. I want to thank at least our 4 attorneys that are left for doing their absolute very best to try to keep us afloat. But it has really affected us in so many ways, from, trying to get basic building permits looked at and approved, to staffing our task forces and our commissions and our committees, looking at our very valuable Silicon Valley Power and what's happening with that organization, approving contracts. I'm not going to go through it. The city manager did a very good job outlining those issues. So I think that this council can't take action like that and then not expect that there's going to be a consequence. And that's where we are right now. So I think that along with our other employee issues is we have to improve it, because at the end of the day, our residents in Santa Clara expect that we give them the highest level of services. They expect that, they're used to that, they deserve that. The quality of life that we provide our citizens, that's our job. That's what we're supposed to do. And I don't feel like right now that we are able to do our very best for our community with the lack of support for them in our city. And so I think that that is what's keeping me up at night. That's what I worry about, and that's what has to change. And in order to do that, we can't be working from behind the whack-a-mole or whatever the situation, however you want to describe it. If we're going to be progressive and, you know, going out there and be proactive, you know, with our public safety and with our projects in our city and with all the policies we want to enact to make our community a better place. We're just playing catch up right now, and we're so far behind because we don't have the staff. So I really think that that's what has to change. And but it is a consequence of actions that were taken. And anyway, so those are my comments. And before my fellow council members start attacking, I really think we need to go to the public as well.
I need to answer some questions, Mayor, first.
Oh,
that came up.
sorry.
If we're following our process.
Sorry about that.
I am not seeing any other questions that were asked. There was one question about commissions needing legal staff assistance from.
I have the questions down, Sean. I took notes.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, though. Thank you. I first want to start by saying that we focused on the city attorney's office condition because it is a key governance issue to the foundation of this organization. In fact, a city attorney is required in the city charter. I also want to note that I couched the conversation in that I would like to know what the plan is. I think the community would want to know as well. We're working blindly with a no end date. And we know that a lot of cities have lost their city attorney, but the difference is they've already appointed or are in their second or first interview. Because as a city attorney's office and administrative staff, we have no idea. We're sharing with you from the department, from the departments, what are the impacts? And so the feeling I take issue in terms of you know, we have accomplished a lot. We've issued 2 reports last year of all that we have accomplished. We have issued a report. Both of the reports include the awards that we have received. So for issue, you know, part of it is that we disconnected the conversation and this section didn't fall after budget, but that was the purpose, is to show we have a plan. My report says that. I know what the plan is. I've already stated we need to align. Our ballot measures has to be the priority to stabilize our fiscal situation so we don't lose more staff and we can change the path with our workforce and workload, as well as we've stabilized fiscally. The accomplishments are in the report that we've put out. So no one is ignoring and just focused on the negative. But the condition of not having a city attorney and the staffing issues that follow an impact is real. And I'm sorry if I hit a nerve. I'm sorry if it wasn't going to be understood. And this is not about the former city attorney at all. This is about governance needing a leader in the office, a council appointee. The former charter founders were wise to have appointees and understand those needs. But it is about the duration of time on an already stressed organization and the impacts that we want to be transparent with you all about of those conditions. Now, I want to share that in terms of the 8 FTEs, there were never 8 FTEs funded. There was a consultant report that recommended 8 FTEs. So the question about, well, why didn't you fill them? There weren't positions to fill. I have permission from the former city attorney to say that even it's difficult he took the action not to fill or move on them because he was trying to figure out, is he being fired or not? And I have permission from him to say that. I can tell you for many executives, there's 2 things. If you think you're going to lose your job, you hesitate on filling positions. And if there's a position that's vacant at the executive level, you generally don't fill positions that support that executive. Perfect example is our recent library director. Once we appointed the library director, we in turn work with her on selecting an assistant director and going through the process, because fit, match, people want to know who they're going to work with. So there was never 8 FTEs funded and ready to go. In fact, the report was in the middle of COVID, and we were still willing to find those positions. The comments on the PRAs have already been stated. I think it's important that the report, the informal comments of whack-a-mole, all of that was talked through with the city attorney's office. But if you're feeling like these are excuses, these are the department's comments. These are when I originally had asked the city attorney's office to comprise the list of what's falling behind. And I asked them about 2 or 3 times over the 5 months. I had originally sent the council an email, if you remember, and there were 11 things that I put out. The attorney's office said, we're too busy to do that list for you, even despite me asking. So I asked the departments. So what I am conveying and being the voice of is the departments. And I have to say, I know the department staff, I know that they are not making excuses. This is real impacts to them. And it's not fair to characterize the input that they're bringing forward and being transparent with to the organization as if it's an excuse. And certainly on the backs of the accomplishments and the awards and recognitions, we know that we are still holding the organization together, but we should have the space and the voice to come forward with what is on our mind and what is impairing the organization. And we have done things. There's comment about contracting out a lot. We already contract out a lot. I've had the conversation earlier today with Sue. Is there anything more that we could do? And the impression was we're already contracting out a lot for services. The problem is when you contract out, you're just another client. You have to wait for their availability. You have to wait for them dealing with the other clients. And so when we have a complex organization that needs day-to-day requests, that things that come up, I don't feel like this is an organization that can be in line with a city attorney for a city attorney outsourcing model when we need answers now. And that's why we raised this, because things are getting behind and we wanted the council to know. In terms of the efficiencies gained, I would have to argue that we have tapped out on trying to do more with less. You cannot cut 26% of capacity, have 17% vacancies, and cut over 1 million capacity hours and not think that's going to have a material impact. Happy to have philosophical conversations about that, but it's just math. There's less hours that people can work by over 1 million, and that just means that things aren't getting done. I understand PRAs are being bombarded. No one would disagree. I think Nadine would probably holler the loudest over that. And I also think that, respectfully, the point was missed about what the impacts are with the attorney's office. This was not, this was about the fact that there are issues, real issues, that just aren't getting done. And so we're sitting here going, how do we absorb more when we have myself and Ken and other staff who have already altered to fill in and support the city attorney's office? And how could we possibly support more work when we don't know when the condition of an absent city attorney is going to be filled? So we talked about, and I have to leave this, I know that we put words of curfew and violation fees. Those were the council referrals. I'm using the council referrals. And so if there's any criticism of the words that we used or the low level and compared to the bigger picture, I'm just using the terms that you guys provided when you guys initiated the referral. So all I can say is the solution is to align that we are on a critical path. We have 9 months to course correct. We have ballot measures to support, which takes a lot of resources. And we have a budget to balance. And so when we've done this before, I started that out earlier in the session. It's the first page in the memo, in that what it took was council discipline and council partnership. And council members that were here can speak to not being able to bring their initiatives forward, having to council committee meetings. That grew capacity, and that got $116 million deficit down to 3.3 million. We had unprecedented reserves that, frankly, it was that wisdom of putting that aside that's getting us through these 2 years. That's the solution. We have to do that again. If we don't do that again and use capacity and staff in a manner that is not aligned with that, we will not achieve the financial goals that we need to achieve. It's that simple. And so that's the solution. There's no excuses. It gets down to, do we have the discipline to focus on the wellness of this the foundational issues for the wellness of this organization?
Mayor Gilmore, are we ready to go to public comment?
Yes, we are. Okay, I'm going to start with Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Madam Mayor?
And I think some people have given their time.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may, we have a few speakers that have conceded time to Chris, and they are on the line. And that would be Kim Castro, Lee Hagan, Carolyn McDowell will be conceding their time to Chris Jackson. So I will adjust the timer accordingly if you are good with that.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, and I will try to be as brief as I can. I don't think I'll take all the time that has been allotted, but I appreciate you accommodating us. My name is Christopher Jackson. I'm the president of Unit 9 Miscellaneous Unclassified Management Employees. I'm joined today by Assistant Police Chief Wahid Kazem, president of Unit 9 Unclassified Police Management Association, and several members of our respective units. Together, we represent 93% of the city's executive and management employees, less the appointed positions of the city manager and city attorney, or elected positions of police chief and the city clerk. City management employees have a rich history of being stewards of the city, and we take this role very seriously. We are seasoned professionals in our respected field and warrant trust, respect, and commensurate pay for performance. We are not robots. We are living, breathing, feeling human beings who deserve work-life balance. We would like to discuss two main points with Council today: City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and balancing demands to capacity. The proper operation of democratic government requires that decision makers be independent, impartial, and accountable to the people they serve. In addition, for the City of Santa Clara, our council manager form of government is meant to balance the elected officials' legislation and policy setting responsibility with strong managerial experience of a non-politically appointed city manager, responsible for objective, effective, and transparent delivery of services. This council manager governance, combined with our code of ethics, the dedicated leadership of management employees, and the talent, determination, and devotion of all our outstanding employees, should ensure that our city is well run and well respected. However, a recent survey of Unit 9 management was very telling. It confirmed members are frustrated, offended, and disheartened. Key themes in response relevant to your planning session include a desire for council to follow the city's code of ethics, to respectfully work with city management to effectively balance council priorities with available capacity, and to trust us to do our jobs. We're increasingly questioned by our staff, our coworkers, and our community about the city's direction, the media circus that follows council's actions, increasing staff turnover, city lawsuits, fractured relationships, unprofessional interactions during public meetings, dark money accusations, perceived distribution of lobbying materials, and most recently, lack of city services. Professionally, the city is not respected as it once was. This unfavorable reputation, combined with the reality of the current job market, makes it difficult to recruit new managers and increasingly more challenging to retain our existing professionals. This situation has created a negative ripple throughout our organization. In 2000, the city adopted our Code of Ethics and Values. This stemmed from another unfortunate period in Santa Clara politics. Our code of ethics and values are designed to promote and maintain the highest standards of personal and professional conduct among all involved in city government, including elected officials, city staff, volunteers, and members of the city's boards, commissions, and committees. Approximately 2 election cycles ago, another slow crescendo of poor behavior has spiraled into routine situations of councilmatic interference, admonishments, censures, defamation of character, votes of no confidence, and general unprofessional behavior in a public capacity. This ongoing animosity, inappropriate, offensive, and sometimes flat out inaccurate information from council during public meetings is not only embarrassing, but against the city's harassment, bullying, and ethics and value policies. Slowly, the code of ethics and values has eroded as council members gradually push the boundaries of acceptable behavior on the dais and in their public roles as city officials. If any employee were to exhibit similar behavior, they would be reprimanded at a minimum, with continued transgressions leading up to and including grounds for termination. Before pointing at your colleagues, management employees have witnessed examples when every current council member and the mayor has been an active participant in casting the first stone. City management employees ask that every council member take seriously their oath of office. The statement and values of behavior standards shared prior to each council meeting, and engage in appropriate, respectful conduct among one another, the public, and with city staff, contractors, and subject matter experts. As far as balancing demands to capacity, please hear us when we say our employees are fatigued. Our members have been sprinting a marathon since before COVID began. For 2 years, city staff has been maneuvering through emergency responses, recovery initiatives, new ways to conduct business, and reopening plans, all while trying to keep our staff and the community safe. We have risen to the occasion while maintaining city's essential services and, yes, delivering an impressive list of accomplishments and earning numerous awards. I'd go back and look at that slide, and I'd really take a look at what we've put into this, because it's offensive when I hear that there wasn't a lot accomplished. All this is in addition to managing a global pandemic at home and our responsibilities to our family and community members. This pace, professionally and personally, is not sustainable. Our members continue to work excessive hours and under tremendous stress and are exhausted physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. As council embarks on setting priorities for the next coming year, management employees ask that you take a step back. Remember that you have been elected as legislative body to set community policy. Please hear what is presented by staff. Be mindful of everything already approved or in some phase of implementation. Recognize the demands, personally and professionally, city employees are currently tasked with. Allow for the reality that staff needs resources and opportunities to recharge. We've been at this a long time. Most of all, work respectfully together. Without a careful and thoughtful approach, the city is at risk of losing more employees. This in turn will make it more challenging to deliver core services, let alone meet new and existing priorities. The city still has an incredible team at all levels in the organization, capable of continuing to provide the excellence you are accustomed to. We ask you work in a meaningful way with the city's code of ethics as your compass to promote community vision and policy setting, then respect and trust city management to lead staff in executing your approved priorities. Together, effectively utilizing the council manager structure as designed, we can better meet the needs and expectations of our community and constituents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. That's a lot to think about and absorb. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I didn't get to participate in the beginning of this, and so if what I'm suggesting is repetitive, please excuse that. I wanted to add another item to your list of accomplishments, and that is to be the first city in South Bay, in the official Silicon Valley, but at least in Santa Clara County, to deliver on a worker cooperative initiative and to provide options for small business in the middle of a pandemic and in the middle of incredible challenges. You unanimously continued to support that. You delivered training. You had internal reviews with staff and experts in the field to understand capacity. if this was already talked about at a council meeting in the past 4 or 5 months, or if it was talked about today, if someone could point me to that information, I'd really like to hear what the final results were so that people can see that the money that you invested in this program was well spent. And then I would also just like to continue to encourage you to continue to invest in small business. I hear everybody continually talking about small business. I can tell you as a small business manager, it is incredibly challenging to function with the prices that are, you think inflation's bad. Personally, at the grocery store, just imagine what's happening at the distributor level for us. Everything's been going up double digits. It's very, very hard. So it's going to be even more opportunistic for people to close their business or shut down without another path forward. So I would encourage you, please continue to invest and allocate money. This is a strategic investment into the future of Santa Clara and small business. Please support those small businesses by continuing to invest in the Worker Cooperative Initiative. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. Lee, go ahead, Lee. You're muted.
Okay, my name is Lee Broffman. I've lived in Santa Clara a long time. And I've been listening to this, and I've listened to the defensiveness of certain council members. Oh, but they're being attacked. That's right. You are the problem. You are adding stuff to every agenda in record numbers, and yet you don't see it as a problem. And yes, you're still doing a good job. And I guess Kevin Park thinks that you could keep doing that as we lose people. Focus, budget. You should focus on the important things. I hear things come out of this request from this city council that is none of your business. We hire a city manager to run the city, and they have staff. You know what is lacking with you? Trust. And it's on both sides.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Assistant City Clerk, do we have any comments about this issue?
No, Mayor, I have nothing in writing for this under the segment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Spano, back to you.
Okay, we have a couple hands up here. Councilmember Shahal and then Councilmember Becker, and then we'll move on to our next agenda item. Councilmember Shahal.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. Mayor Gilmore, residents, employees, everybody is talking about the dynamics of the council and why we should not be pointing fingers toward each other. Maybe I'm trying to respond to your comments that the council members made this decision on behalf of 49ers. I have to respond to that because I don't take decisions based on any outside business developer or their notion. I make my decision independently based on my head and heart and what is best for the residents of the city of Santa Clara and its constituents. Maybe you take decisions based on some developers' feedback or some business feedback, such important decisions which can be one-sided. I don't, for that matter. And these are serious allegations. And that's what is causing this council to be deviating from what the goal is, basically. Such comments should never be made in this council. And I really object to such comments, basically. These are, maybe you have been too long in politics and you know how to make brownie points out of these things, but let's be honest and truthful, not only to your fellow council members, to the constituents also when you make such statements, right? And to the points which raised by some of the public speakers, I do understand these are very challenging times, and the staff, everybody is trying to do their best, and they have done their best basically. If we look at the last 1 year, what we have gone through, we have gone through tremendous fiscal deficits. We have gone tremendous mental issues with everyone, families, students, our employees, our police officers. These are very challenging times. Health and wellness has been a top issue for so many of these. And this is reflected being not only within the Santa Clara, within the global community as such. And we appreciate everyone what you are doing in these circumstances. So I personally, as well as my family and everybody I talk to, they do appreciate those, whatever each employee and every person involved in governance system as well as in the community. We respect that and we appreciate what you are doing for that matter. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker, and then we're going to move forward on to the next agenda item.
Yeah, Sean, one of the things I didn't answer in the last round was the, what keeps me up at night. And you know what keeps me up at night is incidences of what Mayor Gilmore just said, which is 5 council members here were told by the 49ers to fire somebody. We have constant gaslighting, and this is what takes up so much time from our city council. There's often times where we have to defend ourselves. And, just right now, we had to wait probably approximately 15 minutes to defend ourselves now. This to me just feels very unfair. It feels that we are in what they call a majority is treating us as a minority, and we are treated as illegitimate council members. And I will say it again, we are treated like illegitimate council members. And when I hear accusations like that, and when I don't get a chance to respond or defend myself from another council member, when was the last time I made an accusation about any of my colleagues that was that extreme? And that is never. So Sean, to be honest, when we talk about ethics, and we had that caller who just called in from Unit 9, which I wrote a letter to, and I apologize for any misconceptions in what I said. And I hope that they do reach out to me to understand a little bit more, because this is not council's fault. This is a consistent system that has been going on over year after year of people that consider, I guess, basically, like I said, they gaslight people to make it look like that they don't care. I care about our city employees 100%. And I want to take care of our city employees. But when there's accusations thrown around like that, and it takes 15 minutes for me to defend myself, and our mayor going around and telling people that we did this on the 49ers behalf, this is what's wrong. That's what's keeping me up at night, is because those kind of accusations is what myself and my other colleagues have to defend ourselves on. And that is what wastes our council meetings time. So if we really want to get down to basics, look in the mirror, stop wasting our time too.
Very good. And we're on to Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Dr. Spano. Just a quick comment. I would just like to thank Chris Jackson for his comments and for speaking on behalf of Unit 9. And no doubt he spoke on behalf of other units as well. One thing that I take very seriously is my relationship with the staff of this city. And one thing I've always admired is how many employees have been on the staff here for many, many years, until COVID stopped having or prevented the staff from being able to have a recognition event in June. I mean, I met employees that have worked for the city in some cases 40 years. And I think that says a lot about how much people enjoy working for the city of Santa Clara. As gotten to know some of the staff and I hear about their backgrounds, I'm just constantly impressed with the staff that we have and what they bring to the city. When I work on commissions with them and committees, and I hear them talk, I'm just so proud that I get to represent a city that is staffed by people that are just obviously have the priority of the city that they work for at first and foremost. And so I just want to thank Chris and the other staff that came forward and to share their thoughts. I'm sorry that you felt it necessary to come forward, but at the same time, you don't know that anything is wrong unless somebody speaks up and says something about it. So I'm glad that that you had this opportunity to come forward tonight and talk about it. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, that there are ways to possibly rectify it. So thank you again, Chris. Thank you, Dr. Spano.
Very good. And Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. For what it's worth, I don't feel illegitimate, but I do feel like I am different. I mean, I think that if you're leaving an organization, regardless of the reason, you try 100% to fill the positions that you think would leave your organization exposed. And that's called responsibility. That's what I've done. I've done that many times. It's called responsibility and respecting your position. And at some point, it's about you, not your bosses. I've been told that losers are worried about losing, but runners just love to run. And I think that that's one of the mottos that drives Silicon Valley and the creativity and some of the advancements in this area. The other funny thing is that regardless of what the mayor or anyone else feels, I feel that we can make meaningful change on council, even in the face of differences. That's how democracy works, right? And our policy that we read in front of every meeting that encourages robust discussion. And I think that's what I try to engage in, which is robust discussion and democracy. People have different points of view. I try to understand them, and we try to move forward with something that we can agree on based on everyone thinking something different, right? And Dr. Spano, as the moderator and meeting chair, I expect you to understand and stop unsubstantiated personal affronts. I mean, you can see it's causing a lot of things. Again, I thought that was one of the roles of the chair, one of the responsibilities. And if I need to, I just want clarification. I could call for points of order, and that does allow me to interrupt the current speaker. Is that how you'd like to do it? Or, you know, would you like us to do the points of order, or could you manage to stop the unsubstantiated personal affronts on your own? Just a question. Thank you.
I facilitate meetings and don't work off Robert's Rules of Order or points of order. I'm much more informal. My process is much more informal than that. So
this is a council meeting.
Excuse me?
This is a council meeting.
Yes, and I was hired on to facilitate the council meeting and not to run Robert's Rules of Order. When we come to that portion of the meeting that requires that, I turn it over to the mayor as the presiding officer. We have 4 more topics left to cover tonight, and so let me just do a check-in with everyone. We have a governance check-in on norms, meeting efficiency and norms. We have the 2022 priorities to work through. There is a presentation on sewer laterals, and then there's the recommendations that come at the end, and there's several recommendations that council will be needing to make. So do we need a break now? Or where are we in terms of our process for this evening? And I know we were looking at a 9 p.m. stop,
Yes,
and it's not going to happen.
Dr. Spano, let me ask the city manager. I know you had a second, and I didn't want to do this, but it's already 9 o'clock, and we've been here a long time, and our staff has been here a long time. City manager, do you recommend that we go into the second day of this?
We have pulled the council for March 1st as a continuance date. I think if there is an opportunity on taking action on the items that the council has heard, I think that would be good, so that, for example, like the budget principles,
Okay,
and or a walk away that we should continue our community engagement on business license tax, things like that. If we can go to the recommendations, and if you feel like you can take action on some of the items, I think that would help until we get to March 1st, and then we can continue the conversation on governance and other items.
okay, the other priorities. So, so do we feel like we can do a couple of these, and then we can continue this meeting to March 1st?
And let me just suggest that you might be able to work through A, B, C, and D. E, obviously, we're not able to do that since we weren't able to address the 2022 priorities.
Okay, motion proposed resolution establishing meeting procedures. Those are the meeting procedures we have now.
Oh, I'm sorry. And let's hold on that.
We'll hold on that one, right?
Yeah, we were going to review. Yes, we were going to review your new protocol and then get formal adoption of that. So we're looking at B, C, and D.
So B,
My
C,
mistake.
So may I have a motion for B, note and file the budget update and 10-year general fund forecast? Vice Mayor Jane?
Are we approving right now the drawdown entirely of the land stabilization fund? Is that what we're doing?
This is just noting and filing it. I don't think it's action. City Manager, would you clarify that, please?
It's noting and filing the budget update, the principles, the budget principles. I believe it's included in there in terms of Ken, if you can help me in terms of where, like maintaining the 15% reserve, as well as the strategy.
Sure. So the strategy.
Sorry, Ken.
Go ahead, Sue.
I was just going to make the distinction that we're currently talking about B and B only, which is note and file the budget update and 10-year general fund forecast. There is no action to be taken. It is simply an informational item. So you're just noting and filing the information that was presented.
Okay, Vice Mayor Jane.
Okay, I would like to move to approve B.
I'll second that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy. Let me go to see if there's a public member on that. Carter, go ahead, Carter. I saw your hand earlier. I'm sorry. There you go.
I am sorry. I thought we were putting our hands up to motion on other issues.
Okay, this is for item number B, which is to note and file the budget update and 10-year general fund forecast.
Yeah, so I would like to lower my hand as it was up before
Okay.
this.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Carter. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. All right, next we have the adopt the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget principles.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second that.
All right, motion and second. Councilmember Jane, you have your hand up?
Yeah, is this where we're approving the drawdown of the land stabilization fund?
No, these are the budget principles.
Okay. All right, I'm fine.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public members that would like to speak on the budget principles? Do you see any, Assistant City Clerk? I don't, but.
I don't see any hands.
Okay. Motion. Okay, so Councilmember Park, you have a question on that?
Just clarification. So this is the the changes, so there are two budget principles for fiscal year 22-23. And the second one has some additions to it, has some changes to it. So
there's a lot of budget principles. It's not just two.
Understood. I'm saying there's 16 that I see, and there's two different sheets. So the first thing that I would think is that we would have to approve 16, but in reality, we're approving the 16 with the two amendments, one to item number 4 and one to item number 6. So we would have to approve the budget principles, and when we approve this, we're actually approving the second form with the red line changes.
So those are the 2022-2023 budget principles, correct, City Manager?
The red line is just to show the changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe there's a clean copy and then a red line copy.
That's correct, but I'm saying that we didn't approve budget principles for 22-23 before, so just having the red line didn't seem like it was, I didn't understand why the red lines were there, when if it's the first time that we're approving it, we would just have the changes there.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the red lines indicate the changes made from the 21-22 budget principles.
Understood. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So we have
and I think this is where we set the general fund budget stabilization reserve, instead of at 25% or above, at a minimum of 15%.
Yes, the council has already taken action through its previous work to establish it at 15%. And so we are acknowledging that the reserve level of the BSR will be at minimum of 50% of expenditures.
Understood. I'm just saying that for clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jane.
Now I have a question. So in the past, we took the land stabilization reserve to purchase the Reed and Grant Park until we had enough funds from our Mitigation Fee Act to repay that. Drawing down our land stabilization reserve to zero may preclude us from taking immediate action were some land to become available. Is that correct? And if that were the case, I would prefer to bring the BSR down to 10% and maintain some money in the land stabilization fund, because those are basically equivalent uses of money.
So I'm already forgetting what you first asked about. As the finance director stated earlier, it's by council policy that you set the land reserve and the BSR. And so if there is a desire to leave some dollars aside, then that's at the council policy action that you guys can take. There is an interfund loan that the land sale reserve fronted for the park, built out of the park. That is on a payment plan. I think we had a first payment already issued. And so as that loan is continued to be paid back, the land sale reserve will show that the balances of those payments received in that fund. So that would be additional proceeds for the land sale reserve. I'm remembering the interfund loan at about 7 to 8 million. If there is
I'm concerned is that I don't want to cut us out from being able to take advantage of some land that becomes available, that where we need to act quickly. And so I'd prefer to leave some money in the land stabilization fund.
You can use either the BSR or the land sale reserve. Those are two established reserves by council policy, and the council has the authority to either use one of those funds.
Okay, so if we bring the land stabilization fund down to zero, we can still take quick action on land that becomes available. Is that correct?
We can take action if there is a parcel of land.
Okay, that's all I wanted to guarantee. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second for these policies. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. The next one, are we going to talk about this now? Provide direction and approval of decisions to move forward with potential ballot measures?
So for purposes of item E, I would, we have the CVRA language already. We would come back on February 22nd calling for an election. We would continue to work on the community engagement for the business license tax, provide any follow-up work or updates on plans from here to March 1st, as well as begin to also advance the utility, the charter general fund transfer. So it's my understanding, just based on today's conversation, that there is support. It is a study session. You guys can take that by action if you want, but that there is support for proceeding with that work. It's also, there's also an understanding that the infrastructure item should not move forward, leaving for the next conversation on March 1st. Is there anything else to add? In that time, we would need to move quickly for ballot language to introduce that on March 8th.
Could you just repeat again what you said about the utility tax and the business tax? What's the next step?
So the next step on the business.
I haven't bought into one of those and I want more information.
Okay.
So what does it mean if we provide direction to move forward with potential ballot measures? What does that mean?
Okay, so let's start with the June election first, because that one is the most immediate. So we will bring forward on February 22nd the documents that call for the election for June. And included on that, we will work with the registrar's office of putting forward the CVRA language that this council has already approved. There is room for, if the council wants to add one more, we could have that conversation on March 1st, but we would have to agree on language and turn around the item for March 8th action so that the council can formally approve the item, and then we can proceed with the March 8th action and sending it to the ROV, Register of Voters, excuse me. So that's the June item. I also understand that for the June item that there isn't support by way of the survey results, not by council, on the infrastructure item. And so we're not going to move forward on that. We need to look at whether the council, as part of the March 1st conversation, wants to look at a 2024 strategic plan to get to the November ballot for 2024 on infrastructure and the time that that would take. For the August deadline that we have, August 12th deadline with the Register of Voters, we'll want to work from here to July 12th on community engagement and education information regarding the business license tax. And we have more work. We'll check in obviously on March 1st, but I want to use our time from February through March 1st wisely on getting the staff work completed and moving things so that when we get to March 1st with the council, it's understood that the language for the business license tax here, where there's gaps and where there's more policy decisions for the council, we will have a better plan in terms of the meetings, our outreach, information, education, and be able to share where we're at with council on March 1st. And then on the SVP, we have some initial language drafted, so we'll bring that forward with council so that council can begin to look at the language and know what language that we use hold well with our voters. And then you guys can decide by August 12th whether you want to put that on the November ballot or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to our elected city clerk, Hassan Magog. I see your hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the CVRA one just to refresh, and I know we're already late, so I'm not going to take too much time, but just to refresh the council's memory, back when the CVRA settlement took place, there were two actions that came out as a result of that. The first one was to pass a resolution, and this was part of the settlement agreement, to pass a resolution to commit to putting an item on the ballot. Now, we haven't finalized the language of the item that goes on the ballot, and that's what a city manager is mentioning as part of this direction for the potential ballot measure. So we need to finalize that. In that discussion in the council meeting where we had that, we were also looking at the immediate need of the redistricting, which of course you're all aware that we're doing the Independent Redistricting Commission. The direction to have an independent redistricting commission versus the other options which were discussed was limited only to this 2020 census or the 2022 redistricting. As part of the potential or the direction on the potential ballot measure, as a result of the CVRA lawsuit, the council may want to consider including in the charter amendment that would memorialize the district-based elections, the indication of the type of redistricting commission for future census counts. So what is being done right now with the Independent Redistricting Commission is unique to this cycle, but that's something that we're going to bring in the February 22nd City Council meeting to review those options. But in any case, the direction or putting the redistricting or memorializing that in the charter ballot language, there is a couple options about adding the type of redistricting commission meeting in there as well. So I just wanted to remind the council of that discussion from last year, which was deferred, but that is coming later in February.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, I believe that there's quite a bit of outreach that needs to be done for the ballot measures for revenue. And I know the city managers indicated that we needed to have some source of funding to support that. And I'm fully in support of that. And I'd be happy to make a motion. The other thing is that ballot measures cost money. I think something like $300,000-400,000 per ballot measure. Do we need to budget for that? I'm wondering how that all works, but I'm happy to put some money in to make sure that we have sufficient outreach to make sure that we have, really informed our public.
Okay, I'll go through the list, but city manager can answer that. Yes, it'll need money and that'll be at a later time, but yes. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So to keep, not to bring this thing to council again and again, I would suggest that the SVP and the business license measure, I think we should approve those, both of them. Whether we bring it, we can decide about timeline later on, whether June or November. But so that staff has clear guidance that these two measures are coming, and whatever outreach and whatever outside consultant help we need, we can go forward and plan that right away, basically, without waiting for further instruction. So I'll be happy to, in addition to CVRA, I'll be happy to add these two measures into the motion. Or if you want me to make a separate motion for these two measures, I can do that.
Okay, we'll have to get input from the city manager on that, because I don't even know what this business tax looks like. So I don't even know what it is. So.
And that's the information, what I'm saying, Mayor, that we can consult our consultants. Philosophically, we want to move forward, change our 1992 business tax, and talk to our consultants based on whether it is progressive, tiered, employee-based, or whether it's parcel-based or whatever, so that we give them a direction that, yeah, we are there and start working on it, basically. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine. You can make that a motion. I just want to get input from stakeholders before we agree to do something. So anyways, okay. Councilmember Becker.
So, so this is just for the June ballot, or is this also for the November ballot too?
Both.
It's for both.
For both? Okay. So I see on the other council's priority strategy, I see listed on here item number 2, which was police chief and city clerk for November 2022. if that was a discussion, does that come up again on March 1st?
March 1st, yes.
Okay, I'm just confused at what the order of everything is, so.
Can I just simplify? So I just want, this is a study session, council doesn't need to take action. But what I am hearing is, we know that we need to proceed with CVRA in June. We know that we need to do more community engagement on business license tax to understand what's the right measure, if there is going to be a measure. And that's, it sounds like what Councilmember Shahal and what the mayor are saying are pretty much the same in terms of more outreach, more engagement is needed. I don't want to wait till May 1st, so March 1st, excuse me. So what I'm saying is I would like to start to get that going. So by March 1st, we have something that we can show you with in terms of here's our meeting engagement, here's something that, or at least an update, a verbal update. I can't let a month burn under the schedule that we're on from here to March 1st. So I'm just disclosing that I would like to keep working on it so we have more information so that the council can make an informed decision. The SVP item is a little bit farther along with respect to voter support. And so that one is also we're going to continue with that to do education information as well as fold it in based on what our consultants ask us to do. And so that's really what's happening under E from my perspective, is that we have to keep moving on these items just given the tight time frame.
So you heard from us, do you actually need a motion?
No.
Okay, good. All right. So we're okay with that. All right, you guys all spoke. Do you have additional comments? Councilmember Chahal?
I'm just trying to find out under D, approval of decision to move forward with the potential ballot measures. So city manager, if I'm getting it right, I'm a bit confused. CVRA is final for sure. So BLT and SVP, you want us to give you direction, or you want to make a motion that
I don't need direction. I'm just going to keep working on them. I'm just disclosure to the council. I'm going to continue down the path that infrastructure is going to be on hold, and that we are going to use from February 8th to March 1st to continue with our work plan and execute the duties that we need so that we don't lose the month of work that we can put into these. And then on March 1st, you can provide the direction on and solidify whether you want to go with a business license tax or not, or an SVP, utilities, general fund transfer or not.
Okay,
so I don't need action on D&E. Let's keep it real simple. But my disclosure to you is, if you see me using capacity on these measures, it's because I've disclosed that on February 8th because I can't lose this month.
Okay, got it. So you no action on D&E for time being. Okay, that's fine with me.
Okay, so I think that concludes what we are going to do this evening. And the rest of the items we will defer to March 1st. Is that correct, City Manager? And Dr.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Vice Mayor Jane, you have your hand up?
You need a motion to defer those two items?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. It's a study session. They just heard us. So let me go back to the agenda then. Dr. Spano, is there anything you want to, before we conclude this meeting, is there anything else that before we go to our adjournment that you'd like to say, Dr. Spano? First of all, I want to say thank you to you and everyone who participated this evening. We did get a lot, City Manager and the staff members, we did get a lot of information from Ken and everyone. So thank you very much for all the information you gave us. It's a lot to take in. So I think we'll be a little bit, we'll be very prepared for March 1st. Dr. Spano?
Let me just thank council for this evening. And I really want to just acknowledge staff and their work, working with them, putting together tonight's presentations. A lot of work went into that, and it's just a pleasure working with your staff. They're really top notch. And I look forward to seeing you all on the 1st. We will obviously discuss the ballot measures and give more specific direction, and we'll have some report to you in terms of the engagement plan. We'll also talk about your meeting protocol as well as meeting norms, and then we will talk about your 2022 priorities and solidify those.
All right, well, thank you very much. Now, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Jane, second by Councilmember Chahal to adjourn. Assistant City Clerk. Roll call vote, please.
Just a moment, just adding that over here. Just, okay, that was Councilmember, Vice Mayor Jane and
By-
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.